Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Splatoon 3 North American League event number 5. We are here in week 3 of regular season action, and there are storylines aplenty. But first, let's introduce the folks who are going to be talking at you for the next few hours. My name is Ninehole back again as your spray-by-spray commentator, and we have someone who is new to the booth here. Cater, welcome to the big show.
Hello everybody, nice to meet you, glad to be here. Thank you for the wonderful introduction.
And old, reliable, good old buddy K-Bot joining us up. How'd they let you back in, my friend? Welcome.
I don't know how they did. Somebody made that decision, I suppose, and here I am to start talking about how Zookas are coming with the rise of the E-Leaders, but more on that later, Nine.
Well, you're spoiling too much of the good content. We've got some bookkeeping to get into first, so we're going to go ahead and first toss it over to a little talk of the schedule, because there's been plenty that's been going on thus far. The Splatoon 3 North American League show, Fridays at 10 a.m. Pacific. A nice episode yesterday that had a copious amount of me, so hope you enjoyed it, but it is one of the many pieces of content we've got coming at you in this fall. Of course, the Splatoon 3 North American League, Saturdays at 12 p.m. Pacific, with the top 8 live stream starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. You can see the dates right there all the way through November. And of course, there's another element of this as well. We've got the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim. If you're a fan of Salmon Run, if you're by yourself or with a team of up to 4, come on in. The water's fine, the salmonids are angry, and there are eggs aplenty. But that is not all. There's a fourth piece to this puzzle as well, and that is the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. There will be live streams at 12 p.m. Pacific on both December 13th and December 14th. Only 8 teams will be able to make it. And on that note, let's talk a little bit about the tourney format, because of course these teams have to fight a long time to make it. Teams will be awarded points towards their event score based on their leaderboard placement in the ladder round and the top 8 that you are watching. So you can see here the points. We won't read them all, but note that you do get points for both your ladder round placement as well as your placement in top 8, and it is your best 5 scores that will count instead of a cumulative total of all 8. So let's talk about the points that the teams have earned up to this point, because oh my goodness, there are some big names at the top of there, K-Bot, Milky Way, 5, but as we've noted, neither of those two teams are there, nor is FT Win today.
Yeah, Nine, that's exactly right. The heavy hitters of Milky Way 5 and FT Win had not participated in today's event, meaning that a lot of those really important podium spots, plus 40, plus 25, those are really up for grabs for a lot of these teams that are going to be right near that cut line. Getting those points and getting that high of a placement under their belt early is certainly going to be something they're going to like, especially giving them a little more flexibility towards the end of the season, as the lowest 3 placements get dropped for each team. And so you only get to earn for 5 events. If some of these teams can place the podium this week, they're going to be setting themselves up mighty fine to secure playoffs later down the road.
The word of the day is opportunity. And let's talk a little bit about the top 8 we'll be seeing today, because there's some rules here. Those of you who watch know already, but let's talk about it. Top 8 best of 5. The higher seed will choose the mode. The lower seed will choose the stage. But after that first game, we enter counter picks. The winning team will choose the mode, and the losing team will choose the stage. And let's talk a little bit about those game modes. Turf War, Clam Blitz, Splat Zones, Tower Control, Rainmaker, they're all 5 up there for these best of 5s, and each mode can only be played once during the match. Likewise on the stages, each of these can only be played once during the match, and we have a lovely mix of the old tried and true, as well as some very interesting stages these teams can go to if they've got some fun counter picks or some strategies. And now let's talk about the teams themselves, the top 8 bracket. Boy, was it a fight just to get here. It came all the way down to the final games of it. But Cater, these teams fought hard, as we've noted. They have fought in previous weeks as well. Are there any that stuck out to you as we've been chatting?
Oh, absolutely. There have been a lot of very interesting matchups. And from what we've seen in the ladder stage today, actually, a lot of these teams have fought and beat each other, resulting in kind of a circle of matchups with a team beating another. We also had a couple of matchups and rematches that happened. For example, we had Shrimple and Hypernova fighting twice, Shrimple beating Hypernova 2-1 once, but the score being flipped the other way around. So a lot of interesting matchups that we've had here. We've also had Moonlight beating both Fofofo and Bet 2-0. But then we have Bet beating Duck Motif 2-0, and then Duck Motif beating Moonlight 2-1. So we've got kind of a few interesting cycles that these teams have run themselves into.
Yeah, the thread that's connecting all of these almost looks like it's some sort of conspiracy theory that you would see on the wall for somebody here, but it does go to show anybody can beat anybody in this week's top 8. That's what's so fun about these sorts of matchups where maybe those top 2 or 3 teams aren't available. But our first matchup that we're watching today, K-Bot, is not one that occurred in the ladder round. We're going to be spectating Gourmet Race versus Bet as our first matchup, and we're pretty familiar with both of these squads.
We are. Bet is a team that's been notably absent so far in the league's season, entering their first event this week. But they've come out in full force. Folks might recognize Zero on their roster from formerly on very consistent top 2 rosters and things of the sort, paired up with a handful of other players. Mecha comes to mind, often playing Snipe Rider for the team. And so this team has been a lot of fun to end up watching. We'll see how they fare, though, playing up against Gourmet Race. Missed out last week, eliminated right at the tie for 7th marker in week 1. So they're certainly hungry to get some more points on the board for themselves.
And we know where they're going to be fighting out first. It's going to be Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. Kater, when we heard that, you had a big old smile. You said you are a Hagglefish enjoyer here. Talk us through Splat Zones in particular.
That's absolutely right. I am a Hagglefish enjoyer, and I like Hagglefish zones specifically. So the rules for this mode, Splat Zone, specifically you have to control the designated Splat Zone, or some maps have multiple zones, but these have, Hagglefish only has one, and you have to cover the whole area with your team's ink. You have to control the zone for 100 counts of the countdown clock in order to knock out your opponent. Once that timer reaches 0, you knock out, you win. If neither team achieves a knockout, whichever team has the fewest counts at the end of the match wins, which is definitely possible with all of the back and forth matches that we've seen from all of these teams. It is definitely very possible for us to get the full 5 minutes.
Well, you say back and forth there, and I want to talk a little bit more about Bet, K-Bot, because as you noted, this is a team that beat Duck Motif earlier in the ladder just, maybe an hour and a half ago here. They're playing hot. But then they're also a team that seems like they can lose, and they did lose some sets to teams that didn't even make top 8. So I'm going to lean on your experience as a coach and many, many years in this game. What is it about some teams that can give them the highest of highs, but also sometimes some crushing lows?
You know, the interesting thing is a lot of strategies can work in Splatoon, Splat Zones in particular, and one that I imagine Bet is going to be thinking about, at least to some extent, is having Simo play the Tent Umbrella. That is a very polarizing, weapon in general in terms of how you are forced to play, because that Tent Umbrella canopy travels incredibly slowly. You'll have to continue working with your team to build up that extra space in front of the zone rather than having everybody dive in, throw some specials on top of the zone, and quickly cap to move forward. And so it's a different kind of way to play the game. And if teams can start picking apart that Tent Umbrella canopy with extra object damage from things like splat bombs or suction bombs, things that just hit a little bit harder, or other specials like booyah bombs or triple ink strikes really targeting that Tent Umbrella, it can really limit its ability to be effective in the strategy. And so that's really what I'll be seeing most notably here out of this Bet lineup. Will Simo go over to the Tent Umbrella, and how will Gourmet Race respond?
It's a great question, because as you've noted there, the Tent Umbrella is one of the few main weapons, I would say, that can drastically turn an entire game and even set on its head if you don't have the right loadout to deal with it. And for those of you at home who may not have seen a top-level Tent Umbrella player, there aren't a whole lot of them out there, so I wouldn't blame you, but it is a very, very unique match. We'll see if it is what comes out first from this weapon. Of course, shout out to Pico on the Spec Cam today, going to be treating you to the very best. It is the tent is out. But Kater, I'll toss it to you first. What do you see on this stage you love so much?
Well, right off the bat, both of these teams have chosen Pencil for their cooler option. No surprise there. Pencil able to get up on that canopy or somewhere in mid to control a lot of that zone, get the paint down. We're going to see like a bit of an interaction, 2 down to the side of Bet immediately as this opening seems to lean in favor of Gourmet Race. Pika here on the zone, getting that ink down. That's what this is all about. You can get as many splats as you want, but if you don't get the paint on that zone, that is the objective. We see Shiny here on that Pencil, building up the cooler for the rest of the team, and we do also have the splash on the side of Gourmet Race ready with that crab tank, so that likely is going to come out sometime soon.
Here we have some specials. The triple ink strike coming down, wonderfully played by Dante there, going below. It's actually just Miner over on the side with a couple triple ink strikes. Surely we see a jump out finally due. Now 70 ticks left on the timer here. A nice opening counter punch here from Bet. I love the way Dante is moving, kind of sharking beneath the opponents here. Simo with an opportunity to make something happen. Baited down. Nice pick up there by Zero. K-Bot, this has been a great response from Bet.
It has been so far, and they're really limiting Gourmet Race's options to get into the zone. You'll notice with that work on the right side, and then on the left, Pika was forced to jump one away after dropping, and now with just 28 ticks remaining, Ben is setting up incredibly well to look for knocking out here in general. Zero going on the flank angle behind everybody, but it looks like Gourmet Race was able to cap the zone and apply a crucial penalty even before getting shut down here by Zero.
Zero with 3 looking for the quad. Won't be enough, but 3 is going to allow everybody else to run in. A nice flank angle. Kader, you talked a little bit about this stage and how flank's so important here. What do you see about the way these teams are moving to get back in?
Well, both of them are both going through this core area, but also you can see paying attention to these side areas as Leaf gets a delectable direct on this S-Blast here. You have to watch both of those flank angles because they are so accessible by both teams. It really is just the different routes that make this map what it is. You have to watch for interactions on those sides. We're going to have Pika here on the crab tank. Gets one looking for the pick on Simo here, but the tent shield, like you were talking about, is an absolute resource sponge. It just soaks up all of that damage that is thrown to it. Gourmet Race solidly in control of this zone right now, and no penalty ticking down, but loses their splash and their slosher now, and you can see Simo on that lower right-hand side slowly moving into the zone, and Dante on the slosher not far behind. Here comes the Zuka. We'll see how this counter push and how this goes for them and how long they're able to keep the zone.
Waiting out these specials, so important. You want to try to use it to break through your own penalty, get as many points as you can. Take a look here now. Zero moving up, 2 shots, all it takes with this 52 gal. Nice work there. Simo trying to get the follow-up as well. They've corralled everybody. That's 2 down. I have to imagine Simo had a hand in that. That has allowed the 3rd wave of pressure to come up here. They've got the triple ink strikes. They are waiting. K-Bot, this is looking dangerous.
It is looking very dangerous, but a nice direct from Leaf onto Zero might alleviate some pressure. Simo, though, still on the back lines, pops the Trizuka here, looking for somebody on the backside. Shiny and Pika both going around the flank angle, trying to reach the zone, but it's too little, too late. And Bet is able to set up quite a lockout scenario with the splash wall from the 52 gal and the 10 umbrella canopy working in tandem to minimize opportunities to get towards the zone.
We talk so much about waves of pressure in Splatoon, and I know for a lot of people that's very easy to think about in relation to some of our other modes. In Rainmaker, of course, you feel the waves of pressure. They're running right at you. That's part of the mode. In Tower Control, of course, there's an objective that's moving at you. In Splat Zones, sometimes it's a little harder to visualize, but what a nice textbook way to show it right there. Zero starts the push, drops off the left side. Simo follows up after that, and then Dante on that slosher comes in for the 3rd wave of pressure. By the time anyone breaks out, the first 2 waves have respawned and they're back to it. Wonderful stuff there. And Kader, we talked a little bit about Gourmet Race early on when we were doing our little pre-work here. They had a very impressive showing in today's ladder, but they've made a top 8 before, and as K-Bot noted, got 7th place. It seems like when it comes to taking that next step, they just quite haven't found it yet.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Gourmet Race today in ladder did not fight any of our other contenders here in top 8. So when we were, looking at that board tried to connect all of the teams together in those wins and those losses and those matches, we couldn't actually fit them into the circle. So it's interesting to see how they're going to interact with Bet here and the rest of the bracket. And I know you were talking about the use of specials as well. I wanted to point out those strikes from Dante on the slosher when they got up onto the canopy. That is an extremely strong place for any player on the opposing side to be when you are trying to look for offense and get that lockout situation. And on that map at the end, you can see the marks of the strikes going deep into the base of
a Gourmet Race?
Yes, Gourmet Race. Just that goes to show just how solid that lockout was, that the paint wasn't even covered up.
And, you know, you talk about slosher here, and I think back to that age-old joke in the community of if you're a slosher player, you will always find work in this economy, which is to note that the slosher always finds a way to be relevant. Nearly every team in this tournament is running one. After week number 1, it was the most played main weapon in the entire league, and that says a lot. But I've just been told Tower Control is where we're headed next. Surprise, surprise. Tower Control is our game too. While we wait for the stage, K-Bot, tell the good people what they can expect to see here in Tower Control.
Well, Tower Control is incredibly interesting, right? And not a real surprise from Bet. We'll talk about that in a moment. But you'll have to jump on the tower to take control. And if no opponents are on the tower, it'll begin moving towards the goal. As that continues, you'll ride the tower through checkpoints on the way to the goal in the opponent's territory. And then, of course, if neither team reaches the goal, the team who comes closest to the goal will end up being the victor. I think Tower Control makes a lot of sense if you're Bet to lock in here early. It slows down the pace of the objective drastically. And what is that pace of the tower as it trudges forward? The same pace of the 10 umbrella canopy.
That's a good way to note it. Well, I will say as a reminder to everybody, the winning team, as K-Bot has noted here, does get to pick the mode, but the stage choice, the oh-so-important stage choice, does go to the losing team, and they have chosen Undertow Spillway. Interestingly enough here, so if you are worried about that Tense Umbrella, thinking that maybe if it's wide open and there aren't a ton of angles to approach the tower from, that can be an issue. But Cater, Tower Control here, there are angles aplenty to not only defend, but also to attack.
There absolutely are, especially around that second checkpoint that is up around the crates of the defending team. You can approach from that upper right-hand portion, but you can also opt to just drop into mid and then circle around to come from behind the tower. It really just depends on what we want to see. We're looking at a couple of comp changes here, interestingly enough, that looks like the vanilla mini Splatly coming out here from Pika's with that Ultra Stamp, going to be very valuable here, especially, it's an old buff at this point, but sometimes that Stamp Radius buff still catches me off guard.
Well, if you're counting on everybody being right next to each other, sometimes there aren't a whole lot of specials you'd rather have than that one. Shiny actually gets the tap shot there onto Zero, taking that out very nice. And for the time being, at least, it does appear as though Gourmet Race has found a little extra speed, a little way to attack, but they didn't take out all the players. That means it's going to be a little longer. Sometimes you got to be a little patient here at the start, K-Bot.
Do have to be patient, and I think there's going to be some adaptations that Bet also needs to make, because you'll note Simo has switched off the Tent Umbrella, going over to the Blaster here. I imagine that Mini Splatling from Pika was in that Ultra Stamp as a response to the Tent Umbrella, but without that in the stage at all, Simo electing not to play it here. It looks like there's going to be a lot more opportunities for this Gourmet Race team to get the ball rolling. They already have, now down to this second checkpoint, but Simo's starting to come in 3 down as everyone feels like they're wiped out.
Your first wipeout on stream, everybody. Very quickly that door was shut. Notably, no progress made on that second checkpoint, as Cater talked about earlier. That tends to be the point of no return on this particular stage, but now suddenly we've got a little bit of a skirmish in neutral here. The 2 going down on the left side here, so this is starting to go from bad to worse here from Bet. Simo not going to try to jump out there. Will get attacked and taken out. It appears that it's just Dante fighting it out with everybody else. Dante might be enough. Hold on. That was 2, maybe 3 that went down. Pika is waiting. Does get called out and taken out. Gator, talk about making the best out of a bad situation. I know they haven't broken through here, but I thought that was going to get even worse.
Absolutely. Situations like that can snowball, like you said, from bad to worse for a team. But Dante held the line and held space. We do now have Shiny on the tower. A lot of yellow ink getting put out here as Miner going for the pick. Unfortunately goes down to Zero here, who is going to go for the tower. Has to avoid that Booyah Bomb, but we do also have the strikes in response from Bet. Zero moving up with Dante. Has to avoid that Ultra Spam and does so successfully. Able to take out both Miner and Pika here. So very, very nice aggressive plays, and they have the whales at the ready as well. Dante here making sure nobody can stand on these ledges, and that tower is now back in into mid and past that first checkpoint for Bet.
Yeah, you would hope that with all that, they could at least clear here, and now the game really begins. You can see that they've identified where Shiny is at. They need to take out that ranged option. That is a big bubbler that is up on the tower here for a little protection. They call out the flank. Nicely done. That second checkpoint is fallen, and they took out Shiny somewhere off screen as well. Miner now has to be careful not to go down. Get swallowed up here. K-Bot, I'm going to pass it to you again. It's gone from bad to worse.
It's looking great for Bet right now. Simo and Zero both poking along with Dante. Look, even able to take out Leaf from such a far way away. Zero's moved up forward. The strikes are coming out as the momentum continues for Bet. Meanwhile, though, somebody cleared him out on the backside. Leaf looks like pits this tower with Pika, who is able to come up from behind. It doesn't matter, though. Tacticooler is out. The big bubbler is there. Pika will clean up the tower one by one, but no, still not enough as the jumps keep coming through. Leaf is now on the tower as it's just a party on top, and finally the wipeout comes through, but not a moment too soon.
Handled so well, my friend. So much action there to break down. Super jumping in with a big bubbler on landing is devious work and did get them those few extra points. So big now, and with only just say a little under 80 seconds on the clock, they've got plenty of opportunities to defend. It's just Pika up right now. They're still moving forward, taking Pika out as well, and now you would think Bet's gonna try to push forward without giving too much to Gourmet Race. Gator, this is such a wonderful position to play from. You can kind of let the tower do some of the work, set under drop, and wait for the opponent to come to you.
Absolutely, and that is what is happening here. You can see Pika here having to drop. The members of Bet waiting for Gourmet Race to come to them, but for momentarily there, we had a 3-down situation on Bet, meaning that Pika here can push up a little bit, get some more paint on the ground, but getting the Booyah Bomb cancel. Mecha here, a crucial pick on that with that pen there. Simo here has the bubbler at the ready, and all of the members of Bet have now picked up that Tacticooler. We're in the last 30 seconds of this match, and this is exactly where Bet wants to be. The tower under their control, the specials on their side as well. But comes Pika with the Ultra Stamp getting cancelled, unfortunately. And we have the strikes at the ready for both sloshers right now. Strikes getting popped, but Gourmet Race loses their slosher. In the last 10 seconds here, they're 3 down with Pika on that mini Splatling, the only one left, and that tower is solidly in mid. I don't know if the members of Gourmet Race have time to reach it right now. They're going to go and do everything they can, but with Dante getting those last 2 picks back to back, that is going to seal the deal for our second game.
And if you needed any 5-second play to kind of encapsulate how the whole back half of that game went, at the very end there, K-Bot, with the game way out of sight, Zero was already pitching a tent right in the spawn area of Gourmet Race there. It's wave after wave of pressure. Sometimes it doesn't go well, you get taken out immediately, and you say, well, okay, I'm gonna do it again, and I'm gonna do it again, and eventually it'll break the game open as we saw there.
And if you know Zero, you know that is exactly his playstyle. He will try again and again and again, specifically to harass the backline of the opponents, right? I think one of his key targets was making sure that Shiny on the Snipe Rider didn't ever feel comfortable getting set up. If you can take out the longest range threat on the opposing team, or otherwise make them feel uncomfortable sitting in their current position, you're gonna have a very large advantage over the rest of the stage, especially with control over the objective. That's what Zero's trying to do. You could tell he's feeling himself after a couple of multi-splat streaks in that last one, and we'll see how his momentum and how his team up ends up going, because the other thing I'm noticing with Bet is their ability to consistently take fights together is really what is key for them.
Yep, as we always say, great players win 1v1s, better players win 2v1s, because they don't get in 1v1s anyway. They're teaming up with their friends to make the magic happen. So, a great showing there again from Bet. Now suddenly Gourmet Race in a very, very tough spot, a spot that they've unfortunately found themselves in a couple times in this top 8. The winning team does get to choose the mode, so we are going to Clam Blitz now. We'll wait on the stage, but Cater, as we do, talk us through Clam Blitz, because it's a lot to take in.
Absolutely. Clam Blitz, one of the more esoteric and my favorite mode in this game. You have to collect 8 clams which spawn around the map in groups of 3, form a power clam which looks a lot like a football, and use it to break the opponent's clam barrier which protects the basket. Once the basket is open, 100 points have to be scored to win. Much like the other modes, there is a countdown timer. Once it hits 0, you knock out and you win. One small clam is worth 3 points. A large power clam is worth 20 points. If neither team scores 100 points and knocks out, the team with the fewest points remaining at the end of the game wins.
And an important other mechanic in Clam Blitz that we talk about quite a bit is what we have noted the pity clam is how we call it. It is a power clam that you get when you make a successful defense or when the opponent stops scoring, however that goes about doing. But it is a very valuable resource, K-Bot. We see more overtimes and fewer knockouts in this mode than any other, and a lot of times it's because as long as you have one power clam, even on the stage at any point, it doesn't even have to be in your hands, you do get that overtime and the game never quite feels over.
That's exactly right. That means there's a lot of opportunities if you're able to set up your push effectively that you'll at least have a chance to break the opponent's barrier as that clock reaches 0. So there's almost always time for response, and if you didn't hear the whistle blown, you can keep going for it.
Gotta keep fighting it all the way to the end. And another important facet of Clam Blitz that we see a lot is not only do you have to find a way to break in, because again, scoring one power clam, not the most difficult thing, but also not the best thing just to score one. It's can you sustain threats underneath your opponent's basket? And so you see certain weapons and certain specials do a great job of that. And listen, if you were tired of us talking about the 52 gal already, it's going to be a long evening, morning, afternoon, or whatever it may be for you here. Last week we saw what Goss was capable of doing. Here we've already seen what Zero's capable of doing. But Cater, there are a few things scarier than underneath your basket a 52 gal with a fully charged splash wall and a special waiting for you.
Absolutely terrifying. You are right about that. The 52, just with like the wall especially, has so much capability and presence in that small area underneath the basket. And a lot of teams will also adapt this kind of cycling method where once they get the clams in, some of them will toss clams into the basket to keep it open because there's a timer. Once you open the other team's basket, it is on a timer, and if you don't start scoring clams, it will close after a set period of time. So teammates have to go back and get clams, but other teammates also have to keep the fight going and keep the area around the basket under their control. So it's kind of this cycling method where one person says they're going to go get clams, another person says they're staying under the basket. And it's really that teamwork and communication that really makes Clam Blitz one of the litmus tests I use for team synergy.
Here we are, Inkblot Art Academy, not the mode that I thought we'd see it on, but alas, Inkblot shows itself as always here. Taking a look at the compositions, of course it is going to be a variant, the Sorella Tentabrella coming out here from... It is Pika who's going to be staying on that mini Splatling. K-Bot, of all of the Clam Blitz stages that we see, this one I find often is one of the most difficult to open that initial basket here. There's really only a couple of ways to get there, and the opponent knows exactly how that is.
But I think critically here, Bet switching back on over to have Simo on the Tentabrella allows that to open up more for them potentially. And so that Tentabrella canopy running right up the ramp as it goes right underneath the basket is the strategy that Bet will be looking for. Also, a lot of other stranger things you could do with it. Simo tries to approach. Minder's going to very quickly get that taken down as Gourmet Race has given themselves quite the opening to start collecting those clams and building their first power clam.
Nice opening here. Dante again working around the tree. Use every bit of the stage if you can, but that Ultra Stamp will come and finally collect. Now Zero's back there. They just continue to fight. I don't even know how Zero got over on this side, but is going to fight it out here. On the other side, though, that means that everybody else is attacking the tower. Great job there by Leaf. It's only Simo with the Trizuka who takes 2 out to slam the door shut there. There weren't exactly a ton of clams collected, so I'm not sure how real that threat was. And you know, Cater, that's another important part of this. It's nice to get the big numbers here. You take 2 or 3 out, but if you don't have the right resources when you make that push, it's almost for naught.
Absolutely. You might hear us talk about in this match and other future Clam Blitz matches the clam economy, which is the amount of clams that both teams have. You can see that right underneath the weapon icons at the top of your screen. And if a team gets those 2 down, 3 down situations, has the map control, has the ink that they need, but doesn't have a power clam, doesn't have enough power or small clams to flip the lead, then that push kind of ends up being for nothing, because it is, at the end of the day, the numbers on those timers that matter. Right now, we do see Gourmet Race, Shiny holding that power clam right now, getting a couple of jumps in, looking to make a push right now, but because they had a couple of members go down, they gave up a little bit of space, have to reckon with Zero behind them, but nicely taking them out. Shiny is going to opt to go on this right stack here, take the ramp, and we are going to see our first score of the game by Gourmet Race, taking that score down to 80. You can see that timer going. Pika is up there with the Ultra Stamp. We have the strikes as well, but we now need to get clams into the basket, and unfortunately, with 3 members going down and the Shiny there getting taken out, they weren't able to have any follow-up points-wise. So they are now at 80, and now Bet has that pity clam.
They have the pity clam, and more importantly, they have their opponent's side of the stage. That's another 2 that have gone down there, and we'll call it 3 there. Mecha's going to swim forward, and they only need 1 regular clam in order to take the lead. Mecha going to sit under here and try to give the teammates somewhere to jump. Meanwhile, Dante going to come through 71, so still not a whole lot if we're being perfectly honest. 2 minutes left in the game. Not big scores here. Leaf waiting, doesn't want to dive in too quickly, knowing that that basket's not quite yet open. And now comes the game of sharking right now. Zero waiting there on Miner, but doesn't collect immediately and gets taken out. But wait, hold on, the other 3 went down. Miner's like, I did my job, where's the rest of my team? Try to make this happen. It looked like they had a real opportunity. That power claim is gonna fizzle away. And K-Bot, 90 seconds left on the clock here. I mean, I told you it was gonna be difficult to score and open it up here, but I wasn't expecting this.
You know, Gourmet Race has had a couple of opportunities where they have had decent amounts of control of mid, but they can't bother going around and collecting clams because consistently there's another threat to deal with from Bet. Most often it's Zero sitting on one of the sides of the stage, just popping out of nowhere, and it's all of the sudden something you have to reckon with instead of starting to build up those clams. Maybe an opportunity exists now, though, as it looks like 2, 3 go down at this point. Simo's going to be able to find 1, but the power clam's still going to come through. 2 members still up for Gourmet Race. Will they be able to sustain this? It's looking difficult to tell, and in fact, Pika going to agree, back on away, try to play defense here in this very low-scoring game, but Mecha's already got a power clam and is looking to go up with Simo in this 10 umbrella canopy.
I mean, surely they're not going to just run right through the front door. They're going to have to... Okay, they did! They take the lead from it. Unbelievable. As soon as I say they can't do it, they find a way to. Mecha will not be able to score that second one here, but Zero does it instead! Finds a way to prove through, and crucially, that means that they're going to be safe from a single power clam stealing the lead back. Now, 2 power clams will take the lead, which means this is still plenty to play for here in the last 17 seconds. And Cater, this is what it's all about.
And this is where the pity clam comes into play, because you can see that score gave Gourmet Race that pity clam, but with being 3 down in the last 8 seconds of that game is not where you want to be, as all of this mid area gets taken over by Bet. We are about to see overtime now as Shiny picks up that power clam, but gets back into this corner here by the Zuka on the side of Bet, and is a little bit stuck up here in this corner. You can see 2 of the members of Gourmet Race are down. Shiny has this cooler, throws it, but only they are around, and they're just gonna get run over by the members of Bet. That is a wipeout, and now Zero is going to go in, look for the clams. That clam expires, and that is the end of our Clam Blitz match.
Fun all the way until the end, and as Bet gets the 3-0 over Gourmet Race, K-Bot, I just have to, give you your props right here, because at the very beginning of that, you said, hey, Simo on that 10th umbrella, better watch out. And of course I say, there's 3 up. Surely Simo alone won't be enough to get through there, but this is why we said earlier, so important to have the tools to combat a 10th umbrella, because if you've just got some main weapons, a shooter, and maybe a sniper rider firing at that, you're going to be able to get really, really far. That was enough to open it up, and make no mistake, all the pandemonium and chaos that followed around where Zero is able to find another power clam and players going down left and right, it's because of that initial opening created by that 10th umbrella.
And I think that's key, right? The pandemonium is what also feeds into the Tenebrellas strategy of being able to consistently buy and build the extra effective space that the team is able to hold. As long as Zero's continuing to create more chaos, the resources that Gourmet Race does have can't be effectively drawn to the Tenebrella, right? Pika no longer can just worry about popping the Ultra Stamp in order to decimate the canopy. Instead, or, similarly, Miner can't single-handedly pop the Triple Ink Strike only to take hit down that canopy. Instead, they have to utilize their resources getting Zero out of position, getting, their Slosher player out of position as well. There's so much to have to worry about all at once that while those resources did exist on the counterplay for Gourmet Race, they weren't able to use it because of just how hectic things were all of the time. Props to the team for continuing that.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket here. We got a quick one that we spectated there. On the other side, it looks like we got a few of those as well. Hypernova getting a 3-0 victory over Halcyon. We'll kind of highlight that and go back to it a little bit later because that was a matchup we kind of had circled from earlier. Meanwhile, Moonlight and Duck Motif, interestingly enough, at 1-1, our only set that's still ongoing. And Fofofo versus It's Shrimple, another 3-0. And Bet, as you saw, wins 3-0 as well. So Fofofo versus Bet will be on the winner's semis. Hypernova will play against the winner of Moonlight and Duck Motif. We'll wait on that. Meanwhile, Gourmet Race and It's Shrimple, which is another great story of all the teams that they fought to get through here, they will be battling it out in Losers Top 8. Halcyon will have to wait a little while. As we're waiting, though, I do want to go back and talk about just some broader concepts that we saw in that set. And K-Bot, I'll pass it back to you here because you hit on it beautifully and I want to go a little further into it. This idea of activity, right? Marshaling your resources to make a big, wonderful push is all well and good. The problem is that the opponent has a say in that, right? That's why it's a sport, right? Both sides have a sporting chance to make it happen. And we saw so many times there where it looked like there was enough opportunity to maybe make a push. And I mean this in all of the games that we saw. But one member of Bet would still be up and attacking maybe the anchor of what was going to be a push, the foundation of it. Then you have to turn around those precious seconds that you buy. It's activity over everything in Splatoon 3, make no mistake about it.
And that's the strategy that many teams will employ. I imagine we'll be able to pick apart that for multiple here tonight. Zero, of course, able to do that effectively on a 52 gal. Fofofo, Datkid is probably going to be playing a brush that's going to be looking to do the exact same thing, drawing resources away while sitting on an off angle to make sure that the team doesn't quite feel comfortable. And a large part of team strategy goes into who's going to be the one that's the instigator, right? They're not necessarily the one that's going to walk away getting all of the splats on the team, but they might be the ones that are drawing those resources away. And you can think of many examples and many different kinds of weapons that can do that effectively. We see 52 gal do it sometimes. You might see standard splatter shot do it some of the time. You might see something like a Splatana wiper or the Mint decavitator come out in order to do those very similar things. And depending on what a player is most familiar with will be probably what they end up going for. But to that end, right, the resources that that player is able to draw out means that the team won't have those resources on the offensive attack to actually get a push that moves the objective. And that is one of those key things that you need those specials for desperately, especially depending on what weapons your team and the composition that you're playing, if it's heavily special dependent or not.
Well, with that long and lengthy explanation from Coach K-Bot here, providing order to the chaos that we have watched here, let's talk a little bit about another sort of order and chaos coexisting. We've got a fun video about Splatfest as we wait for our matchup in Winners Round 1 before it gets to Winners Round 2. We hope we get a couple laughs out of this.
Hey Lily, great to see you again. Welcome back to the program. Splatoween is coming up, and that had me thinking. These Splatfests are wonderful community events, and it's not just for the current community as well, too.
They truly are. I have a lot of friends that don't play Splatoon as much now as I do, or some of my current friends, but I still get to see them every Splatfest because they all come out of the woodworks and join me for a few hours on a weekend to rekindle the friendship and have fun for a few hours while we pretend to care about sweet versus sour.
And it's so funny because, Nine, you can learn a lot about people through the Splatfests. And one week you might be their friend, and another week their foe, and that's what makes these Splatfests so amazing.
Well, Lily left off spicy there, which was the objectively correct choice from that specific Splatfest.
Okay.
So yeah, already my opinion dropping as we speak at an alarming rate of speed. Yeah, you learn an awful lot about your supposed friends as they stand across the battlefield from you. One tremendous tear seeps down and you say, really, I thought I knew you. And it turns out you didn't. They were always on the wrong side. They don't know how to choose properly. And jokes aside, it is fun to watch people take such silly concepts so seriously. Listen, if we can't have fun with this, what can we have fun with? So it brings out the best and the worst in all of us.
Well, the themes are certainly fun, but I feel like we're about to make some enemies amongst ourselves because it's time to talk about our favorite themes. And Lily, let's start with you again. You look across all these themes we've had. Which one or two do you remember the most?
There's been so many. I'm gonna have to veto the most popular right off the bat. Obviously, that was the toilet paper one from Splatoon 2. I'm just joking. Obviously, the most popular one was Past, Present, Future. It was amazing. The venue change, the lighting, the concerts, live the whole time. It was incredible. So I don't think we're allowed to pick any of those. They were just too good. So, I mean, going to my second favorite, the one near and dear to my heart, is obviously I like being pink. So anything that lets me be pink, I'm gonna go for that one. And one in particular stands out. It was vanilla versus strawberry versus mint chip. Love ice cream, love strawberry, love pink. There's no losing.
See, as someone that is a fan of chaos, there's a lot of order in that decision. So it says a lot about you sometimes. And Nine, how about you? I know there's plenty that have resonated with you over the years.
Well, Lily just vetoed the one that everybody would have gone. Yeah, that one. Absolutely that one. No, I may have cried a little bit during Grand Fest after it was all done. Squid Sisters forever. We won again. That's right. But those of you who know me know that I love a kind of under the radar video game called The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So when I saw that a Legend of Zelda inspired Splatfest was going to happen, Team Power versus Team Wisdom versus Team Courage, I of course jumped right in, and I had the courage to pick a team that I knew would lose, and that was Team Courage. I was repping my boy Link out there, had my sloshing machine, and I gotta say, the stage that they introduced there, the Triforce stage, I know to some it may have looked like a simple pyramid, but you gotta understand the unique geography of that level. It was so fun to play around, and hey, anytime there's a turf war area where I can in one Booyah Bomb essentially cover a quarter of it, I'm always a fan of that. We lost. I don't think that Team Courage scored a single point. I don't even think Team Courage came close to scoring a single point. There were actually no moral victories for me here. Like, I was totally in the wrong, but I had the courage to fight for it anyway. It was a great time. I can't even show you the awesome shirt that came out afterwards because my green screen would swallow it behind me. So, yeah, tough sledding out there for me.
Would you say that you didn't choose wisely?
Yeah.
Maybe you needed more power.
They did win by a landslide.
Well,
Ganondorf wins again, I guess.
You were courageous. So I had a couple. There was one I almost went with. I remember the money, fame, and love, and how money won. And I was just shocked because this world is all about love, relationships. Money can't buy you love. If you're famous, do people really love you, or do they love the fame? And I just thought people are just chasing the Benjamins. That's what they all care about, I guess. So I went to where my heart is, and that is food. The bread, rice, and pasta Splatfest I thought was going to be an easy slam dunk. Team Bread all day. Rice won this convincingly. What are you talking about? Bread is the best. Bread is it is manna. It is life. You can start a meal off with bread. It's the first thing they serve you. You can do breakfast in bread. You can do bread for lunch. You can put any kind of meat between two slices of bread and it's instantly elevated. Oh, your bread gets stale. Not a big deal. Put it in a salad. Now it's healthy and crunchy. I just don't understand how bread didn't win. And I have friends that don't eat bread and I have to question my friendship with them. It's not either one of you, but you just learn a lot about people, and you learn how it's just so lonely sometimes trying to choose the correct thing. And Team Bread.
I cannot believe that you would disparage the achievements of Team Rice. And in retrospect, I realized my tag being 9 whole grains is probably makes this a little odd that I'm fighting against bread.
It's in
Come
your
on.
name.
When you go to Hot Pot, when you go to a Korean barbecue, they give you a bowl of rice. Come on, rice is amazing. It's a staple food. Lily, help me.
They sometimes give you noodles, to be fair.
You can't argue with a name called 9 whole grains. If your name was Jasmine or Long Grain, then okay, you can have
9 whole grains of rice. How about that? How about that?
Okay.
And I mean, let's talk about bread across the world too. You have naan, you have croissants.
Melon bread. Are you kidding me?
Bread.
It is
Melon
one of the
bread.
best.
Okay, if that had been in the Splatfest, I might have chosen
bread.
it.
It's
It
in
was bread.
the
It
name.
was right
it's
there.
bread. Melon bread. Either way. Splatfest. Indecisively making us all together on the same page and having a lot of fun. Well, speaking of trying to have a lot of fun and learning things about each other, our good friend Nine gets a chance to teach Splatoon to another close friend of the community.
Well, we have returned from me taking my lumps out there discussing Splatfest here. I'm sorry, I thought you all had better taste, but apparently I'm on the wrong side. Welcome back, everybody. We are still waiting on our winners round 2 matchup that we're going to show you here. So instead, we're going to chat just a little bit about another concept we talked about earlier in that previous set, because believe you me, it's going to come up multiple times, and that's this idea of the order of operations and who you need to attack first. And Cater, you mentioned attacking the anchor, the backline of your opponent, so important, especially on specific stages and modes.
Absolutely. The backline in this case, or the anchor, is the role that it fills, is generally the longest range weapon on the team, tries to die the least, and provides their team with this kind of bird's eye view of the stage, of how the game is going, the status of everything, the objective. So you think about your Snipe Rider 5H, you think about your E-Leader, those are 2 very common backline weapons that we are definitely going to be seeing a lot of. In fact, we've also seen a lot of Snipe Riders. I choose to play the heavy edit Splatling. Not necessarily that far back, as it's a little more aggressive in its play, but it has that tactical special that is so important because that special gives buffs to the rest of your team, most notably that almost instant respawn. So when you are the Snipe Rider or the Heavy Edit or another weapon with Tacticaler, you're able to throw that down. Suddenly, your team gets a lot more flexibility in the aggression and the fights that they're able to take because the risk, the punishment for losing those fights is less because you don't have to wait the full 4 seconds to respawn. And that is, in part, why targeting that anchor of the other team is so important. A lot of the time, the weaknesses of those weapons is that it's more difficult to win a fight if you're rushed down. For example, the E-Leader, its whole deal is that it's got incredibly long range, longest in the game, but it takes a long time to charge up that one-hit shot. And so if you rush them down with bombs or with a high damage, high fire rate weapon, or even just an Inkzuka shot from across the map, that can take them out, and that opens the door because then you don't have to worry about the constant threat of that anchor weapon.
It is 2-2, we are being told, so the one set that we didn't spectate here is the one that is going the distance, Moonlight versus Duck Motif. A great clash, Moonlight, a team that's always been right on the cusp of breaking into that top 3, and Duck Motif has been pretty much in that same echelon for an even longer period of time, so we will get you that result just as soon as we have it. But we're talking about backline, so let's just continue discussing it here. Back in the day, we used to always talk about this rubber band theory, right? When it comes to your backline, which is that as your front line moves forward to attack, your backline player also has to move up with it as well. That's not always the easiest thing to do when you're playing an E-Leader or a Splatterscope or even the slightly more mobile Snipe Rider 5H, but we've seen time and time again, you have to find a way to contribute to the fights way ahead of you, even if you're a backline player.
I think that's one of the key things that separates the good anchor players from the great anchor players, is their ability to consistently be effective wherever the fight is happening. It's not about where the objective is, it's about where the fight is happening, which oftentimes, if you're trying to push the objective, is well ahead of the objective, right? You want to make sure that you're setting up your teammates to get into that space later and be well protected while they're carrying the Rainmaker or while they're protecting the Splat Zone behind them. And so with that in mind, a lot of that anchor play really comes down to trying to step up and take those fights. A player who I am consistently impressed with in doing that is Biscuit on FT Win. I know he's not playing tonight, but I have to shout that out for his ability to step up on the Snipe Rider, consistently contribute and be engaged in a lot of those fights. I think is probably just a testament to his ability to be flexible in the weapons that he plays. But in addition, it's contributing that much more to the team. As your Snipe Rider gets involved, it's a lot easier for the rest of the team to get them down, as that Snipe Rider provides just a little extra damage. Now, with the E-Leader, right, which we might end up seeing in the next set, we'll have to see that effectiveness, but now it's a little slower, as you mentioned, to get it set up, and it's going to be all about, can the rest of the team do the little protect the president dance, right? Of set up for that E-Leader and make sure that they are untouched, unfazed, and unharmed to have that calm ability to line up the shot.
Well, we've just talked about E-Leaders, we've talked about all these back lines. I guess we can talk a little bit about the two teams that are fighting it out now as we wait for that Game 5, because an interesting note here beyond the achievements of Moonlight and Duck Motif is that they are two of the only teams that don't typically run Snipe Rider 5H. Now, you've seen in those earlier sets where both teams ended up running a Snipe Rider 5H and it was non-negotiable. These are two teams that opt to use either the E-Leader sometimes, or in the case of Bandit on Duck Motif, the splatter scope. And these other long-range weapons mean that some of the frontliners have to provide it as well. And again, we are waiting on the results of that still. It will be Hypernova who is waiting in the wings, but since the word of this particular conversation seems to be backline here, Kater, talk a little bit about when you do have a non-tacticooler providing backliner. Typically that means the NZAP 85 comes out. Talk about NZAP 85 and particularly what that means for a comp when one of your frontline weapons that plays support also has to provide the tacticoolers.
Well, providing the tacticooler, placing it is half of the battle. You want it in a position where teammates can easily access it, not too far forward so that teammates don't have to risk their lives in order to be able to get it, because once that tacticooler is on and on the map, it is a focal point and a target for the other team as well, because the other team knows that members of your team are going to be flocking to the tacticooler to get its buffs. Now, when you have the tacticooler on a backline weapon like the Snipe Rider 5H, sometimes they have to move their position a little bit, but that NZAP is generally with their frontline Slayer teammates. Generally, they're in that position to immediately provide the benefits of the tacticooler to them without having to change their position much. This also comes in the form, though, of them not having another special that might be more useful in those situations, such as Bubbler for protection, or Reef Slider for that extra, zone capping. It's sometimes hard to describe Reef Slider as a special with the amount of silly things that can happen with it and the interactions with the terrain, but we're talking about Tacticooler now. So when you have that, Tacticooler isn't a special that provides shelter or provides damage or provides any screening type, like the Ink Strikes can provide a smoke screen for escape. And so sometimes that makes the flow of play a little bit different when you don't have that special to rely on from one of those team members that is up front and painting a little more. However, it does also free up that backline player, meaning they don't have to worry about the tacticooler placement or their status on the cooler and how they have to position themselves relative to their teammates. They can kind of just, especially in the case of that leader, set up on those perches and those hard to reach places, and as long as they're protected by their teammates on the ledges that they're on, they can really just do their own thing.
Folks, you are getting a treat here. You've got Coach Cabon on one side and Professor Cater on the other side here, giving you the fundamentals of what makes these teams so strong. And you know what? We know one of our teams that's going to be up next, so let's talk about him. Hypernova. Plenty to talk about him, plenty of notes here, and I'm going to pass it to, I wonder, how about the coach of Hypernova, K-Bot, who Some of you may be saying, oh, won't K-Bot be a little bit biased? I'd be more worried about K-Bot being anti-biased against the team that he coaches here, but this is a storied team, especially in this more modern era of Splatoon. Talk to us a little bit about this team, because they are one of the few teams that's competed in all 3 weeks here. They've had good matches against good teams, but also sometimes a player playing a different weapon can knock them off. Talk a little bit about Hypernova, because we're going to get to watch a lot of them soon.
Where do I even start? There are so many thoughts that I could potentially take this in terms of what Hypernova is as a team and what we tried to do, I suppose, in the first place. But I suppose I will start by saying that, a lot of community members have seen the old version of Hypernova, where Dat Kid is playing Inkbrush, Lexi's back on the Snipe-Writer, and then Headlow and Synapse are on their pretty standard Wiper and 52 gal weapons. But that composition has obviously changed up quite a bit. Dat Kid isn't playing with Hypernova for the league, instead going over to fofofo. And so in that way, we've had Fishy and Captain Happy come in to this lineup, supporting and rounding out the roster. And I think we're still trying to figure out exactly how everyone's going to gel, but I know the pieces are there, and it makes for a pretty interesting lineup, I think, overall. There's a lot of different identities we can go for, but it is a little slower in general pace than what folks who've seen the old Hypernova roster might be used to in general. It's not uncommon now to see us try to play something like a longer range pro, providing, as Cater kind of mentioned, the extra, supportive weapon that can help out in those fights, provide a little bit of extra damage, and that very important engagement special altogether. And that Forge Splatshot Pro allows us to do exactly that with a Booyah Bomb. Also, the Frozen Pro is a common pick for a variety of different reasons, for the Tenta missiles and things like that. And so I think this team is still trying to figure it out. The other interesting thing, of course, is that today, Fishy is out and Half is playing with this roster, often playing the Splash-O-Matic, and that Crab Tank is kind of that supportive style. So a lot of different things to kind of consider with this team overall, and as you probably can tell, I have a lot of thoughts continuing on, and they're very scatterbrained across Oblivion, and I'm curious to know how they're going to be able to deal with this huge anchor threat that they'll be playing up against, whoever it ends up being.
Well, we'll go ahead and pull the scope in a little bit and take a look at the bracket here, just to recap on everything that's going on. Because we are at a 2-2. We are at a 2-2, everybody. This is still a best of 5 right now. And I'm going to give one of these two teams a medal for winning the longest best of 5 match that I have ever seen, or not seen, as the case may be. They must be fighting out every single time. On the bottom, you see it's Shrimple currently up 1-1 or 1-0. And we're getting word now Duck Motif got the win. Can we get any confirmation there? Duck Motif got the win, apparently. 3-2, and that is a huge win for Duck Motif, who had lost a couple sets earlier today, lost one set to Bet. We weren't certain if this was going to be the Duck Motif that we knew, but last time, Moonlight outplaced Duck Motif. We said that this was an opportunity for these teams to get some big points, given that the top 3 teams were not here. Duck Motif seizing the opportunity, and at last we can tell you it'll be Hypernova versus Duck Motif in winners semifinals. We're gonna get right onto that as soon as we can pull the teams into the set, but what a match to get to this point. And Cater, Duck Motif, we can now finally talk about them. We know that they're here. It seems like they're one of the teams we talk about every week, and frankly, every tournament. They are running their main roster today. They've got Kara, they've got Drift, they've got Bandit, and of course, the legendary brush player, Red Shell 1.
Absolutely, Red Shell, a treat to watch. I love Brush gameplay because it is pretty much the exact opposite of what I witness all the time. I am the anchor player for my team. I play the heavy edit splatling, I put out the tacticoolers, I go, hey guys, here's a tacticooler. Where are you guys? Please come back to the zone and help me. And so watching the point of view of a brush, go around and do all of the crazy chaotic things that my weapon does not do is always incredible to see. And I do also want to point out that actually during our ladder phase today, Duck Motif did face Moonlight before and beat them 2-1 in their set. So Duck Motif winning here and being able to face our next team is very big. It makes it's kind of a history repeating itself almost.
Well, we know, surprise, surprise, it's going to be Zone starting it out here. K-Bot, I know that we talked a lot about these two teams, and again, for those of you who've been collecting your, bingo stamps as this has gone along, yes, this is the same Duck Motif that won preseason week 1. They've proven that they can beat just about anybody and take games, but I'm curious if you've got any other thoughts.
Hey, it's the battle of the preseason winners, right? In these two, as Hypernova was able to win the second week there. And again, this will be interesting because I think, like I've kind of mentioned, the things that personally I would like to see Hypernova play in order to counter something like an E-Leader, I don't know if they're going to pull out. Obviously, my hands are tied today. I don't have any influence there at all. So I'm interested to see what my own team's going to come up with in order to answer what they're about to go up against, both in the form of Red Shell's brush and, how pesky that can be to dislodge, but in addition, how much space that Bandit might be able to provide Duck Motif on the E-Leader. I think it'll be a very interesting dynamic to watch out for. For that matter, I think Bandit's been going over to things like the Splatter Scope or Splat Charger for something like Rainmaker. The Ink Vac, we've seen a rise in priority over the course of a lot of Rainmaker games. And so, those are other things I think to be looking out for. It's not just the E-Leader, but the Charger's going to play pretty similarly to that E-Leader.
So another interesting thing to note just from keeping stats on these two teams is that these are two of the best teams in the league thus far at turfing very efficiently. I know that seems like an odd metric, but I want you all to kind of take a look as we watch these players, and maybe you've picked up on it already. The ability to know when you have those precious seconds to kind of 180 around, get a bunch of turf, get yourself a little bit closer to your special, make it a little easier for your team, or just give yourself a little bit of room to maneuver when the fight comes, because it will come eventually. But that is something that these two teams have been very, very good at. K-Bot, we were discussing a little bit. I think Fishy not being here is a huge blow to Hypernova because Fishy has been kind of almost a second anchor here on that Forge Splattershot Pro and the Splattershot Pro Frozen, keeping things stable to allow those front runners to move up and not putting quite as much pressure on Captain Happy on that Snipe Rider 5H. So I think that dynamic's going to be really interesting. Sometimes those little gaps that can form when you don't have that sort of stability means more room for the brushes to move in to attack. And to the credit of Duck Motif, they don't change things up a whole lot. I mean, they've got a couple different weapons that they can bring out from Red Shell, who will play some wipers as well as maybe that brush, but there's not usually a whole lot of change. They're going to be bringing an NZAP 85 since they don't have a Snipe Rider, and typically Drift, who may be going by Vexen in this tournament, will also be playing the 52 gal, and that's kind of a formula and a foundation that has worked for them, Cater, when you have a backline player who knows what they're doing, kind of an opening, engaging style weapon in that 52 gal, and then a brush for the skirmish. It's very replicable to move forward in attack.
Absolutely, you kind of have that formula of how you're going to create pushes, create openings for your team. This skirmisher going in, drawing attention, creating an opening either by way of drawing resources to them, baiting out specials, or even getting picks on that off angle that the other team doesn't expect. Meanwhile, you have your Slayer, your more kill-focused weapon, also looking for those picks, perhaps teaming up with your skirmisher weapon, and then you have the other two more steady, solid support weapons that are able to capitalize on that opening, that opportunity, and take the very crucial areas, which, like you said earlier, are often the areas just in front of that objective. When you're playing tower control, for example, you want to control not just the area around the tower, but the pathway that the tower is following, so that the opposing team isn't able to get set up. In a lot of maps, that is going to be the generally slightly elevated area right after mid, what we often call plat or court, that area where once you get set up, it's a lot easier to start forcing that lockout situation, to get specials to prevent the other team from getting back into mid, to get all of that ink down so that the opposing team doesn't have maneuverability, doesn't have room to find those flanks or those opposing routes. And once you have your more stable weapons set up, then it just is a matter of really getting your nails in and just holding that lockout.
Well, talking about stability is so interesting because I'm sure to a lot of people watching, they're like, what, stability? I didn't see any stability in that last set.
It's very chaotic.
But it's so important to note that having the right idea most of the time is sort of how Splatoon ends up going, and then a lot of it at that point is just improvising. We've just been told at last it will be Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. This is one of the tried and trues, I would argue, K-Bot, but this is where I think the difference in the backlines that are going to be brought to this fight could be very, very intriguing. Barnacle and Dime, a longer, slightly more narrow zone compared to some that we see, but it is perfect for the Snipe Rider 5H to simply turf every little bit. 5 shots with that thing once it's fully charged can oftentimes take a whole zone, but where the E-Leader likes to perch can hit the Snipe Rider from angles that Snipe Rider cannot return the same sort of favor. I'm curious as to your thoughts on how that might play out.
Yeah, you know, interestingly, the range difference isn't all that much. As a matter of fact, I think the Snipe Rider 5H has comparable range to the unscoped E-Leader 4K. And so it's not that big of a difference, but to your point, it is enough to make a difference. And I think in a lot of those cases, looking for how Bandit's going to start getting set up, and again, how far ahead the rest of the members of Duck Motif are going to be able to run is going to be really telling for whether or not a lockout situation can happen for Duck Motif. Whereas I think Happy will be much more aggressive at taking the opponent's side of the stage and running up there with the faster presence of the Snipe Rider.
Well, here we go, folks. Finally into it. Another shout out to Pico on the spec cam. As promised, it is the E-Leader coming out here from Bandit, and Captain Happy will be holding it down with that Snipe Rider 5H. Outside of that, it's very comparable on both sides here, Cater. The one big pivot between the two teams, one side has a Splash-O-Matic that's already down, and the other side is Red Shell on the brush.
Yeah, I want to note that this is the third brush kit as well, so you've got not one that you necessarily see as often. We do also have the Frozen Slider Shot Pro making an appearance, so Kara with that Splat Bomb and those missiles going to be very important missiles, really just kind of forcing your opponent to play a small game of dodge the missiles and forcing them to move to possibly reveal themselves or displace them. They can be a very, very important tool. Vexen here getting that pick on Henlo and almost to their whales as well. That's going to be an important special for displacement for zoning, and you can see the brush has that special as well. So Duck Motif solidly in control of this zone right now. You can see Bandit all the way on the right side of your screen. Meanwhile, the members of Hypernova are trying to find this break back, and Henlo opting for the Greats angle here, having the missiles as well to hopefully displace the members of Duck Motif, but our time is getting tight here as we are at 14 ticks and counting. Red Shell does go down, but is that going to be enough? Henlo on the zone trying to get paint down, but the zone still has not flipped, and that is our game 100-0 for Duck Motif.
Well, we had to wait that long for the game, and it ends in 1 minute and 15 seconds. All right, there we go. Well, folks, you can see why we talked up Duck Motif in that fashion, and there were a lot of moments inside that basically one-moment game that we can break out and, you know, kind of talk about a little here, but K-Bot, the one that I'll talk about since we didn't really get to spectate the player, Red Shell, had on that Comet Octobrush the Kraken Royale, a special that in all the specials we've discussed today we really haven't talked about. Barnacle and Dime is a game of, can you prevent your opponent from getting to their raised area that overlooks the splat zone safely? If the answer to that is yes, you're going to find yourself winning a lot of games. And I loved the timing of that Kraken Royale and the follow-up with the Tenta missiles as well, executed in perfect harmony.
Yeah, I mean, you must have read my mind, Nine, because I was going to mention the Kraken specifically of that Comet's Octobrush out of Red Shell. The thing about what the Kraken's able to do is, of course, as an invulnerability special, Red Shell is, you're forced to just back away, right? Unless you want to go down and give your own life, you are going to be forced to back away to give space to the Kraken. And his ability to position into a spot where that Kraken's going to be impactful and preventing Hypernova from getting on top of their own stack, those boxes on their side of the zone, as you called out, is critical. That Kraken's going to be able to be very successful in doing that and effective at doing that, especially in an E-liter composition. I kind of like to categorize specials in terms of what they can do, and oftentimes I categorize a Kraken as a more stalling special. It's able to buy space and keep space more than it is an engagement special that's meant to run in and enable other teammates to go forward. Keeping the space around that stack was critical out of that Kraken Royale.
Well, and there's a number of different ways to look at a game of Splatoon. You, of course, look at the players first, so that's how most people end up doing it. You look at the weapon compositions, but you also look at how they attack certain parts of a given stage, and you sort of build everything out on that. And you're exactly right here. The Kraken Royale hits that specific spot of the stage. It means the opponent can't really do a whole lot of what they want, and once you get away from that, you've stalled, I mean, what was that? I mean, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20 seconds on the timer that you've earned yourself from that play at very little risk to yourself. So excellent work from them. We've been told now Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins is where we're going, and we're going there in a hurry. These teams are ready to fight it out here. Great stuff. Love it here. Cater, taking a look at the compositions. It's going to be Henlo switching over now, or I guess staying over on that Frozen Pro here. So it's triple shooter composition. On the other side, it's a lot of the same coming out of Duck Motif.
Yeah, we do have Bandit switching over to that new splatter scope, so that is the one with Crab Tank. Another special that we've only talked about a little bit on the kit of the Splash-O-Matic. So this charger having that Crab Tank, it's already going to be set up in those high grounds in the spots that Crab Tank is usually used, making it even more efficient. You can see Synapse here actually very early on going up trying to get that splat on another member of okay, well, we do have, I was going to talk about that, but we can talk about the 3-down situation that Duck Motif finds himself in. Instead, half all the way on the dome of Duck Motif, and all of these clams going in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, we are down to 62 on that timer, and you can see Henlo here coming back with 3 more clams, bringing that to 53. This is management of clam economy. You can see other members are staying here to fight. For example, Synapse here, maintaining that space around the basket while other members had gone back for clams. Now this pushes over, Synapse going down with the whales, not able to pop them, unfortunately, and Duck Motif taking this chance to take over that right side of the map. Vexen and Red Shell both pushing forward here.
Great work there. The shuffle of the clams, and now Red Shell going to try to start some sort of engagement here with this Kraken Royale. Of course, you can't go over on those grates and you'll fall through knowing that Captain Happy dancing around should be able to close it out. Is not it. How did neither one of them go down there? Both of them had to be sitting at about 1 HP there, and that's, yeah, pretty much going to end any sort of hope that Duck Motif would have had. They're going to have to back all the way up, and K-Bot, this is a completely different Hypernova.
That's key comms coming out from Hypernova, who's happy screaming, I need help, I need help, I need help on grates. I know I've heard that one exactly before, and with the wipeout, or effective wipeout, it allows Hypernova to at least throw in another power claim into the basket. They're not overly committing for this, as they know they've got the lead, and it's more important to try to maintain that, but those 2 picks there against Duck Motif are critical. Even still, it's 3 power claims online for Duck Motif, and Bandit already popping the Crab Tank on this camo charger, trying to buy a bit more space.
Bit more space. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, but you can see that both of these teams here actually having power clams, kind of just biding their time, though. Half here opting to pop this Crab Tank on the left-hand side to open up some more space for Hypernova, so they seem hungry to extend their lead even further as they get that other cooler down and another power clam into the basket, all the way down to 11 right now, as Captain Happy coming in with even more clams to seal that. We are 1 power clam away from a knockout here, and that is going to do it. Our second knockout, but now it goes to Hypernova.
Great work there. I mean, hey, as long as we had to wait for this set, these 2 teams not interested at all in prolonging this one, or maybe they are with game count, but surely not length of game here. Great show. I will point out that last week we only had 18 knockouts in the entirety of top 8. We've seen 2 in this set already, and
And 9 ends up disconnecting, it appears like a little bit. Maybe he's back, but yeah, to that point, right? These teams certainly know their play style and know their strategy. I think in the key moments here, we've talked so much about how a team with a proper anchor wants to get set up and provide that solid and hold that solid space for an eternity, exactly what Splat Zones allowed Duck Motif to do. But here on Umami Ruins with Clam Blitz, the consistency of the re-engagement from Hypernova and those Teta missiles, which kind of continue poking and prodding towards the back lines of Duck Motif, are what allows them the opportunity to build that space, continue to be more effective, and as long as they're in consistent communication with one another and coordinating how they're deciding to attack, it ends up going through quite nicely.
Great showing again there. I am back. Sorry, the hype of that game simply threw me into another stratosphere, so I had to bring myself back into the world. But yeah, these teams, again, you've seen now, when you watch a game number one like that and you say, okay, clearly Duck Motif is a step ahead, right? This is a team that has been on, I don't know, you look at that and you say, okay, these two teams don't belong in the same lobby. The beauty of Splatoon is there are in every game a handful of coin flip situations that will turn a game entirely on its head. Now, to Hypernova's credit, that was 2 or 3 different situations where they cleanly outplayed Duck Motif both in positioning and execution, so have to give a tip of the cap to them. But Cater, we are moving now to a mode that we haven't gotten to spectate thus far on stream, and that is, love it or hate it, Rainmaker.
Rainmaker, I believe this is the last of our 4 ranked modes that we get to explain here. You have to pop the Rainmaker shield that is protecting the Rainmaker and pick up the golden fish itself to take control. Then that team member has to carry the Rainmaker to a checkpoint pedestal, and then after that advance the Rainmaker to the goal, both of pedestals of which are in the opponent's territory. If neither team reaches the goal, the team who comes closest to the goal wins, and that is measured similarly to other modes in points. 100 to 0. The closer you are to 0, the closer you are to winning.
And hold on to your hats, because once this game mode gets going, it is go, 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 go. Not to be confused with fofofo. But we saw in our last week's action, K-Bot, Goss single-handedly taking 5 members of the opposing team out. There's only 4 members of a team here, and they still managed to find a way to get 5 down almost immediately here. But one player, one situation can earn you a knockout in this mode, sometimes unlike any other.
And the key thing that I'm looking out for, I kind of teased it a little bit earlier, but I do believe it'll come through here. The Ink Vac is likely going to come out from Duck Motif on Bandit's Splat Charger. That'll allow that straight runaway as they bend around the corner and have a straight shot down to the pedestal on Humpback Pump Track between the checkpoint and that final knockout location. It's a huge chance to get a lot of points on the board so long as they're able to get that set up in the first place. It'll be Hypernova's job, of course, to take out that Ink Vac before it can get rolling, because at the moment, it's really hard, Nine, to deal with that Ink Vac and overload it like you were able to previously.
Well, here we go. We've got all the ingredients for a fantastic show. Sure enough, we've got an Ink Vac on one side. We've got 52 gals on both sides. The Horseshoe of Doom hasn't changed, so just about every highlight that we got to watch last week should be on the table for this one. It's a quick and early engagement here to start it out. I do want to note that Henlo has switched off of the Frozen Pro, now going over instead to the Splatana Wiper, a weapon that very familiar with, and K-Bot playing a special here, maybe one of the few tools in the toolkit that can deal with a well-placed Ink Vac.
Well, my hope is that's the exact reason why Henlo picked the Wiper here. With the Ultra Stamp to come out, it's not a matter of actually getting the ink to take out the Ink Vac. It's a matter of being able to actually find the splat with a direct hit. Red Shell, though, is going to be able to find this pedestal early, which could spell disaster here, especially if Bandit's able to get set up. You see the Vac come out. Here comes Kara rushing for it. Henlo gets taken down as Vexen was swinging on that side, and a push down to 30 here for Duck Motif with the opportunity to go for a few more. Vexen's able to pick up, and now Red Shell continues to take down Happy. The threat continues potentially here for Duck Motif.
Fight going on way away from it, and it's a wipeout there, and that should be the end of it. Can anybody even respawn in time? No one gets even close, and unbelievable, a 3rd knockout in 3 games. Folks, I'll continue to reference the stat. We only had 18 in all of last week. in this set, we've already had 3 knockouts. These teams, to borrow an old cliche, trading haymakers. And Gator, we said earlier, listen, we know what the 52 gal can do there. We know how Rainmaker goes. We know that the Inkbat can open it all up. We got all of that and more.
We absolutely did. I'll throw it back a little bit to Splatoon 2 when there weren't checkpoints for Rainmaker, and we could have games in what you called a Rainmaker moment, where the game was over in 15 seconds. And with the addition of checkpoints, usually that doesn't happen, but sometimes we still have a game like this. Humpback Pump Track is one of those maps where no lead you have is a safe lead. The only way to guarantee a win is to knockout, because, like you were talking about, it's that stretch. The first hurdle is getting around that elbow where that first checkpoint is. The second hurdle is that stretch of stage between the checkpoint and that goal, right? And the farther you can get, every single point on that stretch counts. And with that wipeout situation at the end pretty much spelling the end of the game, that is pretty much textbook in what you want for Rainmaker, especially on such a finicky map like this.
Well, and K-Bot brought up something really important at the start of that game, which is that first checkpoint fell awfully quick. Now,
Yes.
It tends to be a foregone conclusion between 2 teams of, reasonably even match, that first checkpoint's going to fall for both teams eventually. When it falls that quickly, it completely changes the dynamic of the game, because that typically means that the opponent has less room to build up their own specials. You've only got so much room in your own spawn area to turf up. That means you might not be able to build up your tacticooler, and that tacticooler loop starts going away from you. You can't build as many defensive resources, and if you go down without getting that tacticooler, that means you're not going to be back in time. You kind of saw what it looked like there at the end in a wipeout. You've got to try to force a play, and if it doesn't go your way, that can be it in a hurry. It went about as bad as it could have possibly gone, really, from the get-go there for Hypernova, but we also said that about the Splat Zones game, and they clearly retaliated. We'll be going to Tower Control next. We are still waiting on the stage. Of course, many of them still on the table. Good old-fashioned Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control still on the table as well, but it is going to be Hagglefish Market instead that we are going to. This is a beloved one, K-Bot, for a lot of different reasons.
It is beloved. I'm surprised because I feel like Hypernova up to this point has played more Inkblot than anything else. But going over to Hagglefish here, I imagine feeling a little more confident in approaching angles, maybe some opportunities to try to, pick off Bandit. And as long as they're covering their flanks effectively, it'll be difficult for Red Shell to cause an element of surprise. So I think that's the overall strategy here from Hypernova, and those flank angles really are important to control, both on the left and right side. There are channels on those sides of the map, and as long as you're able to consistently look over towards those, or if your opponent isn't looking, I should say, you might be able to swim up, cause that element of surprise, and all of a sudden there's that 52 gal that's staring you at the face with a very quick time to splat.
Very quick. I mean, some of the quickest that you will ever see, especially if those first 2 shots hit. And the threat that also provides when you jump up onto the top right side where your opponent has that elbow that they can use to defend. We already saw what that looks like on Splat Zones when Zero was leading the charge for Bet. If you get up there in Tower Control too, it's sometimes even scarier because, again, you've only got so many angles that you can come and defend from. Typically, if a Tower Control stage is beloved, it's because you get to attack in a variety of vibrant ways, and I would say Hagglefish Market certainly can fit that bill, especially depending on what types of specials that you have brought in. So this could be it for Hypernova. Again, they only have one more chance to hold on to this. On the other side, Duck Motif looking to punch a very, very quick ticket to the winners finals. The teams are in the lobby. We'll get it started. And let's take a look and see if we have any changes between these 2 compositions. Cappuccino rides us in here. It's Triple Shooter back again. Gator on the other side. We didn't expect any changes coming out of Duck Motif. They're going to ride this out till the end.
Yeah, I do want to note Bandit on that E-Leader scope, I believe they're running Respawn Punisher. If you're not familiar, that ability means that opponents that you splat take longer to respawn, but if you are splatted, it also takes longer for you to respawn, which is why weapons like that E-Leader want to make use of it. They're trying not to get splatted, and their main goal is to splat those far away. We've got 1 down on both sides, make that 2 down on Hypernova right now, though that cooler was clearly out as the Splash-O-Matic is right back with their Crab Tank fully charged. You can see the channels on the left and right members trying to use that to get a little bit of a flank, a little bit of a jump in, but getting called out and taken down. Hypernova is the first to get on the tower, but very quickly going to go 3 down with their pencil. Captain Happy having to back up here, being the only one left on the board, and getting taken out as well, I believe, from Bandit on that E-Leader. So the lead, as small as it is, will flip here to Duck Motif as they set up with these missiles, and we have the Kraken at the ready as well. Bandit sitting happily on that tower, puts out the Wavebreaker for a little bit more information. You can see Red Shell on that Kraken on the top left corner here, wreaking absolute havoc in this court area and just forcing the members of Hypernova to back up and wreck and go face to face with this Kraken. Despite being the last one alive, Bandit is still putting down points on this tower and getting jumps in with their teammates.
Great work all the way there. Is Bandit now trying to tap shot here all the way down to 24. Finally back, finally a wipeout. K-Bot, we sort of buried the lead here. There is no Tacticooler here for Duck Motif. They were respawning awfully quickly even without it here. I love the way they're attacking and taking advantage of having 4 true specials.
And sometimes it's those 4 true specials that are undervalued in comparison to what the Tacticooler can do. Of course, you see how many teams use it. It must be good, but the effectiveness of each of these specials and their ability to continue buying space for the team, buying space around Bandit, and being able to set that up is going to be what Duck Motif is looking for. We'll see whether or not Hypernova can start squashing that now as Henlo tries to approach the tower, but again, met with Red Shell, who continues to swarm around the tower, and this Wavebreaker is a constant annoyance, thorn in the side of Hypernova.
The world's strongest Wavebreaker here. I think that was a lead contributing factor to that early 3-down situation. Listen, this is still a very strong special if you throw it at the right angle, if the opponent is not expecting it. They do still have to play a bit of jump rope, but if you're not expecting it, that can be hard to do. Meanwhile, another special, once again, pairing up this Kraken Royale with those Tenta missiles to try to get in. Hypernova is wise to the trick at this point, but through all that, they got Kara in. Again, gets swallowed up, so the tactics, Gator, you can see come through just a little bit off, and Hypernova has a golden opportunity to take a lot of points.
And that they are doing right now at that first checkpoint. It is falling quickly as Captain Happy and Half both on that tower making use of the multi-person boost. Also, we see them using that tower to get onto that upper right-hand point where the Crab Tank is going to be popped, quickly shot out, but that is a great place for it to be to defend from. Happy still on this tower. We are down to 28 and counting, and we may see a lead flip here. There it is. Hypernova taking the lead, and that is another 3-down situation for Duck Motif. As you can see, the members of Hypernova just so far up, so aggressive play. We already got down to 6, and Synapse here still getting points, opting to run though, as they are the last member on the board, all the way down to the single digits, 6 remaining for Hypernova, and they took out that 3rd checkpoint as well. So if they have another push that they want to make later in this game, they are not going to have to worry about the delay from that.
Shu is on the other foot now. Hypernova with the lead gets to play defense now, and this is where you could really see that Tacticooler advantage, give them more opportunities to defend. Red Shell goes in, almost gets that other player. There was somebody swimming behind them the entire time. Hold on. Did they find a way to escape? It looks like they jumped out, and on the top of the screen, I see an awful lot of members of Hypernova going down. Bandit trying to eye up where Captain Happy is, misses that first shot, gets the Wavebreaker out to assist. They are standing on this checkpoint, get taken out before they can get any points. The flank coming through from Half. Red Shell will stand there. Will it be enough to clear the checkpoint? Getting battered around is this Kraken Royale. They will bail out of it. That is not a clear of the checkpoint, K-Bot. So as scary as it was, that's a very successful defense from Hypernova.
That 9-point difference, 9, I think comes down to the Tacticooler that you called out earlier, because Hypernova had that at their disposal, and now they're continuing to clean up, punishing Duck Motif even further, and you see Synapse start moving towards this right side, and he's going to be able to pop out, catch some of the members of Duck Motif by surprise. No, is actually going to get called out by 2, finds a trade, overtime is going to happen, but Hypernova with control over the tower is going to send us to everybody's favorite, a decisive turf war game.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, now I think we know where Game 5s are. If you want to see Game 5s, just spectate Duck Motif as they go through their run in a tournament. Another Game 5 set, but fortunately this time we get to watch it and see all the action here. I will note for everyone keeping track at home, we were oh so close to having all 4 of our ranked modes end in knockouts. That has not happened in any set so far in the Splatoon 3 North American League Top 8. So what a wonderful almost scoregami that would have been. There are no knockouts in Turf War, which we will talk about here shortly because we know it's coming on. But again, Game 1, a big hit. Game 2, a big hit. These teams are on even footing, but in Splatoon, it doesn't always look like 2 grinded out games. Sometimes it can be 2 haymakers going the other way. And Cater, since we've passed to you for all the lovely explanations of the ranked modes, go ahead and walk us through the most fundamental of all modes, Turf War.
It would be an honor to do so. Turf War, the first mode that you are introduced to and the foundation of this game. You use ink to expand your own team's territory, and you have to cover more turf than your opponent does to win. Like you said, there are no knockouts in this. It is just a full 3-minute long game. And it is the turf that matters. There are no points. Well, there are points, but it's points of turf, not points on a counter that you can see. You don't have a numerical gauge of how well you are doing. Sometimes there's that danger metric if you are handedly winning or losing, but the whole map can change in the last 30 seconds. This mode is different from the other ranked ones in that the points that you have at any given point in the game, you don't get to keep them.
Yes, every other mode you are awarded based on what you have done to this point in the game. It is a permanent score that can't really be taken from you. Here, all your hard work can be taken away in the blink of an eye, and sometimes you get turf warred, sometimes you do the turf warring. It seems that these teams have gotten slowly and surely better at it, but you mentioned stage here, and K-Bot, we're going to Crab Leg Capital, and we have seen a number of Turf War games at this point. We've sort of got familiar with how some teams try to attack it here. Crab Leg Capital, I'm not sure I've ever seen high-level Turf War played on.
I don't think I have either, 9. This one is certainly going to be a fun one to watch, but I imagine critically that it is a stage that Duck Motif is going to enjoy. They were the ones, of course, that end up picking it here, and if they decide to stick with the Charger, it can have an increased amount of effectiveness, picking off other members on the grates over top of Crab Leg Capital and having that extra range and presence on the stage overall. We'll see. Yes, Bandit sticking with it in spades. It's the scope coming out again. And to that point, no Tacticooler once more.
Well, also interesting to note here is the Splashomatic Gecko is now out here. That has the Toxic Mist and the Ink Storm here, so not one that a lot of people are familiar with, but you kind of get the idea of it, right? Of course, you're going to be able to throw that Ink Storm out, and an underappreciated special weapon. It can go and turf way, way ahead of you, actually heal your teammates a little bit too, but notably, it's something that you can throw out no matter where you are. Typically in Turf War, one player and weapon will be designated as kind of the cleanup crew. Take your own side, make sure there is no spec that you have not cleaned up at some point. The rest of your team will go forward and fight it out and attack through there. So you can see here Red Shell trying to mess up this wonderful work that has already been done. We'll actually take one out, and thus far Duck Motif is fine, but Cater, as we noted earlier, all of this may not matter depending on how the rest of the game goes.
It might not, but for a second we saw Hypernova in danger there. Duck Motif able to pop that Inkstorm that you were talking about. We do have half here on that Crab Tank. Is forced out here by Red Shell and that higher damage. Henlo here doing a little bit of cleanup work from this Inkstorm, as well as putting out those missiles for the rest of the team. Those missiles also communicate valuable location information to the rest to the team that they can talk about over their comms. Synapse, meanwhile, under the effects of that cooler, able to take a little bit more risks than before, kind of caught out under the grates here and going to go down there. So it is still Duck Motif with the handle on mid right now as we move into the second half of our game. Half, though, able to catch Bandit off guard on these grates here, dancing around, using these walls as cover, and now they and their teammates are going to force a wipeout situation. That is absolutely huge as we head into almost our last minute and 10 seconds. Right now it is Duck Motif who is in danger, and they are making quick work, especially with Captain Happy, the pencil. Very, very consistent lines of paint taking over those areas.
And we talked earlier about why it's so important to take out the opponent's backline. This all started because of that wonderful angle that was taken there to the fight. Now suddenly things are going to be a little more difficult because as strong as that E-leader is, it's not easy to get into a drop here when all of the opponents know where you have to drop. This Inkstorm going to try to be used to ward some players in here, but Red Shell's going to have to get creative and find a way to the fight. A Crab Tank is deployed. Red Shell, of course, is going to beeline for it, and it gets taken out. That's 2 now down for Hypernova. Make it 3. It's just going to be the 52 gal of Synapse up at this point, who desperately needs to at least create some sort of advantage for them. K-Bot, we're at the last 20 seconds of the game, and it's Duck Motif with an opportunity.
Last 30 seconds here. It's now or never, quite literally, for Hypernova. Synapse gets taken down, and nobody's going to have much of anything in the way of specials. Maybe the Gecko could get one extra Inkstorm off if it charges it more effectively. As we see the scrum happening overhead, this is going to come down to the wire as it looks like some of Hypernova comes in, but I think Red Shell popped the Zipcaster, maybe got 1 or 2 at the very end. I'm going to need Judd's call on this one.
Oh my goodness, and it's Hypernova at the end, 49-7 to 45 something or another.
7, I believe.
What an unbelievable scramble there at the end. I mean, we saw Red Shell did have the Zipcasters, you noted, dove at the right member. You want to take out your opponent's backliner who's going to be able to turf pretty much unperturbed, take that out. But just too much turf coming out of the Splash-O-Matic from Half there, who, hey, if we're going to give MVP to anybody from Hypernova in that game, it's got to go to Half. Took that angle to take out Bandit in a situation where they were getting locked out. I know it's turf war, but the fundamentals don't change in that respect. And then at the end, knowing that they have the biggest turf output on their team, stay up, find an angle, and close it out. So Hypernova, what a victory for them, especially with how that game would have gone. And let's take a look at the bracket here, because that was a Game 5 set. On the other side, fofofo continues their run. We knew we were going to get to talk about him eventually. 3-0 over Bet. So we will see Hypernova versus fofofo in our winners finals. On the other side, Moonlight gets the 3-1 over Halcyon, and Gourmet Race with another Game 5 victory over its Shrimple. So Bet versus Moonlight, Duck Motif versus Gourmet Race in your losers quarters. But right now, it is all about Hypernova versus fofofo. What a show that they put on there. And I think now, K-Bot, it's finally time to talk about fofofo, because if there was any team in this tournament today that was happy to not see the top 3 teams show up, it's got to be the team that has finished 4th place in both weeks of the action.
And I think there's a lot of things that go into it for fofofo, right? I know, I'm guessing that actually I know this from talking to Datkid a little bit. This team doesn't do a lot in terms of scrimmages. I think they're in it for fun. And really, when you're in it for fun and the pressure's off, you just play your game, and oftentimes they're able to come up with a strategy that's going to lead to success. Fofofo is going to be that high pressure, high stakes, and high aggression team overall that's going to go in against Hypernova, who you might have thought might have been the more aggressive and quicker paced roster, but they'll be the ones trying to slow down the game this time.
Well, slowing down the game is not something that's so easy when your opponent doesn't really want to let you do it. And one of the interesting things to note as well about fofofo and the way that they play and that they attack Cater is that to this point, they haven't always been using the Snipe Rider 5H or even the NZAP 85 to get their tacticoolers. They have been the team that has gone with the Dapple Dualies to get a lot of their tacticoolers. It's given them a lot of turf, it's given them a lot of attacking prowess, but the stats will show this team fights a lot, they win a lot, they get splatted a lot, and and they put out a whole bunch of specials, and it all runs through that Dapple Doolies, who does a lot of all three of those things.
Absolutely. When you're thinking about weapons that do a lot of fighting, Dapple Doolies is one of the ones that comes to mind. I believe the only Doolies that are a 3-shot splat, as well as just having incredible mobility, very, very fast dodge rolls, and the beacons on that set, if placed correctly, can afford a lot of flexibility and motion to the rest of the team. Urchin Underpass is the stage that comes to mind with that. Believe very commonly where those dabbles are pulled out, because that stage is just so large. Having those beacons in critical places means that teammates can rotate to areas where they are needed the most.
Yeah, getting back in safely is the name of the game. One of the things we really only briefly touched on in our discussion about the anchor weapons is, as wonderful as the super jump mechanic is, being able to at any point jump to one of your teams, no matter how near or far, you need somebody to jump to. So sometimes if your backliner isn't available or you don't have a backline, you better find another way to get that sort of utility. And those beacons so good at that. And depending on your build, it can be even faster to jump to a beacon than to a teammate. But we digress. We're heading to Mako Mart, K-Bot, to start this out. It's going to be some fun shopping. It's not a marketplace per se. It is a mart this time, and teams love to fight it out here. One of the most played stages in all of Splatoon.
Yeah, teams really do. It's one of the staples in the competitive scene. If it's Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy, it's certainly Splat Zones on Mako Mart. And it's one of those where a lot of things can work. You know, if you're trying to run more slosher or blaster heavy compositions, you'll have the ledges to be able to work. If you're running brushes, which I expect will come out of Dat Kit here almost certainly, you'll see plenty of room to run around, have some courtyards and things just to have that extra open space, and those flank angles on either side below the both stacks on the sides of the stage, all centered on that cross-shaped zone. We'll see how things play out here, but both teams ought to be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, pretty well, you know, comfortable on Mako Mart is almost an oxymoron here, because it's true, there is comfort in understanding what's going to come to you here. I had to get that jab in because it's such a fight-heavy stage, and that's why people love it, but it's a stage where you always feel like you have a chance to do something. And there's something to be said for, we know typically where the opponent is going to set up, because we have played this stage in any permutation so many times. Because of that, you can sort of play ahead of what the action is. You can throw a bomb in some area, knowing someone's probably there, then dive on top of where you think they might go, clear out an area, move up. It's wonderful to watch. And I'm actually going to toss the Hypernova question to you this time, Cater, because we saw last time Splat Zones came up, things got a little rough for Hypernova, to say the least. I mean, you kind of had the reins that whole game there. It was, what, 75 seconds there? I mean, it just ended before it could even begin. What do you want to see out of Hypernova this time in Splat Zones to prevent that same result?
Well, the main difference from Splat Zones and the other modes is that the objective is stationary. Right? That zone never moves. And so sometimes you can have a teammate go in on that off angle and maybe even jump to them. Or you can have them go in with a special and go in after that. And so I think just taking advantage of the fact that that objective doesn't move, and so it means the opposing team is going to be a little more predictable in where they're going to be. Whether that's, if they're guarding the zone, it's likely that they're going to stay on those, at least have a member stay on those boxes, those stacks by zone, right? You'll have maybe somebody pushing up on that right alleyway, trying to be a little bit more aggressive, catch members out in their spawn. But because this map this stage is so tried and true, had been so analyzed so thoroughly between Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3, and because Splat Zones is the favorite map, I think they are going to be very comfortable in knowing those angles that they are able to take, being able to create the opportunities instead of having to wait for one of the members to go down to an errant bomb or to make a misplay.
Well, we are getting into the game here, folks, so appreciate those of you who've stuck with us thus far, because it is all systems go at this point. You can see Dark 3Z, Harshy, on the other side as well. Harshy, another great backline player who's given them another angle here. Great work coming out from Harshy, who's put out some great numbers, and great work coming out of Pico as well, our spec cam operator making it happen. Going into it right now, K-Bot, the Splattershot Jr. coming out from Dark here. Of course, the Splattershot Jr., the people who love it cling to it so fiercely, but in Splat Zones, you can kind of see why.
And I think the key for fofofo and the reason why it works is that Big Bubbler is able to provide some much needed stability for the composition that enjoys running both the combination of a Splatana Wiper and the Octobrush. If you're able to get that Big Bubbler set up on top of the zone, those two can go off and do wherever they want. Meanwhile, the hold's being made from Dark here, and early on, fofofo is able to get set up. It's a second Big Bubble on top of the zone already, and it's all fofofo right now. Hypernova once again struggling to make it in.
And this is where it gets really frustrating because, again, as Cater noted, so familiar with this stage, so you know what you need to do, you know where you need to go. The opponent's just beating you to those spots. And again, Dark sitting back just turfing, Harshy turfing. All of this going through has not stopped the points from coming off the board at this point. Finally, they move through. Should have a real opportunity here is Henlo. That's 2 down. Can we get the zone? Can we apply a penalty? Finally, Hypernova will do it. We will not see another instant knockout here, Cater. There is a little stability, and now Hypernova can start their own lockout.
Absolutely. You know the zones, you know in the comms right now they had zone, 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 help me paint the zone, because that is the name of the game here. Half building up that crab tank. We do have, it has to watch out for the Ultra Stamp. Turns around, but not quite quickly enough. That zone, though, in the meantime, does flip back to fofofo as they start working through that penalty. Only down to 66 points remaining for Hypernova right now as fofofo, another bubbler on the zone, again attacking that right stack here as we have the Wiper player very close to another stamp here, going to do a little bit of ledge camping, trying to get out the pencil on the opposing side, make them feel uncomfortable, make them have to move to be displaced, and with this Ultra Stamp here, immediately getting one with the very normal hitbox of this special, gets taken out from behind, but is that how that special works? This is a functional special.
I mean, listen, you take advantage of every single piece of it, right? If you have to attack from a different side, sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't, but nice angle here from Synapse, who's now moved in. Nice fall off there to take one player out. Does get jumped upon, but that was the opening that Hypernova needed to get themselves a little stability on this attack. Henlo spamming this way, saying, hey, there's 2 on me, please. Can we find one of these players? You let a couple of them over to the zone, and you're not going to be able to hold it. And K-Bot, every time I look up and I say, wait, how did the zone flip? I see Dark right there getting in. If that junior is able to fire at that zone unaccosted, you are not going to steal it, and you're not going to be able to hold it against them.
And once more, the bubbler's on. I think that's like 4 or 5 big bubblers already out of Dark. But with the second it goes down, Hypernova's able to capitalize. Half is able to pop this crab tank, and now trades happening for some of the frontliners on both of these teams. 3Z starts to approach, able to find the pick on Henlo, and suddenly any momentum Hypernova might have had is completely turned on its head in a 2-down scenario, now 3-down scenario. Hypernova really has to find a way to regroup here.
And you can see the frustrating part. Again, sometimes when it's like 2 down on both sides, 1 down or something, you think, okay, we can still hold. But if 1 goes down and that allows the Splattershot Jr. to come through, it seems like you lose points, you lose zone, and points start to tick away from your opponent. Now just 15 for fofofo to get the lead. Hypernova had enough members forward, Half and Henlo leading the charge to hold it. But really, Cater, at this point, what I want to see them prove they can do is hold the zone. It feels like every time this fight happens, they get some points off the board and they lose it. They almost lost it right there. They need to hold through this, and now the points can finally start coming off the board.
Right, but they are not in the clear yet. You can already see the members of fofofo having respawned, are getting in position to contest this zone once again. Great crab position from Half, though. Gets the pick on the Wiper, and now they are out of penalties, so they can start comfortably taking down that timer. Half having that stack under their control is a great place to be. Henlo, meanwhile, opting to jump out there. The cooler is also up for the members of Hypernova. You can see the Ultra Stamp coming in, though, from the Wiper. Gets 1, and there's another down. The snipe does not go off, but 1 point remaining, and we do not see a lead flip for Hypernova. It is fofofo that takes this game still 14-15 as we head into this last 30 seconds of our match. Hypernova now back in control, but having a hefty 45-point penalty to reckon with, and that means they have to hold this zone for so much longer. The crab tank is the beginning of that, but they have to keep it up for the remainder of this match into overtime.
Well, here we go. It looks like we might see overtime. That's not a lot of penalty points left. They did take back their left box at this point, but look at that. 3 go down immediately. It's just Hershey here. Hershey can't out-turf an entire team. Can Dat Menace get in time? Just a couple more. They stall it. Can they fight through? They've got the better turfing comp. Will they be able to fight through? 2-1, and no! Hypernova holds on through it all, or rather steals it away at the very end. Oh my goodness, I thought fofofo had enough people up left at the zone. They had the better turfing comp, but when desperation strikes, sometimes you aren't able to set up in the exact position that you would like to get optimal turfing, even if your composition is maybe a little bit better for it. And there you go, K-Bot. Talk about flipping the script on Splat Zones. Hypernova took that big hit early on, and slowly but surely, one push after another push. We'll go ahead and go ahead and have the zone back. We'll keep control of the board as a whole. They win it in great fashion, and they have set themselves up now for the counterpick advantage for the rest of this set.
I think that's one of the keys. You mentioned, or we were talking earlier about how Zero was able to continue creating chaos. Well, obviously, that's the name of the game for fofofo, right? Is they continue running in, distracting. Hypernova is not able to get as effectively set up as they might like. They want Happy to get to the other side of the stage on the opponent's sack rather than maintaining his own. They want a crab tank at least over there from half or something of the sort to continue building that space, and maybe Synapse or Henlo can get creative on the angles that they end up playing, but in reality, they can't get into that position because of just how quickly the response consistently is from Threezy and Datkid. Instead, they have to hold on for dear life, chip away, and quite literally weather the storm that was coming through, and finally able to pull it out there in the end. But I genuinely think that was just grip your controller tight and put as much turf down on the zone as you can at the end. I don't know how much strategy really goes into that at the end, 9.
All instinct at a certain point. You lean forward and you make it happen, but this is going to be a treat here because we just got our next stage and mode combination here. Clam Blitz, no surprise, being number 2, given that Hypernova is the one to make that choice. But it's going to be Clam Blitz on Urchin Underpass. And if the theme of the day is we haven't seen this a whole lot, I mean, this one, we really don't see a whole lot here. Urchin Underpass, certainly not the most played stage. And Clam Blitz, not the most played mode here. The teams are going to have to be very, very patient with how they move and attack, because Kater, you have to go so far on the opponent's side of, as you put it, a very big stage in order to open that basket, and there's not a ton of those clam pods that spawn near the basket as well. So this may be one of those stages where you put it all in on one big push.
Absolutely, yeah. This stage is massive, especially compared to other more linear stages where you kind of have just a funneling of one diagonal current of action that goes through mid, through court or plat into the other team's basket. This, you've got 3, 4, maybe even 5 different routes that you can take straight out of spawn. You can see all of the geometry changes in this overhead view as we look at the comps going into this match. Happy pulling out those pink Dapple Doolies, and we also have looks like Dark on them on the other side, so we are going to see beacons aplenty and still tacticalers aplenty as these teams use those beacons and each other to navigate and super jump across this stage.
Yeah, a little bit of everything on the composition this side too, and you did promise the Dapple Doolies here of all places so strong, and it also means that the backline players get to swap over to some other pieces as well. Now, these teams probably just going to scrap it out here, try not to go too many down. Of course, as you say that, fofofo crashes through. Happy backing up, rolling back, and again, not going to be able to get away at that point. And look at this, it's 2 power clams. We talked earlier about the clam spawns, K-Bot, being closer to the center of the stage. That means that if you manage to take your opponent's side of the stage, you're probably going to get a ton of resources. The problem is that you've still got another 3 or 4 kind of lengths to swim just to get to the opposing basket.
And critically getting through those grates, which is a huge choke point that Hypernova in this case is going to be able to use at their disposal. Of course, Dat Menace already making an approach with getting a pick on top with that zip cast. The 2 power clams are able to make it in, and it's just try to get as much in as you can for fofofo. Looks like Threezy will elect to grab the tacticooler, take the drink for later to go, mind you, as backing on away, and I think smartly played, allows for the re-engage here and allows for fofofo to keep control of the center of the stage, and already Nine threatening another push.
Re-engage is such an important way to phrase it here. You stay up long enough for the rest of your team to come through, and now the super jumps, if they opt to do so, can give you a little bit more space and alleviate some of that range here that you know you're gonna have to travel in order to get there. Once again, Hypernova fighting their way out. It's a successful defense for sure, but look at how little they have to work with. There's not a lot of turf left for them to build up their specials. There is that alleyway up on the top side, but 3Z was waiting there, jumped out, and I think took out one on that side, and sure enough, they're gonna have to look that way. It has been all fofofo thus far. Gator, that's again 3 down. Are we gonna see another wipeout? Henlo trying to say no, but we will see another score.
And Henlo unfortunately does go down right by that Tacticooler, and so it is another score, like you said, in for fofofo. Doesn't look like we will have too much follow-up as 3Z again opting to back out, to wait, and to keep that space, which is so, so important. I don't think since the beginning of the match we've seen Hypernova be able to even touch that mid, and that means they don't have the resources. That man is just swimming up to that crab like it's another day, gonna pop this Zipcaster, go for another pick there. These Zipcasters have been absolutely deadly in this match because of just the sheer amount of space that can get traveled, and this under the clam area is really just a tiny cage for these members to fight it out. 3Z gonna come in, maybe looking to get in more clams as that basket tucks out, tries to get them, does get them in, brings that score down from 22, the terrifying 11, and that is 2 down again on the side of fofofo. Dark going to jump into this bubble, has more clams, takes that to 2, that is 1 more clam that they need, but the members of fofofo have them, they have to bring them to the basket in time before it closes to see if we're gonna get this knockout. Wait!
What?
Wait, there was a wipeout, but I guess if you throw the clam, whether or not you are alive, it doesn't matter because that clam is arcing through the air, and by the skin of their teeth, we see a knockout. I mean, what a dominant game there for fofofo 9. That was just beautifully played.
There are so many things I want to talk about there. One, apparently that kid, that menace with real bad blood against the former teammates there, went on an absolute tear partway through to break that through. Of course, the end there, as Cater noted, once that clam leaves your hands, it does not care if its thrower goes down partway through. Its trajectory is set. But more than anything, if you wanted to know how you play that particular stage and mode, look no further. Keep the threat up. You want an AoE style weapon like an Octobrush, continually finding new angles to fight your opponent as they come out, and more than anything, K-Bot, always leave at least one person up, keep the pressure on your opponent's hills area, and eventually you will be rewarded with the resources you need to continue the push. I mean, that was what, 4 or 5 openings of the basket to get it done?
Yeah, and the reality, right, was that Hypernova just didn't have anything in their arsenal to be able to dislodge that presence from fofofo, right? With Harshy being able to just lock things down, throw up another big bubbler, and all of a sudden, it's another jump point for the rest of the members of fofofo to get in. At some point, Dat Kid's gonna pop another Zipcaster, go for the enemy's side of the stage, catch you by surprise on an off angle, as you mentioned, and it's so difficult to try pushing out, trying to get half Scrad tanks set up into a better position in order to make that effective push happening. At the end of the day, fofofo is just able to control it, but I think overall, Hypernova probably just glad that Urchin Underpass is behind them now, and they can worry about the rest of the games ahead in the best of 3 effectively that we have.
Well, yeah, you bring up a great point there. Of course, for those of you just joining us, once a stage is played, it cannot be played again over the course of a given set. Of course, the same applies for modes. But we will be going now to Rainmaker, speaking of modes, and we'll be going to Crab Leg Capital. So all kinds of just off-meta sort of picks here right now. These teams aiming to keep their opponent guessing as to where the attacks are going to come from, what strategies to bring in. It's one of the real, I think, boons of this format. You have plenty of opportunities to build strategies for some of these niche picks to keep your opponents off guard. But Cater, we've seen Crab Leg Capital already today, albeit in a different sort of mode, but the fundamentals of controlling the greats and getting the right players there, I know as a heavy edit player, you know all about that.
Yes.
So important no matter what the mode is.
The grades, of course, are a little bit of a vulnerable place to be because you can get caught out by players underneath them, but as a weapon that loves having a high run speed and runs run speed up on my gear, I love being on the Greats because you are forced to be in that Inkling or Octoling form. That is an advantage to me as a Splatling player, or for a Snipe Rider player that is already going to be spending a lot of time in the Inkling or Octoling form to charge up those shots, because you can't charge them up in swim form. Because we are going to Rainmaker, I'd also like to give a couple of tidbits of Rainmaker trivia to our audience. If you are not too familiar with the mode, the Rainmaker itself, when you have the weapon, does not actually use ink. You have basically infinite ink with the Rainmaker. There is a slight pushback when you have shots, which can lead to you falling off of certain ledges or even off of the map entirely. So you really have to you have to know how to handle the Rainmaker. It is a heavyweight weapon, or actually I'm not sure if it's weight class, but I think it's heavyweight. It's important, at least, and a heavyweight in the state of the game, given that it is the entire objective. I also want to note, we still see Dark on those Dapple Dualies. I wasn't entirely sure whether we were going to keep them, of course, but we still have them, and those are a great damage dealing tool, especially to that Rainmaker Shield 4 first pop here going to fofofo.
Well, we talked earlier about Dark on these. This is the advantage that fofofo has for many reasons. We've, of course, talked about longer stages and what the beacons can do. I would consider this one of those. There are lots of really awkward angles to get certain players in, but it doesn't matter which angles you take if you run right into a splash wall. Wonderfully set right there. And oh my goodness, I think Happy's going to dunk it early. And sure enough, that first checkpoint gone just over 30 seconds. So great work from them. Dat Menace goes ahead and cleans it up here. But K-Bot, we saw last time, when that first checkpoint falls, it sort of changes the way you play the rest of the game.
I think that's a huge call from Happy to be able to take care of that first checkpoint early. You know, on this stage in particular, in my experience, it feels like you're really not going to be able to sustain a continued push through the checkpoint on this particular stage. And so being able to just take that out and not having to worry about it for the rest of the game early, we've got 4 minutes left to play here, is going to be huge for Hypernova. And now they're continuing to buy back maybe a bit more space in the middle of the stage here. Hello's going to pop the Tenta missiles and look for another opening to make that larger push a reality.
Great work here. Again, nice and patient here, knowing the fofofo's going to try to force the issue. Got a little bit too close there. Dat Menace being the unseen threat. Great work there. And now this zip, gets swallowed up immediately. I thought it had the opportunity to get the jump on them, but they were waiting. They had baited that out. Great work. And now again, we're trading out these awkward angles here. And this is where the extra space and range that Hypernova has is really starting to bear fruit. Once again, Dat Menace jumps from the top to try to make something happen here. 3Z again taken down by Happy, who is having a crazy game and even gets it. We'll call it a trade, but that stops the push now for the time being. Dark is going to have to rotate back. Henlo now fighting it out, and now at last, Cater, it seems like fofofo should have an opportunity to pop this Rainmaker. Everyone's spamming this way, saying, hey, let's get this first checkpoint out of the way. Just a few more ticks moving forward here. Dark jumps and dunks it.
Yes, the dunk, so important, and putting a beacon there for the sake of jumps as well. Here is that very quick pop from the Dapple Dualies, and now fofofo takes the lead and is moving up with that ink vac. We saw this before, we'll see it again, and gets it all the way to the podium, but the podium not being inked, meaning they get it at 5. So single-digit scores there, but no knockout, meaning that Hypernova has time, 2 minutes, 17 seconds remaining to respond to this. Henlo has the missiles at the ready, but that, somehow going underneath that Menace's brush there, and 3Z also getting called out there as the Rainmaker is back in mid right now, half with this crab tank, looking for an opportunity, so trying to go down onto the Rainmaker on the Greats, but unfortunately just running directly into them and gets taken out. So it is Dark on the upper right hand, seemingly uncontested, going to try and take this up again, has to reckon with the missiles though, but right now, the path looks pretty clear, but it is Greats, meaning they are going to have to walk across this. We'll see how fofofo is able to finish this push with the vac, eating up the shots from the crab, a little too far forward though, and half able to get that pick.
I mean, it's the right tool for the defensive job. The problem is that they got it to 5 the time before. And K-Bot, sometimes you look at that and you just gotta chuckle, saying, hey, sometimes it is that simple there. Ink vac, uninkable turf here. Great. What are you gonna do to stop it?
It's a straight shot again to the pedestal and the knockout blow, and that's exactly what fofofo is trying to set up, and the reason why Inkvac is incredibly strong in this mode in particular. Now though, maybe Hypernova has an opportunity. Happy doesn't have a lot of area in front of him, but Synapse is trying to claim stuff on the right side. Henlo goes down, Happy goes for it, gets it down to 4, and the wipeout comes through. Synapse is still alive, maybe an opportunity to provide jumps for the team. No, Synapse gonna back away. Henlo might jump in, but down to 4 here, back and forth, 9.
Hypernova clearly refuses to play any game that they don't win by exactly 1 point. I would imagine they're probably not going to get it any further here without a full-on knockout, so what a score this will be. But now it's completely changed. You know you essentially need a knockout. You're going to start the dunk animation by the time you get to 3. So at this point, it's a stalling game. Can Hypernova grab that Rainmaker enough times to take some time off so that the opponent can't do it? And can they find enough players here? You already know that Harshy's going to wait all the way back, knowing that that Inkvac is necessary. They're going to have to find a way to grab this Rainmaker, which was put in an excellent position here by Hypernova. Here we go. Harshy desperately trying to look and find one. They got to pop it. Can they grab it in time? They do. We will enter overtime. And now with already 2 down, it may end in a hurry. The Crab Tank hungry, and the Inkvac has to come out just to contend with that. That is their big resource here. And as we wait for these teams to continue to fight it out, I'm not sure if there's going to be enough time. One was waiting here, but really, Cater, as soon as that got put in that position, and of course as soon as the lead was taken, you knew that Hypernova was going to sneak somebody somewhere. They take out the opponent's Inkvac before it can be a threat anywhere close to their pedestal, and they get a crazy win.
Crazy indeed. That 1 point difference that we seem to be seeing so often. They really know how to put on a show and to have us on the edge of our seats. When that lead changed, the entire tone of that match changed, because suddenly it went from, we have this incredible lead of 5 points, to we have to turn the momentum of this match around in the last, 15 seconds of it. And you remarked on the positioning of that Rainmaker as well. It was put in a corner that is very inconvenient to get into, and you could also see the members of Hypernova painting that Rainmaker shield but not popping it, keeping it yellow to trying to delay the pop of the shield on the side of fofofo. And even though they did get the pop, they were able to pick up, like you pointed out, in the middle of all of that chaos, that Crab Tank forcing the Inkvac to come out was the other huge decision, because that Inkvac was going to be their resource for pushing across that final stretch of greats as it had been before. But forcing it to come out with the Crab Tank means that they don't have that defense resource anymore, 9, and they had also lost 2 members pretty much immediately once that push had started, and so really it was just extremely difficult. Though that Inkvac did get a pick, like you said, Hypernova was able to just say, hey, let's have one of our Slayers be aligned for the Rainmaker and end this now.
And I love the 2 approaches to Rainmaker that you saw in that game as well. Of course, we see the Inkvac strategy. Let's get all of our resources up on one side, move it forward there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hypernova, knowing that the opponent was going to be focused on that right side, snuck their attackers up onto the opposing plat and made their hay that way. So different compositions, same mode, different ideas and identities in way that you try to move forward and attack. It's why we love this game. It's why we keep coming back for more. But K-Bot, now we've got what I would call a little bit of gamesmanship almost. We're going to Turf War here for Game 4. And notably, we saw this last week. FT Win, after they were in this same position, opted to play Turf War for Game 4, knowing that even if they lost on the final mode, they would then get to choose their favorite map for that final mode. We don't yet know the stage that we're going to for Turf War, but I love this decision from Hypernova.
Well, I like the decision from Hypernova. I think I like the decision from the other side just as much, because we are also informed of the stage as you just wrapped up talking, and it is Umami Ruins. That's probably the stage that I think Hypernova would have gone to if they had the option. But of course, we see that taken away here on Turf War, the mode that is more likely to come down to a single fight that, fofofo is going to make their best to pull out all of their resources for that particular fight. We'll see whether or not they're able to do it here, of course, but to your point, I think it's the right call here from both teams.
And interesting to note, you talk about all the resources. It wasn't that long ago that we were starting to see double Tacticooler come out even in Turf War. I think we're past that at this point typically, but we saw that because there was just that much emphasis on those last few fights. You put your first Tacticooler out with 30 seconds left, everybody goes in and fights, then your second Tacticooler comes out with what, 15 or 10 seconds left? Because if you're 3 up in that last bid, it doesn't matter how much of a lead was built up, especially on something like Umami Ruins where you can reach a lot of parts of that stage very, very early on. It just becomes kind of part of that scramble too. That is an option that we know that Dapple Dooley comp can bring out if Harshy switches back over, but Cater, there should be some interesting options coming out here from these teams. We may even see a Reflux.
We could, yes. The Reflux being a weapon that has very consistent paint output, doesn't leave many of those gaps that you have to come back and fill in. So it would be a treat if we got to see the Reflux. We'll see whether the players decide that that weapon switch is necessary for Turf. Like you said, Umami Ruins, a very accessible stage. You go right out into mid, you have access to all of mid. You can see on the overview here that mid circle is accessible in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds from pretty much anywhere on the stage. So we'll see how our comps change. We are going to see the bow come out as well as a switch on Dat Menace to the Ink Brush, also running Ninja Squid on that for a little bit more stealth.
And you can see there, even just for a moment, how effective that wonderful Reflux is at making sure, as Cater noted, there is not a single piece that you do not get cleanly here, especially if it's turf you know your opponent is probably not going to get to. You've got to get every piece of it. There is no excuse to be sloppy at this point. But Keybot, we actually saw Hypernova earlier. This was in the ladder, albeit, play this particular stage and mode, and you know, I would say a lot of people might not look at this as a typical Turf War composition, so I'm curious as to your insight for Hypernova's picks.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of comfort, right? Henlo is obviously incredibly comfortable playing the Wiper, and the thought in general is just have the missiles, and Henlo's actually the one that's going to take much the same role that the Reflux would otherwise. He's the one sitting back, painting up, continuing to fly those missiles when the time comes, and the Wiper can fill a very similar role to that Reflux, rather than have another player who is not as comfortable in the Reflux go over to that weapon. A very specialist choice, might I add, and that potential of comfort could be the difference maker when it comes down to a fight towards the very end.
There we go, diving forward, trying to open things up. We talk so much about engagement tools. Sometimes your main weapon can be enough. Speaking of main weapons, look at that Menace moving around and is not able to jump away. Was trying to buy just a little bit more time for the rest of the team to get back to the center. And hey, an admirable effort here. It actually does mean that Harshy is able to get back up onto a raised area there and should have a chance to make Half's life difficult here. Well, actually, I guess Half turns right over and makes Harshy's life very difficult, forcing all the way out. But this is kind of what you expect on this particular stage, Katie. You talked about very accessible, and I love the way that you put that because it's true. You get a little bit of foothold, suddenly you see everything that the opponent can throw.
You are absolutely correct, especially with the long-range options, these missiles, the snipe riders that we have out here. Even the Wipers can find a lot of paint deep into the ledges and the domes and the pit of the other team. Right now it is Hypernova with the upper hand as Happy moves forward with that Snipe Rider. 3Z opting to drop into that pit. Half there actually getting caught out a little bit, and so it means that Harshy is able to take this dome area, get a little bit of ink down on the stage on the right side, and you can see Dat Menace and 3Z going up. Dat Menace getting a pick with that very, very quick ink brush and taking out the beacon as well. We saw, I believe, an Ultra Stamp get popped as well, and that Reef Slider also has their special. We have the Cooler coming out as well in the last 22 seconds. Fofofo is pulling out all of these stops, but loses their Reflux. That is a lot of turfing potential gone here. 3Z having to reckon with a half, but wins, and going for another pick there, gets the double in the last few seconds. We are in danger for Hypernova. That is a wipeout situation in our last 5 seconds. We are going fully into the base of Hypernova, and that is a decisive end to our match, bringing us to a Game 5.
Fofofo takes game, number 4. Great work by them in that scrap, and I was a little worried as soon as they lost their Reflux. I thought that might be it, but someone, I don't know if it was Dat Menace or who it was, found a way to take a couple of the fighters of Hypernova out. At that point, you start to cycle a little more, and then that last 10 or so seconds there where you see people jumping in, see all these wipeouts. It may look like a misplay at first, but that's the only option that Hypernova has at that point. You have to win those fights. You cannot back up anymore. You have to engage. You have to fight. It's just kind of the pit you've dug yourself from the previous 10 seconds of play. Fofofo holds on, a great victory for them in Turf War, and now we do get our Game 5. I believe it's going to be on tower control. I think that's all that's left, unless another mode got added when I wasn't looking, but this is the gamesmanship that we talked about a little earlier, K-Bot. Because of how this is now spun out, you know it's tower control, and now Hypernova gets to choose whichever stage they would like for a mode they feel very comfortable on, knowing it would still be tricky, and we've been told it is Museum d'Alfonsino here. So of all the stages that were left, this was their pick. You're given sort of a pensive nod there. I want to know what the rationale here is. Why does Hypernova choose this? Because if they win this, I mean, this would be one of the biggest wins that Hypernova has had, I would argue, putting themselves in a great position to take this week.
Yeah, obviously, winner here, right, gets a top 3 overall podium finish, which is going to be massive points, as we kind of alluded to earlier with the lack of top 3. But yeah, all the marbles come down to Museum d'Alfonsino. I suppose they're interested in trying to provide a bit more range. If they can get set up, the range can be pretty oppressive, you know, on this stage in particular. And I think there's less opportunities for crazy zipcaster angles or a wiper to start running at you from a side. And those sorts of ideas, the things that Fofofo loves to try to do. I imagine that's the thought. I'm kind of surprised, frankly, to see Museum. I don't know that that's been a favorite pick of Hypernova up to this point, which was where my little, nod was to. But either way, right, I think I see the general thought here. We'll just see whether or not they can actually execute.
Well, the interesting thing here on this particular stage is you have all sorts of avenues to move up and attack the opponents from awkward angles. I would imagine that 52 gal of Synapse probably going to try to do that. There's plenty of angles for both of these teams to move forward and try to attack, but here we go, folks. Unbelievably, you're going to get your third Game 5 of this tournament thus far. We haven't spectated all of them, but we did not see a whole lot of those last time. It is going to be the Junior coming back out, that Splattershot Junior from Dark. We know what the big bubbler can do on tower control. On the other side, no real surprises, though it will be Henlo on the Pro Frozen here. So K-Bot, what do you see? Synapse already going on the attack.
Already here, if Synapse can get into a decent position, have an opportunity for support for the rest of the team, that's going to be huge. But of course, he's forced to back on away as Half was taken down early. Now Henlo taken down as well, and that's opened the door for Fofofo. Here comes Dat Kid looking on this right side with this brush.
Great work already now moving and attacking. And Cater, this is where when all these specials come out, you're just hoping that a bomb or a missile is able to take someone out to stall this out ever so slightly. It appears they got that. That tower surely must be stopped by now to go down. That's sort of a delayed wipeout there cycled through, and Hypernova does enough to defend. Not really too scary. That first checkpoint typically isn't that big of an obstacle for either team.
No, like you mentioned, usually that first is the second checkpoint, as we've talked about before, where that tends to decide the state of the game. It is now Hypernova on the front foot here with Half on the plat, has that crab tank opting to pop it immediately, looking for a pick here, gets the assist, but is just run at by Dead Menace on that brush there. Meanwhile, it is to the second checkpoint that Hypernova goes, unfortunately losing their pencil there, getting members jumping in, but also losing the splash, so 3Z jumping in, painting out mid, and driving Synapse back all the way into this corner on the gal, forcing them into the corner, and they get taken down. So those whales really coming into play here. It is now, of course, 3Z and the combination of them and that Menace that is going to go onto the opposing team's spinner here, really going for the walls and the verticality, and these are great places to be, and absolutely running over Synapse with that Ultra Stamp, looking for a second pick here, using the hitbox of that stamp, going for a snipe, no snipe there, but we are past checkpoint 2. We did see a lead flip there, Half there up on the corner with that crab tank, trying to get something done, trying to get more control of the tower. It does look like with 2 down on the side of Fofofo, Hypernova is able to play that defense. That second checkpoint, though, has entirely fallen, which means it is no longer an obstacle for Fofofo.
absolutely changes the back half of this game. The way that they will have to defend has to be a little more active. They can't sit back because those points will fall. They have bigger problems right now, though, which is they've got to get the lead back. They have figured out where 3Z is, but 3Z did a great job in that opening push, finding ways to attack and make sure that the defenders couldn't get up here. Now letting almost this player get up that menace to attack. It is one down on each side. There should be opportunities given the range, but 3Z working around the back. That may have stalled him out just long enough. Dark continuing to stall. K-Bot, you see what the plan is. It's don't let Hypernova get up onto our spinner. As long as we hold that, we should have a chance to defend, although right now it's a very rocky defense.
Rocky defense. Datkid once again diving in, and as long as he can keep finding these trades, it's going to be continued pressure from fofofo, and they might be able to find hold despite some cracks in the armor. Half popping this crab tank, obviously going to get harassed by Harshy. 3Z down below. Dark is now on top of the tower as Hypernova is electing to back on away, and the big bubbler comes out here. Dark's going to be able to apply some pressure, now diving in, but is going to get taken down as Hypernova has backed on away. Again, it's the war of attrition. If fofofo can continue keeping up the pressure, Hypernova will never get a push going, and eventually they'll go 3, now with a lead 4 down.
And know where you can go, know where you have to defend. I pointed out earlier, but every resource that fofofo had there on the defensive side was just to continue to stall and not let their opponent get up on their spinner. As long as that was the case, there wasn't really any threat. So defend there, use whatever you have to, hold that position, and eventually they will find a different angle. That menace working around. I mean, it is just carnage all over here right now. At the end of it all, though, it is fofofo once again with a better defense. That crab is used way early. Happy gets taken out. Max range from 3Z, who has been the MVP of this game. Now the Ultra Stamp comes out. Tossed over and gets 2! Oh, every piece of that, Gator.
Beautiful plays from 3Z on the wiper, and just going to go around, threaten the pencil on their little ledge here, take out the Happy on the pencil, get another pick on Headlum, looking for another pick on Synapse. They are unstoppable, and that tower made it to 2 there, getting one more for the road as that tower slowly makes its way down to the back half of the spinner. But what, that was a kill streak of 8, maybe just, okay, maybe 8 is a little too many, but about 5, 6, just incredible plays from 3Z on that wiper as Hypernova is scrambling to get something done to trigger overtime, but with the bubble from Dark on that and the whales coming out from Synapse, that is the end of our set, going in favor handedly to fofofo, punching their ticket to winners, to grand finals, I believe.
Well, you know, I don't make all the decisions on the content side or any of them, frankly, but I would wager, were I a betting man, that is going to end up in the highlights for next week's Splatoon 3 North American League show. And how could you not, K-Bot? Unbelievable there. The 8 or 9 call, Cater, that might not be wrong. I mean, we swapped over there at least for the quad, then the threat continued to come out, jumped back in. I mean, that's a cycle of at least 6. Unbelievable individual play. When I said 3Z had been the MVP of the game thus far, that was before that streak at the end. Just an unbelievable showing there. Fofofo, we said earlier, has finished 4th place in both Week 1 and Week 2 of the regular season here at the Splatoon 3 North American League. K-Bot, we said opportunity is the name of the game today. There you go. What more could you ask for right there?
I don't think you could ask for any more. They've secured themselves a top 2 placement, walking away with plenty of points to boast for, just based off of that set win alone in the first match in the league between fofofo and Hypernova. And yeah, I mean, 3Z just decides we're gonna win this one today at the end of that one. But I think the key for fofofo is really about how they were able to keep the fights at a close range. There was always, and the reason why 3Z was so effective is dancing around Hypernova's plat means that Hypernova can't use the range that they had at their disposal, and it's very difficult to try to fire downwards with the triple shooter composition that they are playing at the moment. And so I think that was recognized from fofofo as a weak point. As long as they can continue running in, and as long as 3Z can get set up, it's a huge spot to be for them overall.
And it says so much, too, that these teams know how to attack and play to their strengths. And let's go ahead and roll that footage again, because if you missed it the first time, I pity you. You can already see Synapse is already down at the start of this clip. So that's already one that's down. Then Half goes down as number 2. That max range on that is number 3 at this stage. 3Z then fires 2 down. So that's 5 already, folks. There's still more to this clip. Then, not wasting any time, not even taunting, nothing, goes forward, gets another here, poor Happy. So this is gonna be number 6. I promise that I can count here. Goes down, fights this other one. That's number 7. That's number 8. I mean, I think there's one more
Trades
here
for 9.
too. That 9. That is 9 whole splats. Unbelievable show. I don't know that I've ever seen 9 in a row in that fashion in tower control at this level. We will have plenty more to say about fofofo, but let's recalibrate here. Take a look at the bracket. There were some other sets that were going on the bottom side, and oh my goodness, my eyes immediately go to one. Bet gets the 3-0 victory over Moonlight. I will point out that fofofo only got 4th place in week number 1 because Moonlight beat them. A lot of people would have penciled Moonlight in as the top seeded team for this particular bracket. Bet gets a 3-0 victory over them. On the other side, Duck Motif gets the 3-0 victory over Gourmet Race. So we now see Bet versus Duck Motif in our losers semifinals. K-Bot, some jaws dropped here in the booth. What a win for Bet, a team that this is the first week that they're even competing, and this is a new roster for Bet.
Yeah, I think all of that together is the critical part, and those are going to be really interesting games to get the replay codes for later and watch back to see just exactly how Bet was able to do it in pretty, I assume, to be decently dominant fashion. If they were able to do it 3 games in a row, it had to be a matter, if I'm predicting, of Zero always targeting Basil on that E-leader, right? I think critically entering today, Basil had was I think the lowest person for average deaths per minute over the course of the league, at least in the top 8 bracket. And if Zero's able to make sure that Basil can never actually breathe and has that breathing room, that's a recipe for success. And just how Bet's going to be able to replicate that versus Duck Motif is going to be exciting to look out for.
Well, you just hit on right there. I'm like, well, okay, what other team do we know that runs an E-leader, runs a charger? It's Duck Motif, so the recipe should still work. Don't put the book away. We know what this looks like on the attack. It's also worth noting, the only team that Bet has lost to thus far was fofofo, and if you talk about styles make fights, Bet loves to go up and fight. The only team that they might outrange in this entire tournament happens to be fofofo, and that typically means fofofo is going to be a little bit faster. They have ways to attack. There's no tricks you can throw at them that they aren't familiar with. So what a set this is going to be. And Cater, we are starting off on tower control. We do not yet know what our stage is here, but I'm still shocked. Bet absolutely putting a stamp on this event.
Definitely. I want to call back to some of the ladder matches that we saw actually today. Moonlight did win 2-0 up against Bet, so this is a bit of a flipping of the script for Bet to get that 3-0 in losers bracket. Now that we're seeing Bet versus Duck Motif, Bet did in fact win 2-0 in the ladder set that they faced. Perhaps it is in fact due to the focusing of the charger, of that anchor that we have talked about so much at length tonight. We've got our match. It is going to be tower control on Hagglefish Market. So a little bit of deja vu here as we go back to this tried and true map.
Well, I've just been in this place before. We love when we move up an attack on this stage, but I'm very interested again to see why tower control to start it off first, because we have seen in a couple of these sets the tower control match K-Bot sort of tends to be the pivot point. Team's very good at it, obviously. To go this early means that every stage is on the table. If you pick tower control here, you're just confident that it doesn't matter where your opponent takes you. You're the better tower control team, gosh darn it.
Yeah, which interesting gamble, I think, from Duck Motif, right? They're the ones that ended up picking this particular mode, and we saw that Bet was able to, have a pretty effective strategy in their round 1 match earlier tonight on tower control, specifically on Undertow. And I imagine maybe they're thinking that, oh, well, Obviously, if we're running the Charger, maybe there's going to be less pressure on them as things will move a little slower on tower control or something of the sort. But yeah, to your point, maybe a little odd of a gamble, especially if it ends up that Bet ends up picking what we saw from them, where Simo runs over to the blaster or something of this sort, clearing out that tower quite effectively.
Yeah, interesting to note. I'd totally even forgotten how strong they looked on tower control earlier today. Now, Undertow Spillway can be, I would say, one of the stages you go to if you want to maybe neutralize a member of the opponent's team. You know you don't have that option here, because I would wager that you would love, if you are Red Shell, to have a stage here where Zipcaster can be so strong. So get that out of the way, move forward and fight. Interesting to note as well, outside of Simo, there really isn't a ton of, I don't want to say versatility, but there's not a ton of compositional changes that we've seen come out from Bet here. You know, Dante going to be on that slosher. Zero's clearly the designated shooter player, and you've got a backliner for a reason. Mecha's going to sit back there and do the work. So sometimes, Cater, it's almost nicer when you don't have a large toolkit at your disposal, because then there's no paralysis by analysis.
Exactly. You have a formula, then you hone that formula. It removes a variable from the things you have to worry about, especially this late into the tournament. Remember, these teams played a full ladder, and now they are in the loser stage of a double elimination bracket. That is taxing on the mental and physical stamina of these teams. Shout out, of course, to our spec cam operator, Pico, making this whole thing happen. But the stamina required to make the correct decisions in all of these things, especially when you're counterpicking maps and modes. Sometimes it is nice to just have the extra weapons be off the table. You know what you're going to run, and you have to be confident in exactly that. We're seeing Bandit on that leader's scope, and we are also going to see that third Octobrush kit as well, so we are going to see some more Kraken gameplay here coming out from Duck Motif.
Comet's Octobrush back on here. We've seen what this can do when it gets up and attacks you here. This has been all Duck Motif thus far, K-Bot. Love the way that they moved around, picked their fights. Now, Bet did get tactically up there, so they've got a lot of defenders here, but Duck Motif certainly won that opening engagement. If they can get through this first checkpoint, it'll be a nice opening to the game.
Well, with Bandit going down, it's going to slow the momentum here, and you see as soon as that centerpiece gets taken out, the push starts falling apart, and Bet's going to be able to walk right back into things here. They've also got two specials online on their own, but Red Shell coming in on the Shark. Here's that Kraken Royale coming out and scattering the members of Bet almost instantly. So any momentum they might have tried to build up is now down, and Red Shell getting one for the road just at the back end of that Royale.
Great work. I mean, yeah, the very last bit there, I think that was trying to run away and escape, and then you happen on an opponent here. It's the way that goes. Zero is able to take out the backline there, so identifies where Red Shell is, has certainly called it out at this point. Simo going to be riding the tower here with this big bubbler. It will be taken care of very quickly, but now the question is, can Bandit get in a position to influence this tower at all? That's the most range you saw popped up there on the top. If this takes too long, Cater, we've already seen what Bet can do when they're attacking on this stage.
Already at that second checkpoint, we do see the slosher go down, but Simo here all the way on the top left does get taken out here as well. It is Zero to tap that tower, but we have the jumps, we have that the value from the cooler, and Dante is already back. Simo hopping back on that tower. Another big bubbler coming out. Though they get taken out, that is still valuable time on the tower, all the way down to 19. These members are hopping on and off, but they are still getting those points down. Zero popping those whales, just hanging out underneath this canopy, waiting for somebody from Duck Motif to drop, and there it is. Drift there, unfortunately going down. Zero getting taken out by Red Shell there, who is playing cleanup, has that Kraken as well, and I think finally the members of Bet have been cleaned up as Duck Motif is making their way back out into mid, especially Red Shell waiting for a place to use this Kraken to scatter the formation that we've got. Multiple members trading right there, and that's 3 down on the side of Duck Motif. Kara being the only one left right now, having those missiles as a tool to be able to see, to use to displace, but you need follow-up for those missiles to work, and right now it is Bet in control of that tower.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need strategy when you can just hit 180 directs at the push of a button here. Simo ran right forward, had no business getting either of those players, instead gets both of them. That starts the train that makes 3 down, and any sort of stability Duck Motif had built up for themselves gets swallowed almost immediately here. Now Bandit is going to get the shot to make sure that this one doesn't become another threat, but all the while, K-Bot, tick, 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 it ticks away, and there are still 3 checkpoints that Duck Motif has to get through if they want the knockout, and they're going to have to basically touch that third checkpoint if they want to steal the lead.
The problem, though, is that it's going to have to be slow and steady the whole way through. Don't let a player like Zero start getting towards Bandit and slowly continue expanding the effective space that Bandit's able to move. You see Red Shell now on this far right side, Simo in the bubble, not able to get a lot of work done, and now Red Shell maybe with another opportunity, starting to go towards the back line of Bet, and with a 2-down situation, this is the kind of opening that Duck Motif needed, but they need to keep up this consistent momentum and pressure and watch out for a flanking 52 gal.
Well, they turned around right there, and that makes me think just maybe here, Kara's going to look, and no, they actually are all up ahead here, so the defense is going to be more of the old-fashioned style here. We sit back in these spots. You know Simo's going to try to look over the top there. Kara beats to the punch there, but these triple ink strikes are going to let Simo get up there, using the specials to allow players to get up. Red Shell's going to try to crack it in. Did the wall get down in time? Yes, which means Red Shell will get up here. All the while, points continue to come off the clock. Red Shell somehow still up, so good at surviving with this weapon. Now comes forward, still up, still not taken down. Moves forward, almost takes out another. Cater, this has been a long and sustained push. 3 down here. Surely this is the end of it. No, they actually do have Dante up. Can they hold on? Dante does take one out. Will it be enough to go down now? It's Drift. They touch the tower. It's just a few seconds left. And of course, it's still Red Shell holding on to the tower. Going to try to work back on top. Red Shell, can you get on the tower? Can the jumps come through? It appears that this threat is not yet over. Goes down, takes down just 1 point. The 1 point meme alive and well. And after all of it, somehow, some way, despite the odds, with only Dante up at a certain point, it's Bet that will treat us to yet another 1-game victory. And hey, to my co-commentators, I gotta apologize there. I just could not find a place to pass it off. I thought the lead was going away, but Dante was still up. The Slosher doing just enough to stall. Everybody came back in time, and that's tower control, baby. K-Bot, that's what it looks like.
That is exactly what it looks like. It is an ink bath and scramble at the very end of any game when it comes down to the wire such as that. It looked like the Kraken was going to be able to hold on, but obviously Bet able to get set up, continue picking off those jumps and preventing anything else from happening. You know, I was surprised that they didn't elect to clear out that top right side of the stage. I think that was the critical play that could have netted them the game, is when Dante was able to just climb on over top and get some easy sloshes down on top of Bandit. As soon as that centerpiece falls apart, the whole push starts falling apart. And scramble though they may, it was only a matter of a second here or there that could have swung that game.
Well, and what's wild, too, is that it technically wasn't even over after that initial piece. Of course, that Comet to Octobrush with Red Shell held on, but you saw with, again, how I'm sure they were shaking. The members of Bet didn't even opt to collapse onto Red Shell there. They were like, okay, let's wait. Just keep firing at the tower. Keep pointing that direction. Eventually, they'll jump in, and we'll take him out at that part. But, I mean, you said earlier, grip your controller, lean forward, and win the game. I mean, Cater, this is one of the oldest cliches for me, but I'll say it again. If that's what Game 1 looks like in this set, I can't wait to see what's left in store.
Hey, I am also a victim of saying that, but I think my turn of phrase is these teams really know how to put on a show, because it really does feel like they are stepping up their game, giving us the closest 1 point matches. Can we get a counter on that? Because that's got to be the fourth one that we've seen so far. They're just pulling out all the stops for us and for the audience watching, which I'm grateful. I love to see a good show. And interestingly enough, we've talked a lot about Red Shell, but pretty much the spotlight was on them, especially in that Kraken. And there were a couple of splats that I am very surprised that they weren't able to completely follow through on. One of note, I think, was when they were in underneath that upper canopy area, and they got 3 slaps in on Simo, and Simo just kind of fell over the ledge and dropped onto the tower. And so that is an opportunity a little bit missed. We are going to go right into our next match with Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones. We do see a Tentabrella come out, as well as that switch to that Z and F splatter scope as well. So a couple of toolkit changes. Really excited to see how Bandit makes use of those walls and the Ink Strike as well.
Yeah, you play a game like that, the last thing you want to do is cool off. Let's get right into it and fight it out here. Simo switching over to the Tentabrella here, I think a little bit interesting. I mean, of course we know Simo plays it here, but to play this variant, really banking on those Ink Strikes to open things up. On the other side, it's Drift, who could have gotten both, instead only gets one. But K-Bot, that certainly opened the door. Kara and the rest of the squad should be able to move through. Zero, who else, was of course back behind fighting them there. And I think this is going to be a very scrappy sort of game in Splat Zones.
You know, Nine, it could get scrappy, but it also can get out of hand rather quickly. We mentioned it earlier, but Duck Motif still without the Tacticooler here. They're not going to have that extra buff to get into the zone that much quicker, and it's going to allow potentially Simo to get more set up on this Brella, and for Zero to continue buying space as he runs forward at his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, what else is Zero going to do here? That's the job of the weapon and exactly what the player wants to do anyway. Another one goes down. That was Bandit. I think that had to be the pencil. Maybe they got it. That Snipe Rider 5H. And now look at this. What are they going to do to get rid of Simo? They funnel up to the top left, but that's exactly what Bet wants you to do at that point. Now finally they do force out here. Dante waiting. Got a couple hits on one. Cater, this could be a real opportunity for Bet. Take a look at the top of the screen. They've almost got all their specials too.
Yeah, we do see Dante charging up those strikes, both a set of strikes coming out onto the zone, and Red Shell opting to use that Kraken to try and make an opening for Drift here, but with the Zuka coming out, I don't know if that opening is big enough. We have Simo there just with the shield on the zone, the whales come out, and that zone is neutralized, but it is not capped, and with the gal going down, that is the zone neutralized again. Kara painting as much as they can, the strikes come out just a little bit too late, though, and that is a knockout.
Oh my goodness. All right, K-Bot, I bet I can read your mind right now. Here, you and I have been doing together a long time. If there ever was a moment where the difference between the Splatter Scope and the Snipe Rider 5H was illustrated right there in that moment, the Burst Turf option that the ZNF Splatter Scope has is I'm going to throw my triple Ink Strikes here. The Burst Turfing option that the Snipe Rider 5H has is its main weapon. That held it through thick and thin. What a showing from Mecha there. I know may not show up with some crazy highlight like we saw 3Z, but make no mistake, you hold, you pick the angle on that stage, nobody can out-turf that weapon.
And that's the other thing too, the Snipe Rider, again, as we mentioned, isn't a stranger to having range. And so the range of an effective E-Leader, I actually think there's a chance that the ranges are pretty comparable between the Splatter Scope and that Snipe Rider. And so you really don't even have the advantage. Instead, you've just got this massive column of ink that you're able to spray on top of the zone. That's what it is at the end. Not to mention the Tacticooler, right? Without the cooler, I think Duck Motif again struggled to get back into position, and it allowed those members of Bet to get further towards their spawn, prevent them from maybe approaching in the way that they would have liked, and take over the opponent's side of this stage completely. So another really strong showing from Bet here.
Well, they're headed to Turf War next, so again, it will now need to be a reverse sweep, which importantly means that on our last two ranked modes, if we do go to a game 4 or 5, it's going to be whichever stage that Bet wants to go to for either one. So again, that Turf War pick to secure yourself this so important. But Cater, as we wait for the stage to come through, let's talk a little bit about what not having Tacticooler actually means, because we've of course alluded to, oh, the no Tacticooler comp, and I promise folks, there's a reason why we're going a little crazy for that. It's very uncommon, but I feel like it makes your margin for error so slim, especially in these crazy firefights.
You are exactly right. There is a reason that all of us competitive players go crazy for that soda, because the benefits that it gives are just so incredible and really allow you to take risky fights, because the punishment for taking and a fight that is maybe not as ideal as you want is so much less when you have the buffs to the cooler. I mean, of course, you've got the movement, you got the run speed, you got the swim speed. I believe intensify action as well, but that quick respawn buff is what makes Cooler so important, because that respawn when you are under the effects of that special is almost instantaneous. It means, especially if you're in a tight situation, that wipeout is a lot less punishing, and also you respawn with the same amount of special meter charge that you had when you were splatted. Normally, splatting takes a huge chunk away from that meter, and so you have to spend time building that back up. But if you are splatted with a special in a tight spot with Cooler, you just have it when you come back. You have it. And that is absolutely huge in wipeout situations or lockout situations, when those special weapons are the key to breaking out, to turning the tide. There is a reason you are seeing the Snipe Rider 5H so often. There is a reason when, if you don't see that on the anchor, you're seeing the NZAP. And if you don't see that, you see the Red Dapple Dualies, because all three of those weapons have Tacticooler and will consistently get high numbers of Tacticooler because of their high turf outputs. Because of the level of play we're seeing, we haven't seen a heavy edit Splatling, which is completely fair, but I do want I get it. But as a heavy edit player myself, those are also a very common Cooler choice, especially as you get to mid and lower level competitive.
Yeah, I once heard it, this is very simplified, of course, I once heard it described as the 4 outcomes of a fight are: you take out your opponent, neither one of you gets taken out, you trade, or you lose the fight. With Tacticooler, 3 of those situations now favor you if you're fighting a non-Tacticoolered opponent. And the third one, if your teammate jumps up and cleans that up, now even that one is in your favor. Now again, that's hugely simplifying it, of course. There's an alchemical nature to Splatoon, but I think that sometimes you can look at it like that and say, oh wow, yeah, that is what happens when Tacticooler fights non-Tacticooler. Now, K-Bot, speaking of deja vu, we will be going back to Umami Ruins for Turf War, we have been told. So we don't have anything new to tell the people about this particular stage. What can you tell us about these teams in particular here? Because Turf War, not something we've seen Bet play a whole lot of. That's probably the reason why they picked it for Game 3, but who knows? They might shift over to a Reflux too.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they end up pulling up, but I imagine it's a similar strategy, right? They're still going to be looking to try to take out Bandit, assuming Bandit's going to be playing something that's a little bit more of that backline heavy presence. The one other thing that I do want to mention, and something that I do know about this team, is that Zero going over to this Wiper instead of the 52 gal, opting for a better painting option here in Turf War is one of those critical things that he's known to do. And again, it's all going to come down to the very end of this one. So we'll just see how the setup continues to happen.
Once again, the Gecko Splash-O-Matic comes out here. You know, something we didn't talk about a ton earlier. The Gecko Splash-O-Matic does have that Inkstorm we talked about, but Inkstorm, when thrown, is one of the few things that can get all the way to your opponent's side of spawn, and unlike missiles, it doesn't rely on your opponent's positioning. So we talked earlier about how important it is to ink the portions of the stage your opponent can't get to. Well, the Inkstorm can get there. It also can't be stopped. At best, it can be turfed over, so a little extra strategy at this point. Already about a third of the way through here. A scramble here at the start. It is the Reflux MILK Milk that'll be coming out as well. We know that that usually means there's a little bit slower of a start as well, but 2 minutes left, Cater, and these teams playing a little patient, not trying to make the big mistake.
Yes, we are seeing danger for Bet, but of course we have the latter half of this match to change that Zero with that Ultra Stamp at the ready. We'll see how they decide to play that out. The Splash throwing out another Inkstorm, and there is the pick. Zero narrowly avoiding getting splatted by the chip damage from that Inkstorm. Another danger of that special, especially with its radius buff. It is very, very valuable. You can see the Reflux doing that turf cleanup there as well, and we see Duck Motif still having that upper hand in mid, though. Kara going over and painting the top of mid. It's a little stagnant right now as these members are kind of straying away from each other, opting to just get the corners of the map in the middle of the match. But as we encroach on this last minute, I'm sure we are going to start seeing a lot more of the scrappy fights. Bandit has opted to take top mid here with that pencil. We do see the loss of the Wiper on the side of Bet as Motif slowly but surely makes their way towards the spawn of Bet. Another another danger marker as we head into the last minute here. We do see the Booyah Bomb come out. A breakout has to happen soon for Bet, and they are doing so as that is 2 members down on the side of Duck Motif. The strikes come out. Dante here on the Slosher inking over this right side of the map, looking for members to take by surprise on top mid. Has to reckon with Bandit on the pencil there, as well as Drift, but in a great position as we head into our last 30 seconds, Nine.
Great work there. It seems like Bet was just waiting that entire time for the one moment to take 2 out and run forward here. Nice movement here from Zero. Would love to take out Drift cleanly there and protect the player who's around. Got that one. He gets Kara as well. That may be what does it. Throws it at Bandit. It gets 3. All the wipers are showing out tonight. It almost hit Red Shell as well. Red Shell will fight it out in the center of the stage. Going to try to turf up as much as possible. But hold on. Were the rest of the members of Bet too far back? Is that the reason why Zero was fighting everyone? It's going to be a scramble here at the end, and Duck Motif may have taken it back. You see that Ink Storm doing a little bit of damage to you even as the time ran out. It's a lot of purple. Judd! And it will be Duck Motif who takes it despite the best efforts of Zero and the rest of Bet. And it really felt like that time, K-Bot. It's like when you're racing friends and one of you has to run forward, and then after 10 or so seconds, the other one gets to run up and try to catch up, because Bet really seemed content to just hold their own spawn for the bulk of that game. They take 2 out, they run forward, but a couple of those fights go the wrong way. Your Turfer goes down, and Turf War slips away.
Hey, but what did Duck Motif have that time? It was the Tacticooler. It allows them to get right back in to the fight. I know you're shaking your head, and I know we've been talking about it all day, but look, right? They're able to get back into mid thanks to that quick respawn time, and all of a sudden, the lost fight from just 10, 15 seconds ago is almost completely irrelevant, even despite Zero's heroics there towards the very end. They're able to spread out across the middle of the stage, cover enough ink just to flip it over that 50% marker. Excellent stuff from Duck Motif to keep their head in it, especially late into those seconds of Turf War where time is oh so precious.
Oh, so precious. And you can see here, I know we talked about the good side of Zero's play, but you'll also note that Zero then opted to go right into the opponent's spawn. And that's one of those situations where if you play it back and you're VOD reviewing with your team, you say, you know, maybe I should have just gone back and held the center of the stage here. There was only one player up. That player was in Zipcaster at that point. We knew where that threat was coming from, but that's how quickly Turf War can swap over. In almost any other mode, you're not going to be punished so drastically for making a wrong decision in 5 seconds. But alas, these teams have to be good at all of it. You will not get far in this format if you don't have at least some idea of what to do in Turf War. Now we move on to Clam Blitz here for our game number 4. No surprise, Duck Motif got the win there, so they get to choose. Of course, they're going to choose what I would say has probably been their best mode thus far with Clam Blitz. Now we get to see maybe another change come out here from the members of BetCater. We have seen Simo be the one player who flexes around a little bit. I would argue most of Simo's arsenal, though, can be very, very good. We've already seen that a Tent Umbrella with Courage can be enough to steal a Clam Blitz game.
Yes, definitely. Sometimes all you gotta do is just keep on walking forward despite whatever is thrown at you, and, well, Tent Umbrella is the weapon most equipped to do that. After all, it has a moving shield to help it. Whether it's the tent itself that is following the shield, or another weapon, one of those more Slayer weapons, that's what makes it so strong. The mobile cover that also paints behind it, and so it's an extremely strong tool to have in your toolkit. Now, as we wait on that map, interestingly enough, I do wonder if Duck Motif will keep the Tacticooler, because, I mean, we have talked so much about its importance, and if they think that swap is what has started to turn the tide and the momentum, that or the pick of Turf War, I wonder if it is going to become a staying point in their comp. Of course, we've talked about it being late into the tournament. It's a little bit more difficult to have that mindset flexibility and that comp flexibility when you are tired, when you have played so many matches. Again, a full ladder is already nothing to scoff at, and now we're in a double elimination bracket. These teams have played so many matches today. So is it worth the mind power and the flexibility that it will take to shift to the Tacticooler comp and the play style that it calls for?
Well, the nice thing is that there's no secret how you're going to get there, probably. Bandit switching over here to Sniper Rider isn't a huge deal, but we did just hear what our stage was. It's Undertow Spillway, and every time I see this stage and mode combination, I always make the same remark, K-Bot, which is that, hey, that basket on the other side ain't too far away here. If you go down, you better not send all your players to go down, because the other team is going to immediately, especially if they're tactical, get up underneath your basket. They probably have their own pity clam. They have turfed up, so they probably got a lot more resources on the claim economy than you did, and now you've just given them all the tools needed to make that big push. The flip side of that is, it's really open underneath that basket, and I don't know how you score big points without sending 3 or 4 down.
Well, the one thing that I do think Duck Motif is going to consider, and the other thing that I wanted to say about the last 2 modes that we're going to be playing on is that they are pretty big ink vac modes, right? It would be no surprise to see Bandit here go over to a splatter scope or something of the sort, to your point 9, protecting as much as you can to allow for those clams to go in, I think could be the name of the game here and the reason why the tactical goes away, but instead it's the Winter Rapid as the cooler pick.
Rapid Blaster Pro Winter. That's about as many syllables as you're going to get in a weapon here in Splatoon, but this also has Tacticooler, and I did not know that this was in the arsenal. So, Cater, all your remarks about do you have the mental fortitude to make a play or a change this late into it, the answer right now has been a resounding yes. Results may vary.
Results may vary indeed. We will see the results at the end of this match. I also did not know that this was a possibility. I would have definitely highlighted it if I had known, because that Winter Rabbit is, in my opinion, a very slept-on cooler pick. It has the similar functionality as an anchor, maybe a little bit slower to get that cooler. And now, while I'm talking about cooler, we've got the score all the way down to 32 on the side of Bet. That is an incredible push. You can see Simo's on that tent umbrella, still has the Zuka is going to find that pick on Bandit as well. 2 down now, but we're still getting clams in all the way down to 20, using that wall as cover. 100 to 20 in the first minute of this game is absolutely incredible objective play from Bet as Mecha forced to back up there. There is the pity, but like you said, those the entire map is very accessible. The baskets are about 2 sneezes away from each other, and with this Inkstorm coming out as well, Reggio trying to get into position, unfortunately does go down to the pencil there, but we have a response power clam going in for Duck Motif here.
Oh, they're going to need a lot more of that. Great direct there by Bandit. Actually got another one there. Almost took out 2 in that situation. If Bandit hadn't taken out zero, they would be all the way underneath the basket right now and ready to make a big push. I was just about to remark, K-Bot, just 1 power clam. Really not a lot there, and certainly not the type of score you want after giving up so many resources here. They have taken 2 out, though. That's a couple specials here. If Duck Motif holds firm here, I would call this a successful defense.
Yeah, and it looks like they might, because sometimes offense is the best defense, as it turns out. Drift was forward, Red Shell jumps in up there as well, and there really isn't much of a push at the moment from Bet that's going to start mounting. Now we might start seeing it finally, as they've taken down 3 of those members. Here comes Mecha, Red Shell diving on top, but Mecha's going to be able to throw the power clam in, and Simo might have another one coming in, but no, the rest of the team's gonna get taken down, and Simo will save this power clam for another day. Again, the constant threat and the constant pressure is nice, but giving another pity clam over to your opponents of Duck Motif here could be massive, as they've got 3 at their disposal looking to make a push happen now.
Oh, and 3 would be so much. That would almost take the lead back here, but look at that. All swallowed up. Wait, no, Drift fights out of it there, too. They have 2v2 at this point there. They're going to reshuffle at that point. They still could save them and do so much ado about nothing there. And now comes the shuffling of the power clams as well. Simo takes 2 out there. You are marked when you have that power clam. It trickles away, and that may be the best opportunity gone to Cater. A wipeout in emphatic fashion.
Wipeout into a barrier break, and that penalty almost dissolving at the fingertips of Bet. They do have, as Simo just going in, using that tent shield, the little tent umbrella that could, walking forward and getting that score down to 15. We head into the last minute and a half of our match, and now Bandit does have a power clam. We may as well call this a circus, the amount of juggling that Duck Motif has been doing with 2, 3 power clams at their disposal. But despite that, they've only gotten 1 in. Drift is full slowly underneath the basket right now. One does go in, the whales get popped as well. More of these claims have to go in. Bandit gets the second one in, but Economy is done. They don't have any more. We are down to 32, but that power claim is all the way at the basket, and Bandit is all the way on that left side. Another one goes in, though. We are seeing it gets jumped in, and we do see it with the wipeout on Duck Motif. They sacrifice all of their lives to get that down to 9, and now the momentum has shifted. Our last minute here, Bet is all up to Bet now to make something happen. Zemo with this shield, with this Zuka, with the whales all on their side, but still losing their life, losing the slosher as well. Zero forced a shark here. Gets the double off of the shark, is hopefully going to get this clam, and no, gets taken down. Mecha still has this clam. There is still hope alive.
Still hope alive, and I will note here, 2 power clams will just outright win the game at this point. There are 3 on the stage right now for Bet, so now everyone knows what's happening. Where is the tent shield? We have to be next to it. Here comes Simo. Did they get the jump in is the question. It appears for the time being the answer is no, but will they have enough with this triple ink strike? Red Shell chasing down Mecha, actually takes out Mecha there. That was one of their clam carriers. Zero gets both in, snuck in while everyone was looking the other way. We are in overtime, but Duck Motif has to figure out something quick. They're gonna get their resource. They're gonna need a jump. Will do it at this point. No, they're actually gonna need 2 and then some. A huge penalty that they'll have to fight through. Drift trying to make something happen. Overtime ticking away slowly but surely. Can Bandit find a way through? Just a couple ticks left, and no! As Bet takes it, Zero snuck through as everyone dove on top of the power clams. 2 regular clams were just enough, and Bet gets what I would consider, at least coming into today, another upset victory. What a show on Undertow Spillway.
A absolute fantastic show there. I mean, you called it out in terms of this stage early, Nine, right? With how close those baskets are, anything can happen. Anyone can throw up a clam from what feels like basically center stage on the Undertow Spillway in the first place. It's what allows Zero to just have enough to get those 2 clams in, and the defense that then Bet has to hold at the very end of that game is also remarkable. Now, granted, right, like those 2 power clams that needed to be worked through, and then another 1 or 2 needed to go in for Duck Motif, and so it was going to be, and it needed to be, an explosive final push, but they didn't have it thanks to another thing you called out earlier. If you're holding a power clam, your opponent knows exactly where you are and can try to respond appropriately. Exactly what Bet, I think, did, and they were able to take down another slower paced team and make their way to top 3 in their first event this season.
Huge opportunity for big points for them, but speaking of points, let's go ahead and talk about Zero there at the end. We did catch it on replay. You can see right here, let's start it off. Simo, as you put it, the little tent umbrella that could. I don't know if I've ever seen a little tent umbrella, but this opens it up. Then you see the triple ink strikes come through, and look at this. Red Shell dives after Mecha. Dante is the other player that everyone is diving back in on, so that's the threat. Everyone thinks that they've seen it at that point. The one that they don't see is Zero, who then has just enough space. One goes up, Bandit not able to get both of the directs needed to close out Zero, and that's all it takes. And one other aspect of Clam Blitz that we don't always get to talk about, but is so important in situations exactly like that. Look at how big the penalty that Duck Motif was going to have to get through there at the end. That's because they got all their points in one big push towards the end of the game. I'm sure we'll see some more Clam Blitz matches here in the near future. We'll talk about it again, but let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket because, folks, there aren't a whole lot of teams left. Only 3, in fact. Fofofo, after finishing 4th place in both week 1 and 2, sitting on the winner's side of grand finals. On the other side, Hypernova versus Bet here. One of these teams will be taking home the bronze at the conclusion of this set. And K-Bot, I'm passing this to you not just because Hypernova is the team you coached, but because these 2 teams played earlier today.
These 2 teams did play earlier today. It was actually the final match of the ladder stage just was able to get those Qs off in time, and those are the two opponents. It was Hypernova getting the best of Bet in 3-0 fashion, but now Bet is off the back of two huge upsets and an impressive run so far in the lower bracket. They're hot, they're warm, and they are coming in with a vengeance against this Hypernova squad.
Well, there's hot, cold vengeance, all sorts of ways here. We can't aggrandize this any more than we already have, but we are going to take a moment to step back, to chill out, and to cool off. We have a little break here, and during that break, you're actually going to get to see me playing the role of teacher for once with EE as EE starts his Splatoon journey. 9 whole grains here, and we are well into the Splatoon 3 North American League. Now, some of you viewing at home may be wondering, how can I get started in Splatoon? What is it actually like to purchase the game, load into it, and try to learn the basics of this game? And we've got a treat for you here, because I'm joined by EE, and it looks like you're already loaded in here, man.
You know what? I could not wait to actually get some actual experience from somebody as well versed as you, Nine. This is actually an honor for me. And I'm just going to tell you right off the jump, I am unapologetically a noob to this game, so I'm excited to learn the basics, the fundamentals, and take my game to the next level. Now, a question for you, because this is going to be my first ever, online match here of Splatoon 3. Is there like a system where it's going to rank me against players of my skill level, or am I just getting thrown into the fray?
It is definitely closer to that first one. It's going to put you with as many players as it can find in the queue system that are near your level.
Ooh, I think I got splatted. Okay, how long does it take me to recover?
About that long. Very, very quickly. One of the hallmarks of this game is that you can get back into the action very, very quickly. Oh, there you go. Think you got one?
Yeah! Let's go! All right. Last 10 seconds. Now, is this where I want to like push the pace, or I just want to make sure we have the most paint kind of covered up right here?
Yeah, find the most purple. Find the most purple that you can on the map and turn it orange in that last 10-second rush. It's all right. That's all right. That's all right. I mean, there you go. You got some medals there.
Oh, I leveled up a little bit too, or like I increased my. See, that right there, that is going to be an addicting factor to me, because the more I play and the more I see that bar raised, the more I'm going to want to continue that. So I just want to get into another match. Is that like possible?
Oh, yeah. Right now, the game's going to give you some nice encouragement here, and it's going to give you the chance to set your nickname. So let's actually, I know you want to jump back into the battle, and I've been there, but you got to show up in style to your next battle.
Let's do that. Nickname. Beautiful. What do you want to call yourself? You could change this later. Oh, I mean, I've been EE all my life. Why would I change it now? Let's go, baby. Boom. This time, you know what? I'm not mad, but I'm a little disappointed we didn't win that first game, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay, because now I'm locked in even further. Notice, I already understand what the name of the game is. We got to keep our ink resources at an all-time high.
Look at you. Getting that trade. Very nice.
I'm not mad about it. There we go. Okay, I'm getting out the range. Oh, no! Really? Oh. Okay. I thought I was safe.
Very tip of it there. It's Inklings don't have a lot of HP, as you've probably figured out, so sometimes all that residual damage, a little bit here, a little bit there, reaches it. That's close. So as you get level ups and level up your star values with different weapons, which you get by playing them, you'll unlock Sheldon's licenses. And a Sheldon's license is what you use to purchase new weapons, once you're of the correct level to purchase them. You'll see some of them there are level 3, and so on and so forth.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. You got 3 shots.
3,
yeah.
Okay.
It's ready to unleash here. You got a target?
Here we go. Oh, baby. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. I got too excited. Hit anything I can.
Here you go. 2, 1. Okay, this is going to be close. I think there's a chance.
Oh, there is a hold. E's first win. Let's go. What are those indicators?
That P number, that's your turf. So that is exactly how many points you turfed up. Next to that is your splats and assists. So it combines assists as well as just outright splats that you get. The number of times that you got taken out and sent back to spawn. And then the number of specials that you pumped out over the course of that game too. So this gives you a way to kind of compare with what the rest of your team was doing.
Now, is this a thing that some people do? Can they like just hold position right here and then just pop up and surprise somebody walking by?
I believe That's the universe giving you an answer right
Is
there.
that what just happened?
You're kind of unearthing these new tactics, and then in real time, they're being thrown back at you.
By the narrowest of margin. I don't even feel bad about that one. That's fine. All right, here we go. So this is my first match with my roller, and I'm ready to roll over the competition. Let's go. Yes, there we go. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. There we
Very
go. Okay.
nice.
Yes, there we
Yes.
go. Nice, there we go. And got my teammate over here. Nice, let's go. Okay,
Hold on, that's 2 and 1.
that's 2 and 1. Let's go. I felt like I got some good KOs there. Okay. We're probably just narrowly gonna lose this. Okay, yeah. By 0.3. Look at that. Oh. Surprise! Woo! Let's go, baby! That's what I'm talking about.
He's getting it.
Nice.
He's learning. Another. Wait, it's a 3?
Oh! Okay. I got him though. I got him though. I did get him.
I mean, that's 3 and 1. A triple right there. That's a wipeout. 3/4 of that wipeout are you.
Look at that. It's just enough where you think they have a chance, but you know they don't, baby. Let's go.
Not even close. GG's, man. I'm looking
All right,
forward to
GG's,
seeing
buddy.
you develop.
No doubt. Thanks again for playing with me.
Well, you're quite welcome, EE, for all that sage advice that I provided you over the course of that training session. No big deal. Got your first triple there on the first day of play. I didn't do that, I'll tell you that much. So, welcome back, everybody. The fun aside, welcome. We are here now at Losers Finals. We have Hypernova versus Bet. This is a match that we saw earlier today in the latter portion of the bracket. These are two fairly storied teams, I would argue, in the history of North American Splatoon. Slightly different rosters here, but they are fighting it out. The winner will move on to face fofofo in grand finals. The loser walks away with the bronze, but still a lot of points here, and we'll talk about that later in it. But welcome back, K-Bot. Again, I'm passing to you. You kind of touched a little bit on both of these teams. I know they're trying to get into the lobby real quick, but just again, talk a little bit about this matchup in particular and what you're looking forward to.
Yeah, well, first of all, right, this matchup, what's riding on it, 10 points on our leaderboard standings will be what separates these two teams at the end of our event. But we've seen a lot from Bet over the course of the past little bit, especially not only with how quick they can play, but how reserved they can play when the time comes, and especially Simo on the 10 umbrella continuing to build up that space that Zero is going to start buying for them, and Mecha being hyper-aggressive to boot. Meanwhile, Hypernova might be looking at a similar stylistic matchup to their own play. And these two teams, I'll actually peel back the curtain slightly, Nine. These two teams played against each other for about 2 hours last week, so incredibly familiar with how each other's going to play the game.
Incredible familiarity. I do want to give a quick shout out to Pico, who's been on this the entire time as well on the Spec Cam, fighting it out. Speaking of fighting it out, already 2 members going down here for Hypernova, which means that Bet will be the team that gets the opportunity to get these first points off the board. Great work here from Simo, working around the right side. Anytime a blasters come through, you have to take care of that threat before anything else. Synapse trying to do exactly that, almost fell victim to it. Meanwhile, the fight goes through on this other side. We're going to trade it out here on the right box as well. Pandemonium all around the board, but it's still Bet in control, Gator.
Many trades there, and that zone staying neutral for a relatively long period of time, though. It gets neutralized, and it does flip to Hypernova. The crab getting taken out there as Mecha opts to jump back. They are having the cooler in that zone right now. You can see Synapse trying to take that right stack, having to deal with the strikes as well, getting this trade in this alley here. Meanwhile, Dante opting to go through mid, trying to take out Henlo, gets the assist there. Mecha is just hanging out as anchors do on this upper right-hand box. A nice place where you can see that Pencil can reach pretty much the entire zone, trying to take out the sprinkler as well. Hypernova solidly in control of this zone right now, half able to pop that crab up on the top right boxes. Really nice high ground. We do have the whales coming out from Bet right now as they try and set up a breakthrough, but that cooler is in a position where the members of Vet have to drop for it. Meanwhile, Hypernova has a cooler of their own. The bubble is popped on the ramp of Vet, but Hypernova still fully in control of the zone. We go to 17 and counting. They lose the pro, but the zone does not flip. Happy finally getting contested, losing 2 members on the side of Hypernova with the whales coming out. That is 8 remaining and a hefty penalty of 70 points as it is Vet's turn to push up.
Oh, great shot there from Simo to take another one out here, but K-Bot, if there's one thing that's become apparent to me over the course of this game, there's not a lot of turf that Bet has here. They are getting turf when they take out everybody on the opponent's side. They, of course, do have the triple ink strikes as, I guess, a last-ditch option to try to break out at that point, but this is going to be very difficult to maintain over the course of a full game, I would wager.
I think you've called it out, especially when Fishy's playing with Hypernova. The composition and the playstyle tends to contribute a lot of painting power for Hypernova, meaning that they can go wherever they so choose to. And especially with how they're playing right now, half picking up the splash is certainly not going to not contribute to that. But meanwhile, it's Simo with a triple or something of the sort. Looked like 3 go down for Hypernova, and suddenly Bet has the opportunity to take this one away.
Great work here. Just a few ticks left, and everything's going to come in. That's the missiles coming in. Everybody fighting. Someone going down on the zone. Now the triple ink strikes. Will they land in time? The answer is no. So a hefty penalty now for both teams, 67 to 66. But again, Bet getting what they came for at that point. All it took was Simo on the blaster going crazy. We'll see if they can replicate that again. Cater, once again here, we know what the game plan is on this stage. Get somebody up on this box, put your crab in the right spot, fire missiles when appropriate. I'm more curious as to how Bet's gonna break back in.
Well, Hypernova's got the whales, and so do Bet. So a whale ditto coming out here. The strikes also as a response. Henlo calling for help on the zone, losing the gal on the side of Hypernova, but the missiles get fired, and Henlo is just solo painting right now, finally forced to back up by the pencil, regrouping with the teammates. They do have that cooler, but they did also lose the splash. That is a crucial amount of turf, forcing the gal to jump out, and you can see that sprinkler raining down paint on the top of the zone. That is just another tool in the box of Bet right now. Simo getting another pick on Henlo, using that AoE to its full advantage, and now that penalty is down to 30, but they are the only one up on the board here, still managing to take out a half and looking for another pick on the road, dodging and evading these whales, finally falling victim to them, but incredible survivability on their end as the rest of Bet makes their way back into mid here.
Oh, and another great shot there from Dante. Came out. You're starting to see how Bet is able to keep pace here despite not having great turfing options. If you can take players out, that's usually enough, but eventually you're going to get outscaled, and that means that the crab tank is going to have a say as well. Simo once again takes one, but the streak will end right there. Just a few more ticks and Hypernova can take this back.
Oh, but 2 of them go down, and Bet pushing back in. They're going to cap the zone, all yellow, and now Dante immediately running Happy down. Looks like actually was able successful in doing so. It's all Bet right now for the last couple seconds of this game. Hypernova has to try to respawn, and Zero's getting the last laugh here on the 52 gal. Bet is going to take the first game and keep up their momentum.
Again, I want to reiterate how difficult it is to win a game of Splat Zones when your best turfing option outside of your Snipe Rider 5H is the 52 gal, maybe? I mean, that thing's not sitting still turf in the zone here. I mean, maybe it's your slosher, but we already saw how Dante wants to play it. I was really impressed, Cater, actually, with the choice from Simo to go to the blaster instead of, I think a lot of people would look this, especially after what Sam was able to do last week, and say, all right, S-Blast 91, that's what we're doing, but there's something about what a big bubbler placed at the right part on that stage in particular can do to force people away, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Simo went on 2 or 3 tears there when the team needed it most.
I don't think so either. The blaster, the main weapon itself, and like you said, that big bubbler can be placed at such crucial spots, especially because that bubbler blocks enemy shots. And so if you're trying to get paint onto the zone and there's a bubbler, you have to go inside the bubble to get paint in that area of the zone. And when those ticks go by so quickly, whether it's penalty or the actual points, sometimes those few seconds are what really, really matters. And of course, other viewers might be thinking, well, Blaster isn't that much of a painting weapon, why would you use it in zones, right? But it's got area control, it's got pressure, and the toolkit, the the synergy that it can have with the rest of its team to displace other players, to force them to move from better positions, to ledge camp with the blaster, to use its kit to the full ability. That is what makes it very, very valuable. And I know you mentioned the S-Blast. That is a weapon that has been viewed as very, very strong lately. But, you know, K-Bot, you and I did see some teams actually switch off of the S-Blast to the blaster and have a lot of success with that. We are going to get right into our next match. Actually, this looks like tower control on Museum Dolphoncino.
Yeah, no time to rest on our laurels here. We're immediately hopping into game 2. These teams know exactly how they want to play, and it's no surprise, I think, to see Simo pick this blaster up yet again, right? It's tower control, but additionally, I think the selection from Bet to play on Megomar early, the combination of the blaster and the slosher that that's able to provide, could mean exactly the same thing here, where a lot of there's ledges that Bet can utilize in order to take down Hypernova. It's not going their way early, though. Hypernova looks like they're on the push.
Yeah, and I think that Simo, the strongest weapon against Simo appears to be the Killer Whale, because nothing else seems to take this guy out except for that. All the while, though, Synapse is in the exact position you want your 52 gal to be up here. The one problem is, when the 52 gal's up there, it means that a valuable defensive resource on that wall is not near your tower, gets taken out almost immediately here, but not a bad opening look in the first few minutes. This is really what you want to keep an eye on. It's where is Dante going? Is able to take one out, but that was a tactical takeout, so I think it's sort of a wash at this point. Now comes the real test. Can you get your next player up there to attack? Cater, for the time being, it appears the answer is no. Zero. Well, never mind. Swimming through almost everybody here. Almost got another one. The Killer Whale, Synapse's strongest weapon at any given point. But it does appear for the time being that Hypernova's okay. They hold on to the lead as well. Maybe not. Okay, just somebody go down. Stop this madness.
They're doing their best, but I think the name of the game in Splatoon is madness, is chaos. As has been said by another member of our community, in any given game of Splatoon, everything is always going wrong, and you just have to deal with that. Even we, as casters, have to deal with that, because sometimes we say something and the exact opposite happens. Right now, it is Bet on the push forward. Zero here again, doing what they do best. An incredible double again, using those ink strikes as a smoke screen to mask their move. As Dante here also on the aggressive plays, using the wall as cover. Synapse providing that, yes, and we do see Bet unfortunately go 2 down there, but all the way to 28, taking down that second checkpoint, which again, like we said, is such a huge obstacle in tower control.
My making sense of all this in real time is not easy, everybody. Here, I'm trying to identify, okay, who took out to, what created that play here, and all the while it's just moving way, way too quickly here. Finally, Synapse, who's already under the opponent's spawn, because why not, is moving well ahead of the tower here. But K-Bot, I like this decision. When Synapse is up on the top, sometimes that means they're a little bit too removed from fighting through these clear angles. The trade-off now, though, is that nobody's up there to stop that big push, but if Synapse take these two out quickly enough, it might not matter. There's just one left, and this should be the opportunity, K-Bot, for Hypernova to take this lead back.
Synapse's play there is huge to completely cut off Mecha from supporting the rest of the team, make it a 2v3 around the tower, but it doesn't matter. Dante's able to come on top of the tower and at least end that push. So while Hypernova takes the lead, Bet still has plenty of wiggle room here as we enter the waning stages of this game.
There we go, Zero trying to find out. It's the dance of the 52 gals once again. Where is this member? Jumps all the way out, so that means the door is open. Fight forward and get the wall down. It's the way the 52 works. Meanwhile, where is your blaster here? One gets taken out. Was that a bomb? I'm not sure. It was at range, but that means they're going to have to re-rack. I don't think Zero was coolered in that situation. When is Simo going to use this big bubbler? How long can he wait? He has to use it now. This is the opportunity. The triple ink strikes come in. They will move up with it to try to make this play happen. It's 2 down, but of course it's Half who is sitting up on the crab, and when you wait too long and let a player get up there, K-Bot, that is what happens.
Yeah, Half's crab tank is going to be huge, but it doesn't matter. Gets taken out now. Dante hops on top of the tower again. Comes in with the clutch play. It's the lead for Bet now. 2 members down from Hypernova. The push is still going to continue. Look at where Zero is. Already so far forward. Poking is Simo on the other side. There's no approach to the tower for Hypernova. They just have to try to get a wipeout through, and they will at least wipe the tower. But now Simo's going to stick around. There's the bubbler there. Maybe Jump's going to start coming through potentially, and at least stall it on this side of of the stage, making it that much more difficult for Hypernova to take it all the way back.
Well, they don't opt to jump through, but instead they're going to sit right underneath that drop, and Dante saying, this is my game, gimme more, please. Cater, just 20 seconds left on the clock. Hypernova has no room for error at this point. A nice opening engagement here. No, Half wasn't able to close it.
No, and that is 3 down with Synapse here being the only one left alive. They have these killer whales, but it is so difficult, especially with killer whales from the other 52 gal. We are in the last 3 seconds. The tower is all the way back in mid. That stall on the end of Bet being so important for the end here.
Oh my gosh, and K-Bot, there's one play that you have to highlight there. Dante surviving that long, waiting out the crab tank, and then hitting the player, the Splash-O-Matic, who was up there on that raised area. We talked earlier about Synapse moving up there. You gotta have some sort of presence up there, or the opponent's just gonna stop every push over and over. The other alternative is let's just use an AoE weapon with those sloshers that doesn't care what the range is on a vertical side. Take that player out. I have been so impressed with Dante's play over the course of this. Apparently, every time tower control comes up, and it is a must-have moment, Dante is the bucket you want on your side.
Both on offense and on defense, right? Clutch plays on both sides of the stage in that last one out of Dante. And to your point, I think a lot of it has to do with the verticality of that backside on Museum de Alfonsino, which is exactly where the tower ends up going to, right? As I've kind of mentioned before, Hypernova's triple shooter composition is going to struggle with some of that verticality, and that is the exact thing that the Slosher can try to take advantage of, does on that particular mode and stage combination, and it's 2-0 up for Bet, about ready to get the sweep back in revenge against Hypernova for doing it earlier to them today in ladder.
It's just wild how that seems to be how it goes for Bet at this point. If you beat them earlier, you better hope you don't see them again in the tournament, because once they get mad, they can tear through absolutely anybody. And we're going to Clan Blitz next, still waiting on the stage, but you bring up such an interesting point there about the triple shooter comp, because this truly is a Styles Make Fights moment. You've got 3 shooters on one side, on the other side you have 1 shooter for sure, but then you've got a blaster and a slosher. So the way that those fights go, and the way that particularly when you're able to ward multiple shooters next to each other, that is exactly what the members of Bet want. That's where they can get 2 or 3 down. That's where they can move forward. And Cater, it's going to be Barnacle and Dime, we are being told here, for Clan Blitz. This was where FT Win put the stamp on last week's action, so has to be familiar to everyone who is watching the cast tonight. But Barnacle and Dime, I've said it before and I'll say it again, when you open this basket, you have so many avenues to continue your push. Things can get out of hand in a hurry.
Absolutely. That upper left hand, especially when you take the block and the jump, you'll see if they decide to take that route, can be absolutely brutal with the clans that you can get in there. And of course, we were talking a lot about verticality and ledges on the last map. Barnacle is relatively flat and open in that mid section. You do have those little alleyways on the side. You have a few boxes on the stack areas, but overall, they're relatively flat, especially when you compare it to a map that we just played that has huge vertical ledges. And so perhaps the triple shooter might fare a little better in these this map geometry that they're going to interact with.
Well, one interesting thing to note there is you're right. The center of the stage is flat, but once you get into the danger zone of attacking the opponent, that's where the opportunity will present itself. Now, of course, you've got to get in and open the basket before you have the right to make that play and play to your comp's ultimate strengths, but there's a lot of game to be played before that. Here we go. Hypernova, your last chance. A lot of work to be done if you are going to continue to hold on. Take a look here, K-Bot. It's once again from Simo now. The Sorella, Tentabrella, and on the other side, Triple Shooter is apparently here to stay.
I figured that was going to end up happening from Simo9. You mentioned that once the basket gets open, it can be incredibly difficult to break out, and Simo's Tentabrella is going to be the difference maker there for Bet. If that can get set up, it is going to be a pain for Hypernova, as it has been over the course of the most of the rest of this series so far. In order to actually get it out. We'll see what ends up coming through now, though, as we start the opening scrum.
Opening scrum here, and that's exactly what it is there. You see somebody still up there fighting against seemingly nobody. It's so difficult in here. Again, you want to not make the big mistake at the opening part here of Clam Blitz, but at a certain point, you've got to commit some resources to take the opponent's side. Here we go now. That fight, a big fight happening now. It's just Henlo who is holding on slowly but surely. Keep an eye on the top of the screen. Where is the clam economy, Cater? So important. We've seen teams make big pushes and not have the resources. It doesn't look like that's going to be a problem for Bet right now. They're shuffling, and sure enough, there's a power clam.
There is the power clam indeed. A lot of clams, 14 total on the board for them. Henlo has these missiles going to pop, and you can see the members of Bet a little bit clumped up. There is also getting the pick on Simo seemingly through the shield. Okay, Henlo. And then there's another one. We see you just gunning it forward to try and push back the other two members, narrowly avoiding being splatted by the pencil. Bet putting out those triple ink strikes, but Half also has this crab tank to respond if they so desire, getting up to this high ground to target that power clam holder as well as the fight. Getting a pick on Dante. Hypernova getting another one on Simo. Hypernova is absolutely putting their foot on the pedal right now as they get the clams all the way up to 18 total for them. Half here getting another pick on Zero. They have the cooler, 20 clams in total now. They just have to break through, and this could be an absolutely huge push for them. Losing the gal, but Half still alive. Henlo getting one clam in, looking for the second, more small clams in, getting past that checkpoint of 60 all the way to 48 right now before they can get more in. Half does go down, but Henlo getting another one for a cheeky 45 there. Side-ups unfortunately going down on the rail, but what a show of dominance for Hypernova.
Yeah, so many moments of that push there that had to go right. They win a fight over to the left, they win a fight over to the right, and more than anything, they made sure that they didn't use any resources that weren't required of that moment. Now, K-Bot, they can actually play defensively. I love the way that these crabs have totally taken control of this stage, so wide open and so flat as noted. Why not? Let's get another one with this crab.
Half has been going crazy on the crab tank so far in this game, and you can tell, right, the more flat surfaces of Barnacle and Dime are playing a role in the extra explosion shot coming out of the crab tank is playing a decent difference. But here's that verticality. Dante over the top, able to find two, now looking for sit-ups on the back foot and will be able to pull out the triple. Bet might have an opportunity here.
Great work once again, Dante saying, please, can somebody else move forward here and make a play with me? Simo, of course, going to be the designated clan carrier. Kater brought up an important point earlier, which is that now they are within a range that two power clams won't steal the lead back, so Hypernova can afford to be a little bit defensive and wait on their opponent. Nice job once again with the crab tank from Half, taking that out. Simo trying to move forward there, but yeah, there's just too much turf in front. That's not going to be enough. They're going to continue shuffling here, Kater, but I'm not sure how they force their way through at this stage.
They are able to get that pick off on Henlo on that lower pit area, but they've basically been pushed back to mid here, especially with Synapse being here and threatening this lower area underneath the stack, has the walls up and all of the paint from the pen as well. Here come the whales, here comes the Zuka, cooler out for Hypernova as well, but there's the strikes as well for Bet. Everything is being thrown at them right now, and still Synapse managing to keep control of that area and get the pick on Dante. Two members down on the side of Hypernova, but this defense is so solid, and that power clam has to go all the way back to Bet's basket. They have a second clam, but as we head up on the last 30 seconds of this match, it is Hypernova that is in control of their own basket area and looking to get in control of mid.
I'm so glad we were watching Synapse there. Look at everything you have to do to navigate a successful defense here, all the things you have to dodge and work around and still keep track of the opponents. But here we go, 15 seconds left. Again, they've still been holding on to these two power clams this entire time. Now Synapse is down, that's been the big piece. The crab is already out, that's another one that's gone down. Zero fighting it, that's two. Do they have enough? Just a few more. One more clam will take the lead. Zero's waiting, they have a jump if they need. Nobody's there. Nobody who holds clams was there. Zero waiting. Is anybody holding a power clam or a regular clam? Anything? The answer is no, and the tie goes to who was there first. And K-Bot, of all the ways to get to a 1-point victory, that was not one that we ever see in Clam Blitz.
No, it was not. The fact that only 2 barrier breaks came through in an entirety doesn't tend to happen all that often, but especially on a seemingly random number such as 45, right? You expect it to be a multiple of 20 with the power clams. No, not this time. It was the exact same number of clams that were thrown in by both teams. And what's the difference? We're picking MVPs of each game, half closing it out, realizing that the key target is actually the members that are about to be holding the clams, start swimming forward, finds that crucial double splat at the very end, and that's what seals the deal for Hypernova. Incredible crab plays from half, incredible clutch play from half to start turning the tide back for Hypernova.
No half measures on this one. Had to channel my Jordan Kent there on that one. But it's so true. I mean, in that moment, who do you go after? Do you go after the player who is sitting underneath your basket? Do you go after the slosher who has been wrecking the game and the set thus far, who's up on your glass? Or do you go to the seemingly innocuous player who is sitting back? It's the Snipe Rider 5H. The answer is yes, when the Snipe Rider is holding the one thing that can steal this game from you. If that Snipe Rider had gotten into the air for that super jump, then it becomes a mashing game of press A, press A, press A, and you will throw that clam and they would have lost it there. So again, I said earlier, I'm so glad we spectated Synapse during that moment there on that defense, all the things you have to navigate. And then we see at the end of the game, picking the right target amidst everything else that is going on to preserve that victory. Make no mistake, it is still a long road to be traveled for Hypernova here. But Cater, it starts with a single game, and they've done that at least.
They absolutely have. We've got our map and mode. It is going to be Rainmaker on Urchin Underpass. While we wait for that to get set up, you've been talking about choosing the right targets. I want to call to mind that clams game that we saw earlier. I believe it was Undertow's Spillway, where choosing those targets ended when the wrong targets are chosen, it ends differently, because you can have one person with the clams making their way through all of the chaos if you choose the people that don't have the clams to target, because you only have so many players that you can send off to take people down. You only have so many resources, and if those clams make their way through your defenses, then that spells the end of the game. So even though Dante might have seemed like an incredibly appealing target with their position, with the strength of the main weapon, that was not the target to choose in those moments. And that clarity, that game sense, is what makes these teams so capable.
Yeah, I mean, you know that they can move around like nobody. They can hit targets that are moving at breakneck speed, but the ability to derive and decide in the heat of the moment is something that is only built up thousands and thousands of hours in these games. And here we go, folks. We are back to Urchin Underpass, so of course that means everyone's favorite Dapple Doolies are going to come back out. But there's one other small change as well. Henlo going back over to the Wiper K-Bot. I love this pick on this stage and on Rainmaker.
Henlo really favors the Wiper on Rainmaker in general. It has incredibly good object damage, meaning that it'll do more damage to the Rainmaker shield for the punch that it packs just normally. That allows Henlo to be able to be a key contributor in a lot of those shield pops. And in addition, I think in this case with the Ultra Stamp, can come through for that big bubbler that Simo might pull out with the blaster. But early, it's all bet here. They take the first pedestal, but it's going to be a matter of whether or not they can get past these grates.
And that was so important because the last time we saw this stage played, I believe it was between FT Win and Milky Way, it was a mammoth of a task just to get through this first checkpoint. So for that to already be down, it means it is all on these grates. Synapse, of course, who else, dives after the Rainmaker, understanding the situation, but points can start to fly pretty quickly if you get past those grates. Now, that's not so easy to do, especially when tactical members are throwing themselves at you, but Cater, they might be throwing themselves at him a little bit too quick. That was 2 down and not a lot gained from it.
Not a lot indeed. Zero getting a pick with that Rainmaker as well, avoiding these whales and doing their best to move forward, but eventually they will be splatted. So now we are watching Mecha on these Dapple Doolies. We keep mentioning them when it comes to Urgent Underpass. Those beacons going to be so valuable. valuable, has the Tacticooler as well to kick off this another push for Bet, trying to get through the grates, not quite making it. That is a 3-down situation with Mega on those Dapples being the only one. You can see having jumped to, I believe, another beacon, trying to corner Henlo there, but not quite able to make it happen. And now it is Hypernova with the Rainmaker swimming towards that checkpoint. They are going to fall a little bit early though. Zero on that 52 gal coming around and saying, you will not get that checkpoint. And so now the momentum has swapped again. It is Bet with these whales getting another pick on half. Zero in a wonderful position, does fall down, but Simo is going to go through these grates with the Ink Strike as the smoke screen, and now it is the fight up these sets of ramps to the pedestal.
Great work there, and that is why you bring beacons in, everybody. Zero went down. How was Zero behind? Well, it's because Dante was behind, and they jumped in, and then you jumped to Dante, and suddenly you have lost track of where the threat is, and that makes it so difficult. Speaking of losing track of where it's at, Simo is there. Simo might actually get away from here. There's not enough range. Simo can't quite get it to the pedestal, but all the way to 9, that should be more than enough, I would think, K-Bot. There's 2 minutes left in the game, and if you add up both of the team's scores right now, it equals 100, and that is not good for Hypernova.
Not good news one bit, and look, Mecha might be coming up from behind as well. Half gonna call it out and spot it, so Mecha's gonna be forced to back on away, but Synapse going one for the road. Happy just trying to sprint for the checkpoint, hoping that Hypernova has something to salvage in a little bit after the respawns come back in, and maybe they will here. The jump's coming maybe back into half. Crab Tank potentially getting set up for a moment, but it's going to be difficult, especially as Simo comes back in with that big bubbler. Zero pops out on the flank angle, and while half might have seen it coming, that's what Zero loves every day, picking off yet another one. Zero's on a rampage again.
Great work, and now back to the center of the stage. Just enough, John, on the defensive chop. Jump all the way back, and we've got all the ways we want to jump back into the fight. Although I will say, Hypernova doing a good job of overrunning the remaining members of Bet. 2 of them do go down, though, so you see right now, Henlo and Happy kind of waiting a little bit, trying to find where these beacons are, and even though they haven't taken anybody out as a result, and actually they're now down 1-3, that is, again, Cater, the benefit of having these beacons. It slows down the opponent just by existing on the stage.
Synapse here, the last one on the board for Hypernova as their teammates come back in. We are in the last 50 seconds of our match, and that Rainmaker is all the way on that right side, far away from the members of Hypernova. There's a lot of fights, and Bet, with Dante on the Slosher being the only one here, has those strikes, but has to go back into mid. That Rainmaker being abandoned in the corner as Henlo and Synapse chase down Dante and force the jump out right there. Happy going back to grab that Rainmaker, but meanwhile, the other members of Bet have respawned and are getting the picks. Rainmaker goes down to those Dabble Dualies, half trying to get something in, but there is nothing. Henlo, that is a wipeout situation in our last 20 seconds here. Bet has full reign over that Rainmaker, going to just guard it. You can see so much yellow ink going down onto the stage right now. They're Tacticooler, they have beacons, everything is looking perfectly set up for Bet right now. That pick on Henlo, 2 more down. The Rainmaker resets, but that is not a problem for them as Zero is just standing there going to go grab the Rainmaker to seal the deal on our set.
And what a feeling when you can set the controller down with a few seconds left, knowing that the game is won. And what a show from Bet. Again, got knocked into the loser side of the bracket so early. And team after team after team, they have run through. I mean, K-Bot, with the exception of some turf war and a game that they probably still could have won in Clam Blitz, they have looked unbelievable on a variety of stages, on a variety of modes. I just can't say enough good things about them as they continue their run.
You know, Nine, particularly true for a player like Zero, when you're on this kind of run and when the momentum is in your sails, the adrenaline starts to kick in, you're wide awake and ready to play. Meanwhile, a team like Hypernova's been waiting for a little while, right? No matter what you try to do to stay warm, whether it be queuing up for ranked queue or going back to something else, the reality is you will not be as dialed in on this competitive setting. And when a player like Zero starts building up this level of momentum, he's going to rally the rest of his team to continue charging forward, finding their path to victory. And that's the reason they've run through in the losers bracket alone Moonlight, Duck Motif, and Hypernova, taking out all of those gatekeepers that are at that top of the pedestal here. And now they'll have one more shot to come away with the tournament.
Oh, and as they wait for this final chance, and we'll talk about this too, another chance at revenge for them, which has been the theme over the course of it, let's take a moment and look at the season standings, because we've kind of alluded to it, your placement so important in order to determine how many points that you have made week over week over week. It's so tricky, I would say, to identify how many you need based on the opponents, and you can see right here, the season standings. Now, we've said it a few times, Milky Way and 5 not participating, so our top 2 teams are not. Fofofo in incredible position. If they could win this and get 100 points for their victory, would set themselves up to almost certainly be one of our top 8 teams. You'll note that Hypernova and Duck Motif, 2 teams that we've seen lose today, were also in great position, but both being in the top 5, of course, some great points to be won, so they have to be happy there. And a team you notably don't see on here, of course, is Bet. This is their first week. Great stuff, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket here just to remind everybody where we have come from and to talk about the incredible run that Bet is on. And now I get to chat just a little bit about, you know, what exactly Bet has done today, because they beat Moonlight, who beat them in ladder. They beat Duck Motif, who beat them in ladder. They beat Hypernova, who beat them in ladder. So, seems to reason the second time they play a team, they beat them, right? Well, K-Bot, I'm looking at winter semifinals, and who beat Bet?
Well, it was their opponent coming up, Fofofo in 3-0 fashion. Again, this is a roster that thrives on the same chaos that Bet tries to pull out. And you mentioned this earlier, Nine, but Fofofo is probably going to be the team that, by and large, has the quote-unquote faster playstyle. They're the ones that are going to try to cause even more chaos. They're the ones that are going to come out in full force. And if they're not warm, Bet might be able to steal the pace of the game away from them, trying to slow things down at least a tad to get things like Simo's Tenebrella set up.
And now is the part of the evening where we remind you all Grand Finals how it works, okay? So because Fofofo is on the winner's side of Grand Finals, Bet will need to win 2 sets in a row if they want to take this. Now, that is not easy. None of these teams have done much of anything against Fofofo. Hypernova did have that very close set, but they are no longer a part of this equation, Cater. So you've said it a couple times here, the stamina these players have to have, the intensity game after game over the course of the day. It all comes down to this, potentially just 3 more games if you're Fofofo, potentially only 6 more games here if you're Bet, and you know that these teams are saying, come on, give me one more, I need one more play, I need one more game.
Yeah, if double elimination is a little difficult to understand, think of it this way. In double elimination, to be out, you have to lose twice. You have to drop a set twice. Because Fofofo has not lost any sets, Bet has to win against them twice to make Fofofo take 2 losses so that they can be considered out of the bracket. That is why we have both Grand Finals and a bracket reset, as it is called, if Bet does in fact take the first set. So we could see as few as 3 games. We could see as many as 10 if we go to a Game 5 on both sets. So we are really, really in for a show for our last, well, Grand Finals, possibly last set of the evening here. We are going to be on tower control for our first match here, still looking at our map. But, Nine, what do you think of the choice of tower control here? Just kick things off.
Well, the funny thing is, we already actually sort of had a discussion like this earlier of tower control early on against Bet and what that can mean. And, you know, it's funny to think about. I think both of the tower control games, the opponent got what they were looking for against Bet. They got these big pushes. They were able to turf over, slowly but surely overrun, knowing that Bet is a very fight-heavy team, a fight-heavy comp to make it work in that fashion. The problem is that there's been the strongest slosher player of the day that has been there to, as you put it, K-Bot, make the miraculous defense, open things up on offense when it seemed like all was lost. I'm, of course, referring to Dante. Dante's in Inferno is what we're going to call this tournament if they make this run all the way through. I just have to say it, but tower control, I think, makes sense here. You understand it, and maybe more than anything, I think it fits what fofofo wants to do, and that's when tower control gets really excited, when both teams feel like they're the best tower control team in the lobby.
You know, Nine, you mentioned Dante and your little hype up there. And what stage did Dante's team decide to go to but Museum di Alfonsino? The same one precisely where Dante was able to come up with those heroics. I imagine is going to try to have a field day here, but the critical difference is that Fofofo's weaponry is going to move around much more than Hypernova's was earlier in this tournament. They're going to look for this, the Junior that's going to be short range. They're going to look for the brush that's going to be running around. 3Z on the wiper that has come up with so much. It'll be a lot to follow and track down. We'll see whether or not Dante can turn up the heat.
Here we go. Take a look at it, everybody. One last shout out to Pico. We'll probably give you another one, buddy. But hanging on here this whole time. If you think it's difficult to track the players, imagine having to run the camera to keep up with the players as well. One of the best in the business, and thank you there. 0 already going down here. That's 2 already going down here. And oh my goodness, Fofofo did not cool down one bit here, Cater, at the start. They've got a couple down here. They are looking for more already, and we've seen how dangerous they can be and how dangerous 3Z can be once they take this spinner.
We've talked about warming up, cooling down, and Fofofo is blazing hot right now with the 3 specials they just threw at the tower, and 3Z making a full loop with that Ultra Stamp. The tower going back to possession. Dante, though, getting the pick on 3Z before going down there. Menace looking for an opportunity to pick on this brush, having to reckon with the whales here. So many whales that we've seen from that 52 gal. Dark with the Junior, a bubble on the tower, and now at that second checkpoint, you can see Mega on that top right area trying to get some leverage onto that tower. Dante on the spinner as well, using the full range of that slosher and almost at the strikes as well. So special benefits for Bet right now. Goes down without being able to pop the strikes though. Simo here on tower on that blaster, looking to get some of this area back. Opting to take the Greats route. Has to fight with Dark here, who is gone. I am not entirely sure where Dark went.
I think Dark is swimming right now in the fountain that is at the edge of this stage there. That's a tough way for that to go, because you saw caught off guard that time was Simo. Figured that somebody would come over, but maybe not so overzealously as that player did. In the meantime, though, all the while, a push all the way down to 28 and another wipeout to follow through. It has been all fofofo thus far. Datman is already up ahead. 3Z certainly going to go up to this top side, or at least try to contest that side. Meanwhile, Dark way up ahead here is probably just looking for the time to build up and pop another bubble, but I am stunned with how fast Fofofo is playing K-Bot. It seems like they've made Bet a slow team, which is not their MO.
That is exactly what I was saying earlier, right? Is that this just is going to continue going, and Dark comes up with a few in close range. Here's the big bubbler on top of the tower for extra points. The knockout is looking like a reality at the moment, and just trying to stay on. Dark will finally get cleared out, and Bet will be able to hold on. But we are halfway through this game, and it really hasn't felt like Bet has gotten a hold on much of anything. And now look, Dad Menace still menacing on the mid spinner. Continues to take down the members of Bet, preventing them from getting set up at all, and it's Fofofo controlling the tempo of the game.
I did not think I'd get to make this joke twice, but once again, the scores of the two teams add up to 100, and that is not good for Bet here. Obviously, it seems like nothing is going their way. Once again, Dat Menace has found a way to move forward here. Dante, once again, doing the best job that you can in this position to fight out, but look at that. You get all the way through. You miss the jump that's come back in. The first player that you took out now wants revenge, has now moved forward as well, and Cater, all these fights that are going on all these different sides just start to favor Fofofo. You see that Bet isn't even trying to get on the tower until they've kept something clean, but there's not a whole lot of clean fights to be found.
It did look like Zero and company had some success with taking that right flank drop with the help of the bubble as well from the blaster from that Simo had. Zero here trying to have some sort of space or something with that wall, anything, but unfortunately having to jump out. That leaves room for Dark to tap that tower and start its march to Bet's side of the stage. 3Z and Dark actually gonna go down, and that bubble there, Dat Menace left a little bit alone, opting to pop the Zipcaster to get out of that situation. Whales following them around. Coolard as well gets the pick on Zero, taking out themselves, but again, they were Coolard, so that's almost a moot point. Simo almost to another bubble here, but a little bit alone, getting caught out in the crossfire, pops this bubble right by the spinner here, gets the pick on 3Z with less than a minute left. This is finally Bet in control of mid with the person advantage, but Dat Menace has something to say about that. Simo again getting the crucial pick, but we still have to worry about 3Z here with the Wiper, with the Ultra Stamp, going in mid, getting one pick, looking for Zero, but Zero says no, and Zero is somehow still alive and kicking. 30 seconds left, 9. It is now or never for Bet.
Well, with another one going down, this may end up being on the never side. Dat Menace over here, they know you're here, but yeah, I mean, all you're trying to do is slow him down here, jump back, make it happen. Careful not to fall on a bomb here. 3Z now goes after Mecha and takes out. Look at how far they're going to have to come back here if they want to get that Tacticooler. It does appear that they're going to pick up that drink very nicely, so we will see a little bit of overtime, but there is absolutely no room for error. Dat Menace jumping from the top rope to take it out, and fofofo with an incredibly dominant showing in that game. K-Bot, I'm going to make sort of an analogy, a metaphor, a simile, if you will. It's one of those literary terms. That game felt like every time Bet got something started, they stepped on a rake. And you know it's that comical fashion where it comes up and hits you in the face? You know, you just, ugh, and then you try to walk forward, you step past that rake, and then another rake that happened to have Tacticooler on now has popped up and hit you again. That's what it felt like. Every time they got to move forward, they had to turn around again because somebody else was attacking them.
And you want to know how they were able to do that? Fofofo, I don't think, lost complete control of the ink that was down in mid, and their fast-paced weapons love to just get into awkward positions where they can get their opponent in the back, pop out of the puddle that wasn't actually painted over, and all of a sudden there's nothing you can do. There was never an opportunity for this team to continue painting up the rest of the area. And Cater mentioned the one play that looked like it was kind of working was when they had the protection of the big bubbler. Beyond that, they couldn't build up that effective ink radius thanks to the weapons in no small part that they're trying to play right now, and just continually Jack in the Box continues to pop out of the puddles every single time you try to do something. That was the name of the game. There was so much ink on the floor for fofofo, and it was one of the largest reasons I think they're able to walk away and play the strategy they do.
Well, K-Bot, you've now set us up beautifully to talk about what I think has been the key portion of that game as compared to some of the others. Because we now have a little bit of a triangle here, right? Fofofo did beat Hypernova, but it was their closest set. What were they running? Triple shooter. It's so much easier to get a wrangle on this type of composition when you can put down a ton of turf. Then suddenly, triple shooter goes up against a big AoE composition like we've seen from Bet here, and we saw how that looks. And now we're seeing the other side of that same three-sided coin, which is now this composition, this AoE that can't turf up a ton, feels like it is ripe for the picking for these members of fofofo who can attack from these awkward angles with their great mobility. Cater, so rarely here in the booth do we get to so clearly illustrate one of the fundamental matchup portions of Splatoon, but we get to see it right now in real time.
In real time, indeed, and the location we will be seeing our next match is Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime, where turf is the name of the game. You have to ink the square on the ground. That is your objective. There's no funny rainmaker, there's no tower to stand on, there's no clams to turn into a football and throw into a basket. It's just paint the square. And that may be why our top level teams love it so much. It's the fundamentals. You control an area, you keep your turf on it, but also there's other key areas of this map, of the stage to control. You've got that court pit area with the snipe, you have the alleyways around the zone, you have the stacks where both anchor weapons would really, really like to set up if given the opportunity. And we talked about this earlier, but the elevation change from the middle of the map being very, very flat to those other areas that are super important being very vertical and having ramps and slopes can really make a difference in the way that they're played.
Well, here we go. Taking a look at the changes. It's actually a big one here in Cater. I'm going to pass it right back over to you because finally your beloved heavy edit Splatling is out here. So interesting. It's actually a huge shift. Now Zero has switched over to the Forge. Maybe they do want to get a little bit more turf, but it appears right now, turf or no turf, that might not be enough.
It might not be, but heavy edit, my beloved indeed. So happy to see it out here. I think perhaps maybe because of the larger, wider zone, a little bit more mobility, a little bit more able to keep up with the rest of that team. Whatever the reasoning behind that switch, right now it is fofofo in control of that zone. Harshy on the pencil, getting up onto those uninkable blocks. 3Z here, making sure that nobody gets up on that snipe. We do see the Booyah Bomb coming out, immediately responded to with the Ultra Stamp here, and 3Z trying to take control of this stack, but does get chased out by the Crab Tank. Dat Menace here on the Zipcaster, really going for these aggressive plays. Does not get the pick they want. Recalled back to mid. Is able to escape though, and we are at 40 and counting for fofofo right now, as there is no penalty applied, and Dark is still on that zone with that bubbler. We talked about it before. Dark is a turfing menace on the zone. If you cannot displace them, you will not get it.
Well, there we go. Just 20 ticks left now, and Mecha kind of wondering where to shoot. Finally, the triple ink strike and a couple players going down will do it, but they were tactical, so they'll be back quick. And Zero needs to be careful not to go too deep. This is not the same sort of weapon as you have with that 52 gal, but Zero seemingly doesn't care. It will not, okay, does manage to get away just barely here, but all the while they went so deep on the right side, K-Bot, that opened up, I would argue, the front door on this particular stage, and that's exactly where fofofo went, and a penalty already applied.
The other thing is, Bet with this composition doesn't have a lot of stalling or holding power of the zone. Once they're able to push in, they're going to have to try to get set up, and now when they're 2.5 shooter, in essence, composition, they're going to have to try to just continue keeping up that pressure and trying to minimize the potential for someone to run in. And it looks like they're able to start picking off members one by one. Dakid starts moving in. The bubbler goes out. Dark's going to get taken down. And maybe Dante will make a play towards his zone. But no, 2 down from Bet here means they're really not going to be able to get set up. And now Dante taken down as well. Simo's going to try to jump in and will grab the cooler just before trying to get out of there. But fofofo, again, here they come. They turn up the speed, and they're running right for them.
Oh, and the worst part is because they're tactical alert, even if they run in and don't take anybody out, they're fine, because by the time you try to follow up and move forward, they're already back. Now, Cater, this is where it gets really scary for Bet. They're going to... No, Crab actually got taken out there. Simo down. That's the big resource they've been setting up on the top. They don't have that. I'm not sure how they're going to break out.
Oh, and 3Z here in this court area is so dangerous. They have the strikes, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Pushing Harshy back all the way, but still having control of this. We have the Booyah Bomb on the zone, but it's not enough. Turf getting that pick on Zero as well. Everything they can, throwing at the zone. The pain from Dante might be enough, but it is not. It's not quite enough, and that is a knockout for fofofo, taking our set 2-9.
Well, listen, earlier when I said fofofo, it's only 3 games, I didn't really expect it to actually go like this. I mean, this is almost 2 knockouts here, K-Bot. Let's call it what it is. It's as close, or about as close as you're going to get to a knockout in a tower control game without getting there. And then a knockout in which the game never really felt like it got out of hand for the members of fofofo. Their strategy, how replicable it is, and frankly, just how fun it appears to be for them to play. When you tell a brush player and a Viper player, like, hey, just go fight. Just keep fighting. I mean, they can't do anything about it. Keep fighting. That's what it looks like here. And I admire the change, or the attempted change that time from Bet. You saw what the idea was, but whether it's just a little bit too late or they haven't quite practiced enough, again, this is a new Bet, you can see they don't really have any answers for fofofo right now on the weapon select screen.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, right, the drastic weapon composition that we just saw mix up come through from Bet is completely different from what they were trying earlier in this tournament, and I think that's probably changing too much. It's not too little, it's too much in this case. They're going away. One of the things I like to talk about is when teams can play around their own identity, that's what's going to lead them to success the most. Here K-Bot goes again, talking about the identity point, right? Never
No, I
rolls
wanted
their
this.
eyes.
I wanted this. I passed it to you knowing we were getting here. Come on.
But to that end, right, while yes, you do want to try to see probably a little more turf against this fofofo roster, changing too much means that you're giving away what made your composition really good in the first place, right? We're talking about not having that holding power that a big bubbler or that a 10 umbrella would be able to provide, and all of the or Zero doesn't feel as comfortable running forward at them to try to beat fire with fire when he switches over to something different. So I'm really curious to know what the change up is going to be this time, as it is Bet finally playing on their tournament life.
Well, it's going to be Rainmaker that we are going to next. Of course, the winning team has chosen that, and what a comeback this would be. It is Urchin Underpass Rainmaker. So, folks, if you hadn't seen it before tonight, now you've seen it twice. And hey, Cater, to a certain extent, I get it. Look how strong Bet looked on this earlier. We almost saw a knockout here, and I never thought I would see a knockout on Urchin Underpass Rainmaker at top level, but I guess if you have to go Rainmaker here, which you do because your opponent's making you do it, go to the spot that you won at. Let's not ask questions. Go back to the comp that worked for us. We'll sort the rest out on the field.
Hey, there's a saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And there is a reason that saying exists. Because this late into the tourney, you have your comps, you have your team, you know what works. If you try to stray too far from that, it is very difficult to have that flexibility. I mean, of course, there are flex players. We've seen Simo flexing between that blaster and that tent, and that is very impressive on its own because those weapons can play so differently. So I am expecting the pencil to come back. I would be very surprised to see the heavy edit still here, although I won't complain. I do love my heavy edit, but it may not be in their best interest to keep that out here. And like you said, we got very close to a knockout, which is very surprising given how much of a choke point those last few points on Urchin Underpass are. You have the grates, you have the ramps, incredibly skinny. That is basically just a tiny box that all of the players have to try and funnel into to get the Rainmaker up to that pedestal. So while I don't expect to see a knockout here, I do wonder if we will see something very similar to the first instance of Rainmaker we saw on this stage.
Whoa, we have another swap coming out here. I'm going to wait for the other side too. But it's a weapon that we talked about a little bit earlier. It is the Twinkle Splat Dualies coming out here from Zero. Simo is going to be switching over now to the Tentabrella. This variant has that ink vac that we talked about. Of course, the Dapple Dualies coming back out here. But K-Bot, you said maybe change too much here. Now it's a big change, but I would argue sort of keeps the identity.
I think it does, because they can play around the Tenebrella, they can also play around a big bubbler. You notice in the last series, when Bet was able to be successful on this stage, it was getting this Rainmaker to this checkpoint and never letting any opponent past this point. They were able to keep control of mid for so long, but it's going to be difficult to get it there in the first place, as Threezy runs through with an Ultra Stamp, and we'll see what else happens here as now the Ink Vac comes out looking for the checkpoint, and there it is. Now Bet's going to be looking to try to get set up, and if they can get this big bubbler in a good spot, meanwhile 2 members of fofofo go down, this could be huge.
This is the opportunity they need here. Simo once again being the Rainmaker carrier. Don't go down to the bomb. The shield still doing its job even throughout all of it here. Now Simo's gonna back and grab that. Every little bit of speed matters here. Will they jump through the grates? The answer is yes. Finally sneak through. 43 points. Finally some life here from Bet. Where else would it be but here? Now they can start their loops here with the Tacticalers as well as the beacons. A great showing here. Cater. Bet still has lots of fight left in him.
We're talking about switches, we're talking about big bubblers. I want to highlight Hershey on that Zinc Mini Splatling, another switch that also has the bubbler and might not exactly be working for them. That Menace trying to get something done in the Zipcaster, unfortunately not quite finding what they want. Hershey is here on this Splatling, but doesn't have the same range afforded as before. Threezy is here to support, but it still looks like that pop is going to go in favor of Bet with the extra pressure from these double dualies here. Hershey is trying to go up to push forward, but is getting caught between the wall and the sloshes from Dante as 3 go down. That is only the Octobrush left on the side of fofofo as finally we do see the Rainmaker getting picked up. That cooler is out, and it is still Bet in control of this Rainmaker, in control of mid, and going for another push. Simo SEMO's Tried and True tent. The Toxic Mist a little bit in the way, but they are just biding their time now. Zero going to go on this off angle here, gets the pick on Harshy, looking for one on Dead Menace as well, bubbling all the way over here to protect themselves. Out comes the back as well. So many splats in such a short amount of time.
Great work there. SEMO's actually going to grab it again. I'm not even sure he wanted to there. Maybe just tried to move forward there, but hey, it keeps the Rainmaker in that position, and it keeps the pressure on as well. What? Okay. Dart going down to absolutely everything in the kitchen sink at that point. Another bomb comes through here. All the while, it's a few more points scratched out for the members of BET. SEMO's still there, and another note that I'm just now realizing is this also has beacons, K-Bot. So there are 2 beacon weapons, one of which is attacking you, one of which is working around the flanks. It is so difficult to track where this attack is coming from, and that's why BET continues to have control.
And yeah, doing a great job, although it looks like finally the push will come through from fofofo to get the Rainmaker out of there. And you notice blitzing for the middle of the map already. It's Mecha and Dante both there, trying to take a fight together. Meanwhile, fofofo pops this big bubbler, looking to try to get even more work done and trying to find some semblance of control in the chaos that is the middle of Urchin Underpass. It's 3 down now for BET. 3Z will start paving the way for the rest of fofofo to come through, but I fear that fofofo won't have the same level of sustaining power. We'll see whether or not they're able to find this engagement with very few specials to their name.
Well, there you go. There's a big bubbler right ahead here. A lovely placement of those triple ink strikes to slow down. Now it's going to be hunting time for SEMO. Nobody can stop that weapon single-handedly. 3Z comes from behind to make it happen. Now 3Z has an opportunity here. Whoa, bouncing every which way. It's a wipeout. 3Z not going to be the one to grab it, interestingly enough. They're going to leave it for Dark. Can they swim it up? They do. They take the lead. They are so close. 15 points. And despite everything, the first 4 minutes of the game being in favor of BET, K-Bot, it's fofofo who finds another one, and that menace still isn't done yet. No, waiting, trying to see. Oh, could this actually happen? No way, no way. They're gonna do it. We're gonna see a knockout on Urchin Underpass Rainmaker.
I cannot believe, I do not have words. A knockout on Urchin Underpass with Dat Kid in the smallest amount of purple ink possible for the tournament victory right there, punches it through, and that is a tournament and event win for fofofo. They've been close many times. They've had Titans blocking their path, and in this time, they're able to pull through.
And we said at the top of the entire show today, opportunity for these teams that came oh so close but got stonewalled away by the Titans. No team ran into that more than fofofo with 2 4th place finishes. Here, it's a 1st place finish, 100 points, huge points. Again, those cannot be taken away. It is your 5 best scores, and you can't score any better than 1st place. So, have to be a big pat on the back for them. And to win a tournament in that fashion, Cater, I mean, you can't script it up any better than that. And I'm pretty sure right at the end there, that meant us even dancing with the Rainmaker, knowing that nobody was even on the same side of the stage.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. These teams give us a show every time. You cannot make this up. We've talked about Sharks, we've talked about Jack in the Boxes, opportunity, everything coalescing into that one moment of Dat Kid not being found out and saying, you know what would be really funny right now? To take this home in the most Rainmaker fashion possible, which is somehow the cleanup not being done, and to just waltz up those ramps and take it to a KO on possibly the least KO possible map in our map pool tonight. I am... And as many words as I'm saying, I'm at a loss for true words as to the full scope of what we've seen tonight.
Well, we'll take a minute and collect our thoughts here and throw it over to the bracket for those of you who may just be joining us. Boy, you missed a whopper. But take a look at our top 8 here in event number 5, regular season week number 3. You can see an incredible run by BET through the loser side, but on the other side, just about as dominant of a run through from fofofo, only dropping 2 games throughout the entirety of top 8, those 2 being to Hypernova. two 3-0s over Bet, a 3-0 over its Shrimple. Of course, Hypernova there in third, Duck Motif in fourth, and so on and so forth. Points being won by these teams. A great show. And the best part of it, everybody, is it's not yet done, because we have more incredible work coming out here. Take a look. The Splatoon 3 North American League show, Fridays, 10 a.m. Pacific time. The Splatoon 3 North American League, Saturdays at 12 p.m. Pacific time is when it starts, with the top 8 live stream starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time. If you saw it tonight and you want to play some Splatoon, well, guess what? Tomorrow, the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim starting at 12 p.m. Pacific time. If you're a fan of some good old-fashioned salmon run, if you're by yourself or with a team, jump on in, because there's plenty of ways to enjoy this game. And of course, the final gauntlet that these teams are fighting to make it to, the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs, live streams at 12 p.m. Pacific time on both days, December 13th and December 14th. Woo! And there we go. I hope that was enough time for you two to collect your thoughts, because I'm sure we have a ton from an evening of unbelievable action here. You had styles making fights, you had identities, incredible plays, catchphrases, moments that we know this game just breeds all over the place. This game is engineered for tension. And K-Bot, I will pass it to you for closing thoughts on this evening's action.
You know, I think what tonight shows us above all else is there may be Titans that are lying in wait, unable to participate this week, but even still, the race for those other spots that are on the line as we get towards playoffs is going to be so incredibly close. It is going to come down to many of the teams that you watched in this event here tonight. I think it is going to be an absolute thriller to watch the next 5 weeks of the season as more of these teams continue to go at each other's throats and are looking to try to improve their own stylistic differences in how they're able to approach each individual matchup as the season progresses. I am excited to see what the rest of the season brings, especially knowing that we're in for more of what we just saw today.
And Cater, thank you for joining a couple of old salts like us here in the booth tonight. Give me your closing thoughts, because I'm sure you have plenty.
I do. I want to first just give a final shout out to our SpecCam operator Pico, because that camera work was incredible. We love our production staff. They are what makes this stream happen. And we saw some incredible individual plays. I want to again call to mind that 9 kill streak from 3Z. I will be so shocked if that does not make it into our highlight reel, because that was some incredible play. We've also had some great teamwork and special coordination. Usage of the big bubbler was really highlighted tonight, which I think is a special that doesn't really get a lot of love. So I'm super glad that we saw it out tonight. And like both of you have said, we have so many more weeks of action to come from not only these teams, but other teams. The top 3 that weren't here tonight. We've got other teams currently sitting in our top 8 that also weren't here, and some, of course, in that top maybe 10, 15 range that are also very strong contenders for those points. So we have so much action from our community ready for the rest of this league.
Well, those two said it best. There is so much more Splatoon to be played, some very good Splatoon to be played. But we are tapping out for the evening. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for the Splatoon 3 North American League event number 5, regular season week number 3. And hey, until next time, stay fresh.